Chapter 641, Fang Yuan vs. Giant Sun's Will 2 Halves. Fang Yuan had, just a moment ago, conversed with Mo Yao's will, and these few sentences were exchanged at lightning speed. Unfortunately, Giant Sun's will noticed this tiny moment and attacked at the point when Fang Yuan was slightly distracted. Giant Sun's will had incredible methods at controlling the fight. He was even stronger than Fang Yuan at grasping battle opportunities. Bam! A loud bang. Fang Yuan crashed on the ground harshly, rocks were sent flying and the ground was shaking slightly. Giant Sun's will followed closely after, adding salt to the wound. It turned into a golden sword again. The blade was extremely sharp and fast. It stabbed after leaving a golden trail in the air. Fang Yuan had no way to resist. At the crucial moment, Mo Yao's will manipulated water pavilion and turned it back into a liquid armor, preserving Fang Yuan's life. Giant Sun's will stabbed again and again, causing huge ripples to appear on the liquid armor. Quickly stand up. Mo Yao's will shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He used his remaining left arm to support his body off the ground, enduring the strong impact of Giant Sun's wills as he stood up. It is useless, you cannot kill me. I have stored all of your own, Giant Sun's, immortal essence in my immortal aperture. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed crazily, attempting to break Giant Sun's will's fighting spirit. But his words caused it to become even more furious. The attacks became faster. He was stabbing at several times the original frequency. Crack crack crack. Because he had exceeded his limit, Giant Sun's will's thoughts were destroying themselves too. But because of the furious attacks, the liquid armor could not defend against it. Occasionally, the sword would pierce through. Fang Yuan laughed unceasingly, as he protected his brain. In addition, as long as his mind was protected, he would not be invaded by Giant Sun's will. He did not care how many times his organs were stabbed. The liquid armor was pierced through continuously, but also recovered rapidly. Emitting a blue glow, Fang Yuan's body was nourished as his injuries healed. Quickly dodge. At this rate, my immortal essence is expending too rapidly. Mo Yao's will reminded him frantically. No, this is a rare chance. We have to endure it. Fang Yuan refused, standing at the same spot enduring the frantic attacks of Giant Sun's will. Even if your immortal essence is used up, you can lend water pavilion to me. I still have over 20 green grape immortal essence beads. Giant Sun's will went crazy. He is doing something very stupid, that is to consume his own thoughts for strong attacks. At this rate, the amount of thoughts he destroys would surpass the damage I have been dealing to him. Mo Yao's will went into deep hesitation. The two were expending resources intensively, falling into a stalemate. Should we go and assist old ancestor? Ji tribe leader Ji Guolong asked. While Fang Yuan was fighting Giant Sun's will, He Lu Lan led everyone and captured many Ji worms. They had recovered their battle strength. The reason they were able to capture Ji worms so easily was because there were still many Ji worms inside the wind veil. Meanwhile, the number of formless hands was decreasing. With Ji worms in their possession, they were no longer scared. In addition, because they saw that Fang Yuan was on the ground taking hits from Giant Sun's will, not just Ji Guolong, the other Ji masters were also moved and wanted to go in and fight. He Lu Lan was silent, watching the surroundings. The wind veil of assimilation continued to spread, the wind walls getting thicker as the space inside was unceasingly being squeezed between. Out of their survival instincts, Ji worms could only fly inwards. Thus, the density of Ji worms became even higher. They were all over the place. In fact, sometimes, a Ji master only needed to stretch out his hand and grab beside him to capture a Ji worm. Crack crack. On the ground below, cracks started forming. This was a sign that the area was collapsing. Far away, a huge spherical light halo was created again. Wisdom Ji, which had been sent flying by Giant Sun's will earlier, seemed to have sensed the danger of extermination as it exerted all of its strength to defy its fate, preventing other existences from getting near it. All this showed that there was not much time left. He Lu Lan decided not to wait anymore. He nodded and shouted, "Everyone listen to my command, we will attack together, do not cause internal conflict and weaken our offensive." Everyone nodded, their expressions were serious. To them, killing Fang Yuan was the same as surviving this crisis. However, just when He Lu Lan and the others were about to strike, Giant Sun's will suddenly laughed loudly. "Fang Yuan, you have fallen into my trap." Saying this, he retreated quickly. Wills had almost no mass. He retreated as he liked, taking a huge number of steps back in the blink of an eye. What? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He saw a formless hand grabbing at him. He shouted in shock. Seven-fingered formless hand. It turns out, when Giant Sun's will was pretending to fight with Fang Yuan, even using self-destruction to lure Fang Yuan into tanking the hits, his frenzied attacks were only to attract all of Fang Yuan's attention, to obscure his vision so that this formless hand could be lured over. In the Wind Vale, although there were decreasing numbers of formless hands, a large number of them still remained. Giant Sun's will lacked immortal essence, he could not use immortal GU, but he had never relied on He Lu Lan and the others. His plan was to use the external force called formless hands. He split out a small portion of his will, carrying several immortal GU to attract the formless hand. The formless hand was faster than Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will thus split up into 10 wills that carried immortal GU each at regular intervals. Once the formless hand got near, he would destroy the immortal GU. The formless hand did not have any gains. After feeling the aura of the next immortal GU, it would go over. This way, after Giant Sun's will lost 8 immortal GU, the formless hand was finally lured over. Quickly dodge it, Mo Yao's will screamed. It's too late. Fang Yuan had already darted away, simultaneously activating Eagle Rise GU. But it was no use, he needed time to accelerate, but the formless hand had already arrived. At the moment of life and death, Mo Yao's will sighed gloomily. She suddenly activated Water Pavilion and had it leave Fang Yuan, crashing towards the 7-fingered formless hand. The 7-fingered formless hand grabbed, and immediately took away the rank 7 immortal GU that formed part of Water Pavilion, Water Harmony GU, away. Water Pavilion was a rank 7 immortal GU house. It was made up of over 3,000 GU worms. Each of the GU worms were interlinked and connected to each other. Their core was the rank 7 Water Harmony immortal GU. Other than that, there were 2 supporting immortal GU, the rank 6 Movement immortal GU Worldly Wave Trace, and the Wisdom Path immortal GU Delight in Water and Mountain. Right now, the one and only core, Water Harmony immortal GU, was taken away by the formless hand. Water Pavilion broke down immediately. Ha ha ha, let's see what you can use to block me now. Giant Sun's will laughed continuously. He paid a huge price and obtained the result he wanted to see. The formless fist carried the Water Harmony GU and flew into the sky. Quickly destroy it, Mo Yao's will screamed. The remainder of the over 3,000 GU worms carried red date immortal essence as they floated around Fang Yuan. Without her reminder, Fang Yuan had already begun to do that. He used all of his movement GU, chasing the formless fist and attacking fiercely. Giant Sun's will snorted, blocking them. We will strike too. He Lu Lan and the others saw the good chance and came to join in, attempting to thwart Fang Yuan's plans. You've come at the right time. Giant Sun's will praised loudly. He changed his battle tactic and stopped blocking Fang Yuan, turning into a bright rainbow and attacking him instead. Fang Yuan was faced with the GU Master's attacks, but he did not mind it. He could use 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King to resist them. But Giant Sun's will's attacks were very threatening to him. Giant Sun's will did not block Fang Yuan at all. His battle tactic was, go ahead and chase it, I'll let you. In the process of chasing it, I will kill you. Water Pavilion was broken apart. Mo Yao's will could no longer provide him any defense. Fang Yuan got into an even more dangerous situation. He Lu Lan and the others' attacks were troublesome, they hindered his speed. Pop! Giant Sun's will slammed, turning into a monk's spade as he changed directions, cutting the GU worms circulating around Fang Yuan into 2 segments. Oh no, my red date immortal essence. Mo Yao was caught off guard. Not only were many GU worms destroyed by Giant Sun's will, the red date immortal essence was taken by Giant Sun's will. There were already few red date immortal essence left, now they were completely gone. Mo Yao was stunned. Mo Yao, I'll open my aperture, quickly come in. Fang Yuan shouted, retreating rapidly at the same time. The technique of Giant Sun's will was ongoing and he could not give chase immediately. Fang Yuan was able to pull some distance. He snorted, flying over quickly in pursuit. During this time, Mo Yao's will moved the remaining immortal GU and together with them entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Quickly lend Worldly Wave Trace GU to me. Fang Yuan urged. Mo Yao's will did not hesitate at all, shouting, since I have no immortal essence left anyway, I'll lend these GU to you. Although Fang Yuan had obtained many immortal GU earlier, he did not have time to refine them, he could only suppress them with his will. There were only 2 GU he did not suppress with his will, Tai Bai Yunsheng's man as before and landscape as before. It was a pity that he did not obtain Tai Bai Yunsheng's permission, thus Fang Yuan could not use them. After obtaining Mo Yao's agreement, Fang Yuan immediately used the rank 6 immortal GU. He shouted while using 1 bead of green grape immortal essence, activating Worldly Wave Trace. This GU was like a jellyfish, it was the size of a baby's fist, wrapping around the green grape immortal essence as it consumed it. Swoosh! A huge wave appeared below Fang Yuan's feet, bringing Fang Yuan away at rapid speed, pulling distance away from Giant Sun's will. Worldly Wave Trace was a rank 6 immortal GU. Although Fang Yuan was not a water path GU immortal, he had rank 6 cultivation and could activate it fully. Giant Sun's will was stunned. This was the first time Fang Yuan was able to shrug him off since the battle began. But he was merely slightly shocked, snickering immediately after. If this was the outside world, I would be helpless against you. But inside this wind veil of assimilation, the space is becoming more limited. Go ahead and run, as time passes, I will eventually catch you. Give up on struggling, you destroyed 88 Truyong building and ruined Imperial Court blessed land, and you still want to leave. HMPH, don't think of the impossible, you are dead meat. Don't worry, if I die, I will drag all of you with me, don't think of leaving unscathed. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his green face and sharp fangs made him look extremely vile and ruthless. Then come and battle, don't run away if you have the guts. Although Giant Sun's will could not catch up to Fang Yuan, he chased behind with menacing killing intent. Fang Yuan did not dare to fight it. He did not have Water Pavilion to protect his brain. Once he exposes a weakness in battle, Giant Sun's will would invade his mind. By then, he would fall into confusion again and be unable to think. He would be meat on the chopping block, without any way to fight back. However, Giant Sun's will's earlier words were not wrong. As the wind veil of assimilation spreads, the space would get smaller. Eventually, it would become small to the extent where Fang Yuan cannot dodge, and would be killed by Giant Sun's will. Chapter 642 38 Sealing Arts. Chapter 642, 38 Sealing Arts. Giant Sun, I admit your power. But don't forget that all of your Giant Sun's immortal essence is in my immortal aperture. Without any immortal essence, how will you use immortal GU? You have no chance of breaking through the wind veil of assimilation just by relying on your special will. Fang Yuan's thoughts were racing as he attempted to negotiate with Giant Sun's will. Want to negotiate? Ha ha ha, Giant Sun's will laughed loudly, not concealing the hatred within. Why would I negotiate with you? Won't it be the same if I kill you and seize the immortal essence back from your immortal aperture? Why don't you try to destroy the immortal essence, you might even succeed. Giant Sun's will was self-confident. It was not that the immortal essence could not be destroyed, but at the moment it was not possible. If Fang Yuan destroyed the immortal essence in his own immortal aperture, the foreign immortal essence would inflict serious harm to his immortal aperture. This would be the same as seeking his own doom. If he destroyed the immortal essence outside his body, the scattered immortal essence aura would instead help Giant Sun's will to activate immortal GU. Fang Yuan, I won't compromise. You can't fight me and can't escape either. What can you still do? Just let it be, die quickly. Giant Sun's will taunted while chasing. Fang Yuan did not respond and only concentrated on fleeing. As time passed, the wind veil of assimilation was creeping closer. It made no sound, but it devoured everything in its path, assimilating everything. The space Fang Yuan could flee to was shrinking. As Giant Sun's will intercepted his paths, Fang Yuan was facing great dangers all around him. Giant Sun's will, I will stand here, do you dare to come? Fang Yuan suddenly stood still and stopped using Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU. Giant Sun's will, however, stopped chasing. They were still hundreds of steps afar, but it did not dare to move closer. HMPH, I already expected you would make such a choice. He scoffed in disdain, but so what? You are only delaying your death by a few moments. I will watch as you die. The area Fang Yuan was standing on was the area covered by the Light of Wisdom. The Light of Wisdom was the bane of Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will could only stop its chase. Through this intense battle, its remaining will was only the volume of an adult man, and could no longer endure any more severe exhaustion. Fang Yuan, your lifespan. Mo Yao's will warned. There is no other way, tell me, what else can I do in this situation? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his tone filled with hatred and extreme helplessness. Standing in the Light of Wisdom, Fang Yuan could clearly feel his lifespan was decreasing unceasingly, but he did not have any other choice. Giant Sun's will hated him to the extreme and gave him no chance to make compromises. Sigh, Mo Yao's will heaved a long sigh. This is simply a struggle at death's door. Perhaps Wisdom GU might stop sending out the Light of Wisdom in the next moment. Fang Yuan was silent. Giant Sun's will suddenly shouted to He Lu Lan's group, go deal with this thief. Most of his defensive GU have already perished in our fight. Force him nearer to wisdom GU where the light of wisdom is much stronger, his lifespan will be used up even faster. Let me see how much lifespan he can waste. He Lulan's group accepted the order immediately. Even He Lulan with his great strength true martial physique did not want to fight Fang Yuan in close combat. They had long ago discussed as appropriate and right now, all of them used long-range attacks. Inside the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan gave a cold snort and used his GU to counterattack with his own long-range attacks while maintaining defensive GU. 4 to 5 layers of light barriers covered his body, tens of bone shields hovered around him, and occasionally, stone barriers emerged from the ground to shield him from the attacks of He Lulan's group. Ordinary defensive mortal GU were not of much use against Giant Sun's will. But they were still effective in dealing with these mortal GU masters. Fang Yuan cultivated strength path and was not specialized in long-range battle. However, he had no shortage of long-range attacking GU worms, it was only that they did not follow a proper fighting system. More importantly, he had unlimited primeval essence. Thus, he was not at any disadvantage and the situation was even many times better compared to when he fought with Giant Sun's will. Speed up the attacks, don't stop for even a moment. Even if he has unlimited primeval essence, mortal GU cannot be activated non-stop. He Lulan shouted. Right, mortal GU are not immortal GU and have a limit to what they can endure, activating them unceasingly will only cause them to collapse. Yi Lui Sang also added. They were tribe leaders of He tribe and Yi Lui tribe, they understood the situation deeply. GU were the essence of heaven and earth, carriers of the great Tao. Essentially, they were tools. Every tool has their own respective usage. The more they were used, and when the burden on them crosses the limit, they will start breaking down. When mortal GU masters used mortal GU, they could only activate the GU worms a few times because of the limitations in primeval essence, thus this flaw was not too evident. When GU immortals activated mortal GU, this issue would become conspicuous. However, after some time, He Lulan's group's hopes came to nothing. Why does he have so many GU worms? Someone shouted in an incredulous tone. The quantity of Fang Yuan's GU worms surpassed their imagination. During the course of the fight, he switched GU worms one after another as if it was very natural and effortless. Even if he has a mysterious origin and made prior preparations for GU immortal advancement, preparing many mortal GU, a mortal aperture is not able to hold so many GU. No one could explain this no matter what they thought of and were bewildered. Could it be, Giant Suns will recall the scene of Fang Yuan opening a stargate? Fang Yuan had opened a stargate within 88 Truyong building, thus Giant Sun's will knew it clearly. It seems he relied on that gateway to leave Imperial Court-blessed land and obtain significant support. Giant Sun's will was very experienced and knowledgeable, immediately realizing the usage of the stargate when it thought of whole Earth GU and connecting Heaven GU. It was thanks to Fang Yuan having Hu Immortal blessed land behind him that he was able to purchase large numbers of mortal GU from Treasure Yellow Heaven. Although he had given most of them to Tai Bai Yun Shang, he had also left many for himself. Fang Yuan's naturally cautious nature of being prepared for anything had paid off at this moment. HMPH, you borrowed external strength. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Giant Sun's will gave a cold snort before suddenly making a move. He pierced the air at lightning speed. He did not move into the light of wisdom but shot towards the GU worms. Several breaths later, he appeared above He Lulan's group and dropped a large group of mortal GU. Take it, I am going to impart a killer move to you. Giant Sun's will split itself into a dozen or so parts which covered the GU worms and directly moved into everyone's apertures. Every person received 38 GU. These mortal GU had already been refined by Giant Sun's will. Under the coordination of Giant Sun's will, the group was able to immediately refine the GU worms and learn the killer move through the directions of the special will. This killer move, He Lulan's group showed expressions of joy and shock when they comprehended the killer move. It is just a small trick my main body created when I had inspiration during my leisure time, I have not given it name yet. Giant Sun's will said in a light tone, now is a good time to use it, for the time being let's call it 38 Sealing Arts. He Lulan's group immediately activated the killer move, breathing out rays of purple light chi from their mouths. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed and he immediately dodged them. But he had limited space and the purple light chi mixed in with other attacks, as such he was still struck. So it was like this killer move's effect is this, Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. 38 Sealing Arts was targeted against GU worms. This concept was not unusual. A GU master's battle strength came mostly from their GU worms, thus many GU worms targeted this point like rank 4 problem nipped in the bud GU, or rank 5 pitch black GU. However, this killer move, 38 sealing arts, was much stronger than pitch black GU. It could contaminate moves that were used by a GU master, and all the GU worms used for it would be sealed one after another. This killer move naturally could not seal Immortal GU. And as for Mortal GU, the higher the rank of the GU, the shorter the duration of the seal. But it could seal them completely, and the GU worms that formed this killer move were mostly ordinary and could be easily gathered. It touched upon chi path, and even if an attacking GU was used, it could follow the chi back to the source, sealing the GU. This was an exceptional killer move which particularly suited the current situation. After Fang Yuan was struck, his defensive GU were sealed successively. The stone barriers were pervaded by the purple light chi, the stone barrier shield GU were immediately sealed. The white bone shields hovering around Fang Yuan were also shrouded in the purple light chi, falling down one after another, turning back into flying bone shield GU. The wind blades Fang Yuan attacked with were touched by purple light chi, and even if the corresponding wind blade GU were inside his aperture, the GU worms would be covered by a faint layer of dense purple chi and be sealed. Historically, sealing defensive GU was easy while sealing attacking GU was difficult, all because defensive GU were easier to attack. But 38 sealing arts could deal with both equally. Fang Yuan's GU worm quantity decreased the more he used them. He already did not have a lot of defensive GU and could not forcibly resist the purple light chi, only able to dodge and evade all over the place. But there was only so much space, he would sooner or later run out of space to run to. At this moment, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack the purple light chi. He would rather more of his attacking GU be sealed, he required defensive GU to protect his whole body. Once the purple light chi touched his 6-arm heavenly zombie king form, who is to say it might not seal the corresponding GU worms and break the killer move 6-arm heavenly zombie king. Soon, Fang Yuan's offensive started becoming sparser as he was suppressed into disadvantage by the crowd of GU masters. Kill this demon! Yi Lui Sang shouted excitedly and sent out hundreds of fireballs. The fireballs detonated in an intense explosion with dust and dirt flying everywhere. Fang Yuan dodged here and there, but he was still struck by the explosions, his skin and flesh were torn open. You demon, you are guilty of the most heinous crimes, you went as far as daring to topple Truyong building. We ended up in this state all because of you. Ji Yu Guolong shouted furiously, throwing out endless wind blades that were as sharp as knives and could also chase the target. New cuts were formed on Fang Yuan's body. Rays of purple light chi were also constantly sent out now and then. These surviving GU masters, more than 10 in number, gritted their teeth with eyes filled with fury. They wished they could eat Fang Yuan's flesh and drink his blood. They had painstakingly fought in many battlefields and taken huge risks to arrive at Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was supposed to have been an enormous opportunity, but they ended up in this plight. Almost all of their tribesmen, relatives and friends were dead. The disparity from the beginning to the end was too large. It could easily be imagined how much hatred and anger they felt towards the main cause of this disaster. You will die a dog's death today. This is your end for offending ancestor Giant Sun. One GU master did not forget to flatter Giant Sun's will. It was a pity Giant Sun's will was not human and his expression could not be seen. He only reminded everyone, do not cause harm to wisdom GU no matter what. Chapter 643 Final Trump Card. Chapter 643, Final Trump Card. Giant Sun's will was too strong. Not just his battle strength, but also his deep foundation. It inherited some of the Immortal Venerable's experience. Just a killer move created out of boredom drove Fang Yuan into a desperate state again. Damn it, is it time to use Spring Autumn Cicada again? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, a thought arising in his mind. The first aperture was filled with pressure. The surface of the aperture walls was covered with cracks resembling a spider's web. Spring Autumn Cicada floated in the center, as yellow and green lights flickered on the cicada's body. Fang Yuan was not ignorant. The aperture had obviously reached its limits. It could break the very next second. But he quickly dispelled the thought of using Spring Autumn Cicada. More and more of his GU worms were being sealed. His firepower was weakening. Fang Yuan was starting to take hits passively. Come on, why don't you strike back? The GU masters laughed maniacally. Are you afraid now? Come out and fight if you have the guts. Someone laughed coldly. You demon, this is your deserved fate, go and die. Someone cursed. Seeing Fang Yuan suppressed by them, they felt unbelievable joy. Suddenly, Mo Yao's Will's frantic voice resounded in Fang Yuan's mind again. Oh no. Fang Yuan, zombie speckles are showing up on your body. The death energy is starting to invade your body. If the speckles spread over your whole body, you will turn into a 6-armed heavenly zombie king for real. An even worse situation had arrived. The estimated hour limit had not been reached, but Fang Yuan was already starting to become a zombie. A body that is zombified will be completely immersed in death energy, they cannot return to normal. Unless he removed the 6-armed heavenly zombie king killer move now, the zombie speckles would continue to spread. No, once I stop using the killer move, giant suns would attack. At this distance, I would not be able to react. Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression turning solemn. Although he had defensive GU, these mortal GU were not worth mentioning in front of giant sun's will. Only 6-armed heavenly zombie king could allow Fang Yuan to hold his own. Right now, although giant sun's will had not entered the wisdom halo, that was only because the price to pay was too great for a small gain. Giant sun's will was definitely capable of making sacrifices. To attract a 7-fingered formless hand, he lost 8 immortal GU. If I cancel the killer move now, giant sun's will would go all out and kill me regardless of the sacrifice. Once I die, he would take back the immortal essence of giant sun, I cannot take this risk. Fang Yuan's attitude was firm. But, your body, Mo Yao's tone was hesitant, sounding worried. Fang Yuan was unmoved, his expression was determined. The zombie speckles continued to spread, there was only a dot on his back at first, but now almost his entire back was covered. The speed of spreading was getting faster, soon, Fang Yuan's chest turned black. The GU masters saw this and were shocked. Giant Suns will laughed heartily. So this is it, you have turned into a zombie for too long, the balance of life and death energy had been broken, now that the death energy is invading you, you will turn into a real zombie, a member of the living dead, a monster that is neither human nor a ghost, your cultivation will be stagnant forever. Giant Sun's will had great experience and knowledge, he understood Fang Yuan's situation immediately. The GU masters felt a surge in morale, some laughed heartily, ha ha ha, persisting in evil brings about self-destruction, demon, you have committed too many wicked deeds, this terrible end is brought about entirely by yourself. Even without us attacking now, you are finished. HMPH, members of the demonic path crave strength and disregard all else, you have finally experienced the painful consequences now. What a pity, even if you became an immortal luckily, you still became a zombie, a monster. This is the result of you toying with evil schemes and causing harm to everyone, being enemies with Ancestor Giant Sun, and with us of the righteous path. Mo Yao's will urged as well, Fang Yuan, the price to pay is too huge. In my opinion, Giant Sun's will might not necessarily attack, it does not have much strength left. You have great talent and ability, you should not end up like this. It is not too late to stop now, once you turn into a 6-armed heavenly zombie king for real, it will be far too difficult to revert back to being a human. Fang Yuan's gaze was shining, his emotions were in turbulence, as his expression was changing. But eventually, his gritted teeth did not loosen. He turned into a 6-armed heavenly zombie king completely. The speckles turned his body black, in the strength path immortal aperture, the bright and clear heaven and earth turned into an eerie dark color, white stone mountains collapsed one after another. The sky was dark gray and the land was rotting, there was not a trace of life energy. Meanwhile, in the first aperture, it was deathly silent too. The purple crystal aperture walls no longer had the crystal clear appearance, they looked like gray rocks. But precisely because of this, spring-autumn cicada's pressure was no longer so threatening. Right after becoming a GU immortal, he degraded into a zombie. All his past accumulations, all his achievements, all turned into nothing. From this point on, his cultivation could not advance in the slightest. Without any potential to progress, in this regard, Fang Yuan was worse off than immortal. Even with Fang Yuan's iron will, he felt a bit of desolation. The thought of using spring-autumn cicada appeared in his head once more. If I use spring-autumn cicada and restart everything, I will be able to quickly retreat and avoid this terrible situation to the best of my ability. But Fang Yuan forcefully suppressed this thought. The wind veil of assimilation was very close now, without any sound from the wind, it spread silently, compressing the space and bringing an immense mental pressure to all at the scene. Fang Yuan observed everyone from afar, suddenly doing something shocking, he stopped the activation of all his GU. He had completely become a 6-armed heavenly zombie king, he did not need to use GU worms to activate it. As the purple light chi hit him, this move, 38 sealing arts, had no effect. As long as Fang Yuan did not activate his GU worms, the purple light chi would not be able to follow the chi within and trace it back to the source, sealing the GU worms. Everyone was stunned, even giant sons will gasp lightly. But next, the GU masters erupted with fierce momentum. Kill this demon. He stopped using his GU worms right in front of us, he is courting death. Everyone shouted, screamed, and yelled with their lungs. Fang Yuan retreated step by step, using the 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's defense and recovery speed to endure the attacks. Be careful, don't hit the Wisdom GU. Seeing that Fang Yuan was getting close to Wisdom GU, He Lulan quickly gave a reminder. The GU masters controlled their firepower, no longer unleashing flashy attacks, but aiming more precisely at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's appearance was nothing like before, his chest was blown open, his bones were broken, and his intestines were smashed. He had no choice but to turn around, with his back facing everyone and using it to endure the intense attacks. Bam! A bolt of lightning struck Fang Yuan's back. An intense force slammed him to the ground. From behind him, cheering could be heard, "Ha ha ha, I beat him. This newly caught GU is not bad, it should be the rank 5 Thunderhammer GU." Fang Yuan crawled up in difficulty. His back was burst open, the injury was coiling with lightning, his spine and bones were exposed to the air. "Look at my wind path killer move," someone shouted. Swoosh! A huge wind blade with jagged teeth spun and shot out, making a loop around Fang Yuan's arm and cutting it off. It fell on the ground. This person was breathing roughly, almost all his primeval essence had been expended, but his eyes were shining with a ruthless light of excitement. He shouted, Did you see? I took away one of his arms. HMPH, you made use of that weakness. If the flesh and skin of that area of his arm hadn't already been fully removed, left with only a segment of his bone, would you be able to cut it off?" Someone scoffed. The body of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was strong, but it could not endure such fast-paced and strong attacks. Everyone laughed wildly, they shouted and cheered, torturing Fang Yuan, feeling pride from the heavy injuries they were inflicting on him, competing against each other. Fang Yuan was defeated time and time again, his tall and muscular body was becoming smaller. But he got up every time. Even though he had 1 out of 8 arms remaining, even though he did not have a patch of undamaged skin left, even though his zombie blood was dyeing the ground, even though his organs were exposed to the air, even though his right shoulder was only left with a pale white shoulder blade. Why, to this extent? Why? Mo Yaozwil sobbed. Fang Yuan was silent. Enough. Giant Sons will suddenly spoke. The GU masters did not dare to disobey him, they stopped attacking. At this point, are you still not giving up? HMPH, your attitude is truly worth admiring. Giant Sons will spoke in a milder tone. Enough, it is not easy for you to reach this extent. Give up, I will give you a chance to surrender, as long as you recognize me as your master, I will allow you to make up for your mistakes. What, Ancestor Giant Son is sparing him? Ancestor, please reconsider it. Everyone was shocked. Surrender. Fang Yuan scoffed. Let me consider it. Giant Sons will continued. You destroyed 88 Truyong building, your sins are unforgivable. I will give you a chance to redeem yourself. After recognizing me as your master, you will help me to once again establish 88 Truyong building, that will make up for your sins. When Truyong building is rebuilt, not only will I grant you freedom, I will even get rid of your zombie status, and teach you the method to regain a human body. If someone else heard this, their heart would waver. Giant Sons will gave Fang Yuan a way to live, most importantly, he gave him hope to continue cultivating. Fang Yuan was silent. Let me consider. Giant Sons will laughed plainly. I will not give you any chance to stall for time. I will count down from 10, you must give me a response. 10. Fang Yuan, are you really surrendering? Be careful of Giant Sons Will's schemes, as long as you get out, and leave the light of wisdom's range, you will be a fish on his chopping block, subject entirely to his treatment. Mo Yaozwil worriedly reminded in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. How could I be so stupid as to believe him? Next, he sighed. Oh, to think that I will still have to use my final trump card. You still have a trump card? To speak the truth, I have Spring Autumn Cicada. What? Spring Autumn Cicada? Don't tell me it's that 7th rank GU among the top 10 mystical GU worms in the world. It can travel upstream along the river of time, returning to the past, that Spring Autumn Cicada which can change history. Mo Yaozwil screamed. That's right. Chapter 644 Not committing the same mistake again 1/2. Chapter 644. Not committing the same mistake again 1/2. That's right, Fang Yuan said, as he snickered in his heart, asking Mo Yaozwil, you've been wanting me to use it, haven't you? Fang Yuan, what do you mean? How would I know that you have Spring Autumn Cicada? Mo Yaozul stared blankly, before quickly denying it. He, Fang Yuan laughed. Oh, Mo Yao, I am a naturally cautious person, I consider situations where I suffer defeat more than those of victory. Thus, from the moment you lurked in my mind, I had already considered the worst possible situation. What was the worst possible situation? That was the fact that the greatest mystery of me having spring-autumn cicada and being reborn is known by you. I would assume, since the first time I entered Water Pavilion, your will had already known this secret, right? Mo Yaozul appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. She appeared extremely sincere as she shook her head. Fang Yuan, are you misunderstanding something? Fang Yuan ignored her, continuing, you knew this secret, but you pretended not to know, revealing yourself on your own initiative. Next, you pretended that you had let down Spirit Affinity House, showing a guilty expression as you purposely gave me the mission of returning Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. In truth, this was a red herring. In order to obtain my trust, you truly racked your brains. You created 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King for me and taught me ink transformation along with other refinement path killer moves, assisting me in infiltrating Truyong Building, as well as giving me multiple reminders in battle, acting as a strategist. These acts were to lower my wariness. At the same time, you had been changing my thoughts, subconsciously trying to influence my decisions. You had truly insidious intentions. Mo Yaozul raised her voice, showing some displeasure. Lad, what is wrong with you? You are actually speaking of me in this way. Did you hit your head? Mo Yao, you are very impressive. I truly suffered at your hands. Your acting was nearly flawless. I almost believed you. When Giant Sons will awakened, you urged me to leave this place, to take Water Pavilion and return to Central Continent. But at the same time, you were influencing my thoughts, causing me to make the choice of continuing to take risks. When facing Ma Hongyun, you urged me to help Ma Hongyun, but on the other hand, you altered my thoughts, triggering my killing intent and summoning my rage and excitement, causing me to impulsively attack Ma Hongyun and resulting in my black coffin luck increasing. Honestly, under normal circumstances, I would consider the costs and benefits. How could I be so brainless? When I first saw Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, I learned about the conditions for ownership. After leaving Truyong Building, I actually recalled some events in my previous life. A certain person, my true nature is not so weak that I would be affected to that extent. All these are the deepest memories of my previous life that have been buried to the depths of my heart. It was all your doing. You struck in secret, and then while my mind was in turmoil, you attempted to look at the memories of my previous life. Mo Yao stared with her eyes wide open. Her tone was unkind and aggrieved, sounding like the defense of one treated with injustice. Fang Yuan, all these were your choices. After landing in this state, you are refusing to admit your mistakes. Instead, you are blaming it all on me. Fang Yuan laughed. Ha, admit my mistakes. Of course I admit my mistakes. My foundation is superficial, especially when compared to your giant son. Experience and insight are no longer to my advantage. But do you know what your greatest flaw was? Mo Yaozul snorted, folding her arms in front of her. Lad, I am going to get angry if you continue speaking like this. All along I have been helping you. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Fang Yuan did not listen to her. He ignored this and continued speaking. Your greatest flaw was that you actually sent Water Pavilion to charge at the 7-fingered formless hand. The mission you gave me was to return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Why was it that at the crucial moment, you gave up on Water Pavilion to protect me? Don't tell me that during these days of being together, you changed your principles and had started caring for me. I can admit my charisma has not reached that level. This is enough to show, the so-called mission you gave me was a red herring. Fang Yuan's voice was plain, but Mo Yaozul listened to it like it was rumbling thunder. She sank into silence. This time, she did not refute him. Fang Yuan laughed lightly, continuing, other than this, you had more flaws. First, you placed Water Pavilion on my body but concealed that fact. Evidently you were hiding ill intentions, wanting to control me using this rank 7 Immortal GU house during a crucial moment. Second, if you were truly going to cooperate with me, why would you hide what kind of will you were? This indicates that the moment your type of will was exposed, I would be suspicious of you. Third, you purposely gave me an incorrect timing so that my body would completely turn into that of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. After I became a zombie, I felt desolation. That was also because of you. Fourth, you played tricks multiple times and secretly influenced my thoughts, making me think of using spring-autumn cicada repeatedly. I am a person with a firm will. I do not hesitate. Once I decide on a plan, I will execute it without doubt. How could I have this same thought multiple times? Fifth, since you had little immortal essence, and I had become a GU immortal, why did you not lend me water pavilion earlier? Evidently, you had other plans. He. Mo Yaozhuo laughed loudly, retorting, Fang Yuan, your words are contradicting yourself. Don't forget, I was the one who saved your life. If I did not use water pavilion, you would have been killed by Giant Sun's will. Now, you are saying that I purposely harmed you, lying about the timing of Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King and causing the transformation to be permanent. In this way, I have saved you and harmed you. Am I crazy? Of course you are not crazy. In fact, all along you have been very clear-minded. First you harm me, then you save me, all these were part of your plans. If I was you, thinking in your perspective, it is not hard to guess your intentions. After pausing for a while, Fang Yuan continued, if I was a will and had remained in this world for 10,000 years, after my main body was already dead and my lover was also dead after a failed tribulation, at this point, when I see the spring-autumn cicada, what would I think? The answer is obvious, I would naturally want to make use of the spring-autumn cicada and travel back in time. Spring-autumn cicada's effect is to sacrifice everything that the GU master has, merely preserving their consciousness in the GU. At the crucial moment, I would sneak into the spring-autumn cicada and destroy the GU master's will, replacing him and going back to the past to revive myself, altering history and changing my fate. Fang Yuan had a sound analysis, he exuded self-confidence and an extraordinary attitude. Mo Yao's will's pupils shrunk, she fell into silence again. Fang Yuan continued. However, for you to fulfill this goal, there were many difficulties, mainly, there were two big obstacles. Firstly, you are just a will, no matter what kind of will you were, you cannot use most GU worms on your own. Spring-autumn cicada is not only such a case, it needs even more. It needs the GU master to self-detonate, using their essence, flesh, and all other GU worms as sacrifices to become the driving force to propel the GU master back to the past. The stronger the fuel, the further into the past it can return. Secondly, spring-autumn cicada is my GU worm, my vital GU. In fact, it is not ordinary. You are not a formless hand, you cannot take it away from me by force. I had also found many wisdom path GU worms, and can create many types of wills, thus it was even more difficult for you to snatch it. Therefore, you had no choice but to continue interacting with me and waiting for an opportunity in accordance with the situation. On one hand, you needed to strengthen me and raise my foundation, that way, the force of my self-detonation would create more driving force when activating spring-autumn cicada. On the other hand, you needed to create a situation of absolute despair for me, so that I had no choice but to take a major risk, left with no options but to use the spring-autumn cicada. Saying this, Fang Yuan sighed. I was vigilant of you earlier, but as you gradually affected my thoughts, I eventually fell for your schemes and arrangements. You influenced me secretly, causing me to take risks time and time again in Truyong building, and even inducing me to deal with Ma Hongyun, to deal with Giant Sun's will, and He Lu Lan. Many matters were obviously disadvantageous to me and irrational, but I still acted on impulse time and time again. You caused me to make strong enemies, to create a situation where I would be desperate. But on another hand, you were afraid of going overboard and causing me to die. Thus, at the crucial moment, when my life was at stake, you had to make a move and expose Water Pavilion, in order to help me survive Giant Sun's will's fatal blow. Thus, when I was about to be captured by the formless hand, you activated Water Pavilion and crashed into it. You were afraid of it taking away my spring-autumn cicada, you were afraid of the spring-autumn cicada being exposed. The conversation between wills was extremely rapid, even though they had talked a lot. But after Fang Yuan said that, Mo Yaozhuo did not reply for a long time. It was silence in his mind. In the outside world, Giant Sun's will had already counted down to 6 from 10. Eventually, Mo Yao broke the silence, clapping as she laughed. Hey, good analysis. You really unraveled the mystery step by step, it was very meticulous and clear. To think that I had planned for such a long time, yet I did not manage to deceive you. I am really amazed by you, lad, even as a reborn person, your talent is simply astounding. If you were born in my time, we might have been good friends, who knows? What a pity, what a pity. Fang Yuan had understood everything, this was Mo Yaozhuo laying her cards on the table. Mo Yaozhuo could not pretend any further, at this moment, she chose to confess. Her body was slim and beautiful, a black veil covered her face, even though she was a will, she was like a night lotus silently floating in the dark, she had a graceful bearing and a grand disposition. As expected of Spirit Affinity House's 36th generation fairy, a rank 7 GU Immortal, a refinement path Grand Master. Even though her schemes were exposed, she was not embarrassed or ashamed. Seeing that there was no hopes of continuing her facade, she showed a plain attitude, extremely forthright. She sighed. Back then, when my main body took a risk to enter 88 Truyong building, I obtained an inheritance in the true inheritance secluded domain, creating this will of mine with it. I left behind the true inheritance. On one hand, I was preparing for any accidents, to preserve the chance of refining calamity beckoning GU. On the other hand, it was a trap targeting spirit affinity house. Back then, I had betrayed my sect for Bo Ching, but I did not expect that 10,000 years later, it would be you who came. Actually, back when you refined calamity beckoning GU, I had already discovered your spring-autumn cicada. I am a refinement path grandmaster. I tampered with the immortal GU refinement process. The calamity beckoning GU that you refined already had my will in it. This arrangement was originally meant to target pursuers from Spirit Affinity House, because nobody can stand giving up the chance of refining an immortal GU. Chapter 645 Not committing the same mistake again 2 halves. Chapter 645 Not committing the same mistake again 2 halves. Just as you said, when I first discovered that you had spring-autumn cicada, I was extremely excited, immediately thinking of using spring-autumn cicada in order to be reborn. I used calamity beckoning GU to attract you to Water Pavilion. You refined 10% of Water Pavilion. That was something I purposely engineered to make you less alert. When you left, I activated Water Pavilion and hid in the sweat on your skin. But in this aspect, how did you confirm that Water Pavilion was on you from the start? Fang Yuan answered. This is not hard to guess. You have to ensure my safety. Just your will alone is not enough. The rank 7 immortal GU house Water Pavilion is your strongest safeguard. Secondly, thinking will expend your thoughts, and cause your will to weaken. I made you exert yourself in creating the killer move, but you had never gone into a state of weakness. Next, you contested against Giant Sun's will in my mind, and even helped to refine the supreme true inheritance of Truyong building. Furthermore, you were under the light of wisdom, but I did not see your will weakening. The only explanation is Water Pavilion. Your will had always been obtaining replenishment. When I first inspected the GU worms that made up Water Pavilion, I did not realize it. The most crucial GU worm is that Wisdom Path Immortal GU, Delight in Water and Mountain GU, right? He, you are half right. Mo Yao's will confessed. Delight in Water and Mountain GU can only create joyful will, but my will is not joyful will, thus I used other GU worms to convert the joyful will. This will of mine can indeed influence your thoughts, meddling with your lines of thinking and making you act differently to your nature. Am I right to say you were purposely losing to Giant Sun's will? Fang Yuan laughed. Giant Sun's will is indeed strong, but the difference in our battle strengths would not be so absurdly large. When I awakened in shock, I realized that Water Pavilion had already turned into an armor around me, saving my life. At that moment I realized something was wrong. Although I was alert in the past, because of your influence, it gradually vanished. But although I found something amiss, I could not be sure of it. When Giant Sun's will attacked me in a frenzy, I guessed his tactic. This battlefield is only so big, there are very few outside elements that can influence the battle, why would I not be wary of the formless hands? Thus, I took a risk and went along with his ploy, purposely moving slowly so that the formless hand would attack me. In the end, I obtained proof of your ill intentions. Next, even though Water Pavilion broke apart, I was still afraid of its power. Thus, I coaxed you into entering my immortal aperture, and at the same time, using your GU worms for fighting. I purposely got hit by many killer moves, and most of the GU worms that I borrowed from you were sealed as a result. This was to prevent you from having any GU worms that did not need primeval essence to activate. Mo Yao's will heard this and shook her head, exclaiming, Fang Yuan, you are too shrewd. The moment you found something wrong, you schemed to this extent, your acting surpassed mine. But there is something I don't understand. Fang Yuan asked. Oh, what is that? Earlier, I lost Fixed Immortal Travel Immortal GU to a 6-fingered formless hand. I know that Fixed Immortal Travel is an immortal GU that you really wanted to get rid of, because it affected your plans too much. But how were you so sure that the 6-fingered formless hand would take away Fixed Immortal Travel, and not other immortal GU, least of all Spring-Autumn Cicada? Mo Yao's will laughed bitterly. Lad, I am only a will left behind by the main body for 10,000 years, do you really think I can control the entire situation? Back then, the situation was so chaotic, and at the moment when the formless hand grabbed you, I hesitated, afraid to show Water Pavilion as it would attract your suspicion. But next, after it took Fixed Immortal Travel, I was overjoyed. I quickly interfered with your thoughts, causing you to help Tai Bai Yun Shang. This delayed some time, and you lost fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan stared blankly. Your luck is very good. Mo Yao shook her head, bitterly smiling. Back then, I sneaked into Tru Yong building and wanted to get my hands on fortune rivaling Heaven GU, releasing it in the end. Since then, my luck had been terrible. Later, when I blocked the seven-fingered formless hand for you, my intention was to sacrifice the rank 7 calamity beckoning GU in Water Pavilion. What a pity that the formless hand took the core, Water Harmony Immortal GU. If your Spring Autumn Cicada had Immortal's consciousness, I would have struck long ago. Unfortunately, your GU Immortal will is still inside, and I did not dare to act rashly, only influencing you secretly. When I lurked in your mind, I had been paying attention to your thoughts and had been attempting to read your memories. But after fighting with Giant Sun's will, I could not split up. All of my will was used to manipulate Water Pavilion to protect your life. Otherwise, I would have noticed when you sensed something amiss. In fact, I would have interfered with your thoughts and made you dismiss this problem. Moreover, I had little immortal essence left, most of it was used to create wills. Your tactic of consuming it was very effective, but if I had 5 or 6 more beads of red date immortal essence, the situation would have been very different. Fang Yuan nodded. Sigh, actually, this was not a fair fight. A will alone cannot think as deeply as the main body. Especially when wills have their specialties and would act on those traits. A will is just a will, it cannot replace the main body. If your main body was dealing with me, I would have lost long ago. Fairy Mo Yao, you truly live up to your name. With just a will that you left behind, you could reach this stage. Fang Yuan sighed continuously. After revealing their cards, he instead started consoling Mo Yao's will, seemingly forgetting their status as enemies. It was as if he was Mo Yao's longtime friend. He continued to sigh. Your plan was really too difficult. It is like walking on a tightrope. You had to be careful of the balance of the situation at all times. If when you schemed against me was prior to now, there was a chance I would have continued being fooled by you. Unfortunately, right before coming to Northern Plains, I made a similar mistake, and my decree in life is to never commit the same mistake twice. Saying so, the image of a young woman dressed in white appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Actually, it is also thanks to Wisdom Gu's help. Even without using it personally, just by the light halo that it emitted, my thoughts became extremely sharp and I understood many things, thus being able to expose your scheme. As expected of a rank 9 immortal GU. After talking this much, I have a question to ask you. What type of will are you? Mo Yao chuckled. I might as well tell you now. Since you already know my methods, you'll get the answer sooner or later. In fact, under such circumstances, it is already too late even if you discover my true motive. There is no doubt you will need to use Spring Autumn Cicada to self-detonate. My will is called fake will. Fake and true, truth and lies. Fake will can disguise as a person's thoughts and collide with other thoughts, changing the results of their thinking and influencing a person's decisions and actions. Fang Yuan realized at once. No wonder I could not find where you were lurking when I checked in my mind. You were disguised as part of my thoughts. But you are wrong on one thing, I will not use Spring Autumn Cicada. Are you sure? He. Mo Yao's will laughed. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was a killer move that I perfected with you. I purposely gave an incorrect estimation and caused your body to turn into a zombie. You no longer have any way to progress. At this point, you have no future. I have been around you for so long, I understand you well, you have no trump cards left. Right now, the wind veil of assimilation is closing in, and you have already lost fixed immortal travel. Do you think you can open a Stargate here? Don't be unrealistic. You will be attacked by everyone, even though you purposely acted weaker, your real battle strength is still inferior to Giant Sun's will. After all, this is not the true inheritance secluded domain. Inside the true inheritance secluded domain, wills and thoughts are suppressed. As for worldly wave trace immortal GU, I am not going to lend it to you anymore. Moreover, other than Giant Sun's will, you still have a huge threat here, that is Heilu Lan with the great strength true martial physique. Rank 5 peak stage, think about the force of his self-detonation. Right now, you are only holding on because of the light of wisdom. Ha, with so many strong foes, you are at your wit's end. Mo Yao's will laughed for a while before her tone became calmer. You refuse to use Spring Autumn Cicada because you are wary of your black coffin luck. You do not have to be so nervous. Spring Autumn Cicada's drawback is that it will cause its owner's luck to become progressively worse. Back then, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was a victim of this. Luck is really strong and influential, no doubt, but it cannot decide everything, it depends on who is facing it. You had so much bad luck, yet with your strength and wisdom, you still managed to get this far. Ma Hongyun had so much good luck, yet he could not grasp it well. Even though he escaped from this place, he would surely fall into the hands of Northern Plains GU immortals and become a captive. Fang Yuan snickered. You've schemed for this long, I'm sure you've made ample preparations, you have the confidence of certain victory. A contest of wills is not my forte. If I self-detonate, that is using my weakness to fight my enemy's strength, how can I be so stupid? Mo Yao also laughed. To think that you'd have such a timid side. It is a pity, but you are not entirely right. I do intend on using the spring-autumn cicada, but it is impossible with your foundation to travel 10,000 years back in time. I plan to find Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance when traveling upstream in the river of time. Using the power of the inheritance, I would go back to traveling against the current, 10,000 years into the past. Don't you want to see what Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance looks like? Mo Yao said something shocking. She actually knew of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's secret inheritance ground. But Fang Yuan gave no response, he was silent. Outside, giant suns will finally counted down from 10 to 1. It seems you are still very stubborn, you want to resist to the end. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not surrender, giant suns will said this in a deep and low tone. This demon deserves nothing less than death. Ancestor Giant Sun had granted him mercy, giving him a chance to turn over a new leaf, yet he is still refusing to change. Yi Lui Sang shouted, yet in the depths of his heart he felt eased. Kill this demon. Cut his head off and make it our urine flask. Today, we will exterminate a menace of society. Everyone was riled up. Oh no, the wind veil of assimilation is already within 100 steps of us. Ancestor Giant Sun, what will we do? Someone said in shock. Wisdom GU was maintaining a halo of light to protect itself. The GU masters were all standing near its edge and outside of it, only Fang Yuan was inside. As the wind veil of assimilation grew closer, it shrunk the space that was inside, and in just a short period of time, the wind veil would reach the surface of the light halo. Chapter 646 Road of Life. Chapter 646, Road of Life. The wind veil of assimilation was constantly getting closer, that was why Giant Suns will tried to get Fang Yuan to surrender. If Fang Yuan surrendered and returned Giant Sun's immortal essence, everything would be easy to settle. But if Fang Yuan was adamant and refused to surrender, Giant Suns would have to fight him to the death. Hey Lu Lan, I am giving you this strength path immortal GU, release your dark limit seal and display the true might of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Your great strength true martial physique has the highest recovery speed in the world, it greatly surpasses the other 9 extreme physiques. Don't worry, even if you self-detonate, I have my ways to save you. Giant Suns will said, handing Hey Lu Lan a strength path immortal GU. Obtaining the immortal GU that he had been dreaming of, Hey Lu Lan was unable to conceal his excitement. Thank you Lord Ancestor. At the same time, Giant Suns will promise the other GU masters many benefits, handing out GU worms one by one. Giant Suns will raise the morale. This scoundrel has committed many evil deeds, you will all be great heroes renowned in Northern Plains after eliminating him. Your act of bringing peace to the people will make sure you are well respected wherever you go. We know that being basked in the light of wisdom would reduce lifespan. But in this situation, if we continue delaying it, we will be killed by the wind veil of assimilation. How can losing a bit of lifespan compare to death? Furthermore, you just need to restrain him, I will strike and deal the finishing blow. Everyone looked at each other. Giant Sun's will had incomparable reputation, he was left behind by the old ancestor, under benefits and reputation, forced by the situation, everyone summoned their courage and looked at Fang Yuan, ready to strike. Strange, why isn't he dead yet? After being in the light for so long, he should have expended all his lifespan already. Suddenly, someone asked this. Because if Fang Yuan was dead, they would not need to take a risk. That is because he is already dead. After completely becoming a zombie monster, he is among the living dead. The dead have no lifespan, no matter how long he stays there, he would not die of old age. Hey Lu Lan explained, destroying their fantasies. So that's it, everyone was taken aback, they finally understood that this fight was unavoidable. The air seemed to turn frigid, the GU masters' killing intent surged, without doubt, this was the final battle. They had great confidence in killing Fang Yuan. After all, there was the great strength true martial physique as well as Giant Sun's will. However, they were still nervous. Fang Yuan's terrifying battle strength was ingrained into their hearts. Of course we have to kill this demon, but there are bound to be casualties in battle, oh great longevity heaven, please don't let it be me. Those were the inner thoughts of everyone. The atmosphere was getting more solemn, the battle was going to commence. But right at this moment, there was another surprising twist. Wisdom GU suddenly stopped sending out the light of wisdom, and flew into the sea of GU worms. Earlier, it had displayed its rank 9 aura at full force, but now it had completely concealed itself, hiding with the GU worm group. It quickly vanished. Everyone was shocked. Giant Sun's will was the first to react, laughing heartily. Excellent. This wisdom Gu's wild will is a newborn, it is still very immature. Earlier, it created the halo to prevent other lifeforms from getting near it, but now that it sensed the battle was near, in order to avoid getting dragged into this, it escaped first. Everyone was overjoyed at this, there was no better situation. Without Wisdom Gu's halo causing trouble, Giant Sun's will could enter battle directly. Demon, the Wisdom GU that you entrusted your life to has run away. Your time of death is now, come and receive your death. Demon, you have committed many heinous sins, landing in this situation today, you are dead meat. Everyone shouted, their morale surging. Giant Sun's will was ready to strike. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Fang Yuan broke the silence, he raised his head and laughed. His laughter boomed over the surroundings, giving off a wild aura, he suppressed all other voices. He had a green face with sharp fangs, and his eyes were shining with a ruthless light. Although his recovery ability was strong, his previous injuries were too severe, his body was still in bad shape. He was left with one arm, his body was crooked, yet his imposing attitude burst out, causing everyone to take a slight step back. Damned demon, still being arrogant before your death. What are you laughing for? He Lulan took a big step forward, his body was like a bear, he stared with his eyes opened wide. Demon, committing evil acts will lead to your own doom, you have no way out but death. Fang Yuan, I had already given you your only chance of surrender, but you did not grab onto it. Now, there is no way out for you anymore. Giant Sun's will shouted resolutely. Mo Yao's will also said, lad, no need to continue acting secretive. Your fake imposing aura cannot stop them. Don't you want to see Red Lotus Demon Venerable's secret inheritance ground? The battle is going to commence, if your mind becomes muddled against Giant Sun's will, I will not be able to save you again. Give up, this is a dead end, there is no way out. Quickly use the spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan's laughter ended, his voice was coarse. Isn't there a saying, heaven will always leave a path for you, as long as I want to walk, there will be a road for me to step on. Everyone was shocked, these words were very familiar, thinking about it, they realized it was from less than the legends of Renzu greater than Less than the legends of Renzu greater than Chapter 3, Section 3 states. Luopo Valley was a very wide and complex labyrinth. Renzu searched for Northern Dark Ice Soul, who was missing, but he got lost in the labyrinth himself. Even after several days, he did not find a way out. He was extremely tired, he had sprawled on the ground, his back leaning against the walls of the labyrinth. A feeling of boundless loneliness quickly engulfed him. This was because he had given his original heart to hope. Right now, he only had a heart of loneliness left. The feeling of loneliness was unbearable. Renzu was afraid of being lonely. He had once dug out both of his eyes and turned them into a son and daughter to accompany him. But right now, he could only endure the torture of loneliness. Amidst the loneliness, Renzu felt intense desolation, loss, and pain. Time seemed to have stopped, he was all alone in this world, there was nobody he could rely on, there was no fire that he could gain warmth from. Renzu felt suffocation, but as time passed, he got used to the feeling of loneliness, he even started to savor it. He started to feel that loneliness was not that scary. In his loneliness, he felt serenity, peace, and quiet. He talked to himself. Oh human, what is the purpose of your existence? Struggling here in this world, rushing about everywhere. Next, he heard a voice from beside him. Oh human, you are the spirit of all beings. You are lonely, thus you wanted to be comforted, to be understood, to be recognized. Right now, the thing you want to do most is to find the way out of this damned place. Renzu was shocked. Who is talking to me? That voice laughed as it said, I am a GU, called, Self. If you look inside yourself, you will find me. Renzu quickly inspected his heart of loneliness, as expected, in the deepest part of his heart, he saw a GU worm. This GU looked very real, almost like himself, but it was many times smaller than him, like the size of an ant. Renzu was curious. You are a GU worm, why are you inside my body? Self GU said. Ever since you gained life, I had been inside your body, you just did not discover me. It is not easy to find me, you will need to inspect your inner heart of loneliness. Is that so? Ren Zhu had little interest, he was quite indifferent about this as his mind was entirely concerned with Northern Dark Ice Soul. Self-Gu saw Ren Zhu's lack of concern and laughed. Oh Ren Zhu, you should be happy. You should know, finding yourself and understanding yourself, that is the most important thing in life. You yourself are the most reliable thing in the world, let me help you leave this place. You can help me leave this place. No way, can you bring me out of Luopo Valley, and travel in the reverse flow river? Ren Zhu was shocked and excited. Self-Gu laughed heartily. Oh Ren Zhu, why must you walk on this road? The door of life and death's entrance and exit are the traces left behind by fate Gu when it visited fairness Gu. When you walk on this road, you will be under the manipulation and arrangement of fate. If you want to revive, to leave this place, you should walk on a brand new road. Ren Zhu was perplexed. Isn't there only one road? Wisdom Gu had already told me that, where can there be a second road? Self-Gu said. Oh Ren Zhu, as long as you want to walk, there will be a road for you to step on. Ren Zhu was even more confused now. Then how should I walk? Self-Gu said. Didn't I say it already? First, you have to think about leaving. Think. Ren Zhu tried using his brain, thinking of how to move on. He thought for half a day, his head was bursting, when finally, a Gu jumped out of his mind. This Gu was an old friend of Ren Zhu, it was Cognition Gu. Where there is cognition, there is me. Cognition Gu said. Oh human, you seem to have gotten into trouble again, let me help you think. Saying so, Cognition Gu gave off a bright light, enlightening Ren Zhu. Cognition Gu had an ability, that was to enlighten all beings. Any life form enlightened by Cognition Gu would gain wings. Back then, Verdant Great Sun obtained the wings of self, flying into the sky. When the light dispersed, Ren Zhu obtained a pair of wings. This pair of wings was located at his heels, they were very delicate. Cognition noted. This pair of wings is called independence, Ren Zhu, it will help you walk on a new road. You have to be careful, a new road is hard to walk on, other Gu are unreliable, you can only rely on yourself Gu. Saying so, Cognition Gu vanished. Ren Zhu was still very much confused, how should I walk? Walk ahead, and carve the path of your road of life. This is a road that is unique to yourself. Only you can walk on it. Self-Gu said excitedly. Ren Zhu took the first step forward. Bam! The next moment, his vision changed. Everyone heard Fang Yuan and reacted, flying into a rage. This demon has lost his mind. Kill, we have to work together and kill him. He, how dare you compare yourself to Ren Zhu? Go ahead and walk, let me see what road you can walk on. Everyone lost their patience, they shouted as they charged towards Fang Yuan. Goo! At this moment, He Lu Lan suddenly showed a pained expression, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Good timing. Fang Yuan smiled, showing an eerie aura. He raised his remaining hand as he punched directly. Bam! With a loud explosion, Fist Chi burst out as a strength path phantom materialized in the air. Chapter 647 The answer is found in oneself. Chapter 647 The answer is found in oneself. This strength path phantom had a striking resemblance to a youthful Fang Yuan. Vivid and lifelike, and generally in the same dimensions. It obstructed the charge of the Gu masters by itself, appearing lonely and insignificant. Isn't this that lad He Lu Lan's killer move? Mo Yao's will was surprised. Ah, I remember now, you seized his crucial Gu worm, but how did you reproduce his killer move? While she was speaking, the Gu masters had already reached the strength path phantom. Fang Yuan's strength path phantom could only endure 3 moves before it was torn to pieces. The remaining fist chi was condensing again, but was extinguished by Yi Luisang's fire. This demon is a paper tiger, no need to be afraid. HMPH, the method he is relying on now was merely stolen from Lord He Lu Lan. This strength path phantom has the form but at most only has half the strength of Lord He Lu Lan's killer move, what's there to be afraid of? The group's morale soared higher, they paused for a moment before moving towards Fang Yuan at an even faster speed. Only He Lu Lan had a bewildered expression and slightly decreased his speed, staying at the rear. Did he use my vital Gu to create this strength path phantom? How could this strength path phantom actually have his own actual appearance? Although his vital Gu had been seized, his injuries had rapidly recovered. Great strength true martial physique's recovery ability was at the top of the 10 extreme physiques, tens of times stronger than 6-arm heavenly zombie king. It was not strange for Fang Yuan to forcibly refine He Lu Lan's vital Gu. Fang Yuan was already a GU immortal, and with the help of immortal essence, this meant an enormous advantage in refining mortal GU. Fang Yuan's strength path phantom actually had the same appearance as him. This was what made He Lulan extremely surprised. Even if you seized He Lulan's GU and roughly reconstructed his killer move, your strength path phantom merely has its form and it might have the ability to recondense from the fist chi, but the difference when compared to He Lulan's genuine killer move is too great. Mo Yao's will bluntly commented. At this moment, everyone had reached Fang Yuan. On the outer periphery, Giant Sun's will had curled up into a ball, moving slowly, waiting for the time Fang Yuan showed a weakness during the chaotic battle to deal a fatal strike. In that case, Mo Yao, open your eyes and watch what happens next closely. Fang Yuan's grin slowly turned into a huge smile. He punched, with the only remaining arm. Fist chi surged and turned into a strength path phantom. The phantom did not pause, immediately pouncing towards the incoming GU masters. Fang Yuan punched again. Another strength path phantom appeared, but it was different. This strength path phantom also resembled a young Fang Yuan, but it had 2 extra arms and it was even more powerful. Fang Yuan's breathing sped up as he punched rapidly, the fist shadows interweaving together into a curtain. Boom boom boom. Punches after punches in the air sent out cracking noises, producing continuous echoing explosions. Majestic fist chi surged madly, forming whirlwinds. Wind and clouds surged and roared like dragons and tigers. In a blink of an eye, 100 strength path phantoms were created, forming layers upon layers of protection around Fang Yuan. The GU masters had just finished off the previous 2 strength path phantoms and were about to charge towards Fang Yuan. But when they raised their heads, all of their expressions turned into great shock. How could there be so many strength path phantoms? One GU master's eyes almost popped out. FCK, there are still more being created. Another GU master swore loudly. Fang Yuan continued to punch. Fist chi formed into strength path phantoms as if they were endless. The GU masters could not believe what they were seeing. This number greatly surpassed He Lulan's limit, moreover it was still rapidly increasing. Within moments, there were already 1,000 strength path phantoms. Just recently, Fang Yuan was alone, but now he had an army standing around him. Are they phonies? A GU master was suspicious and felt Fang Yuan was using GU worm to create illusions. But the strength path phantoms, solid attacks in the next moment gave a painful answer to the group. Kill, we will let you taste our power. These strength path phantoms were actually able to speak, and showed extraordinary intelligence. They attacked together, forming an endless stream of humans. The GU masters who were confident in their numbers were now drowned in strength path phantoms. They seemed to be stranded in a torrential river, suffering the strong attacks of the waves. Defend, stabilize our formation, they are only strength path phantoms. Damn it, these strength path phantoms can actually coordinate and carry out battle tactics. The GU masters shouted one after another. Their formation was like a large reef near the shore. However, after engaging in battle, they discovered that the power of these strength path phantoms far surpassed their imaginations. These strength path phantoms coordinated together and did not care about sacrificing themselves. Although they only had singular method of attacking, it generated an extremely large pressure on the GU masters. The GU masters' formation soon showed signs of breaking. This what killer move is this? My strength path phantoms could not coordinate to this extent. This is simply a relentless army fighting to the death. He Lulan was shocked and uneasy. Fang Yuan retreated while continuing to punch out fist chi. The number of strength path phantoms continued to rise crazily. Your killer move, this killer move, Mo Yao's will stammered in shock. She analyzed. Mortal GU absolutely cannot have such might, you definitely used a mortal GU. You still have a trump card that I don't know about. No, impossible, you definitely had refined immortal GU. How could you refine immortal GU so quickly? Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Why do you think I tried to get near to wisdom GU by all means possible? It was to use its rank 9 aura to help me refine immortal GU. If it were other people's immortal GU, it would not be easy to deceive, thus I could not refine man as before and landscape as before. But it is very difficult for young Wild Will to distinguish if this aura originated from me. GU worms higher by 2 ranks or more could pressure others into submission. Back then on Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan used Spring Autumn Cicada's aura to help him refine GU. That means you had planned to intentionally transform completely with 6-armed Heavenly Zombie King. Mo Yao's will immediately started feeling uneasy when she discovered this. The light of wisdom consumed lifespan, but after transforming into a zombie which was already dead, Fang Yuan naturally could stay for much longer in the light of wisdom. Mo Yao continued to observe and found that Fang Yuan's killer move followed some certain characteristics of strength path. His strength path phantoms normally had 2 arms. But sometimes, there would be phantoms with 4 arms and even 6 arms occasionally. The more arms the phantoms had, the stronger they were. 2-armed phantoms only had average battle strength comparable to 100 beast kings. 4-armed phantoms were comparable to 1,000 beast kings and 6-armed phantoms were comparable to myriad beast kings. This is simply the recreation of a beast group. When Mo Yao's will became aware of this, her delicate body shivered, and said with an incredulous tone, "You, lad you actually managed to resolve the age-old question, you have merged the 2 paths of enslavement and strength." Enslavement path controlled a great number of beasts and used numbers to crush enemies. Strength path focused on strengthening oneself, fighting many enemies alone. The essence of 2 GU master paths that were polar opposites were now perfectly harmonized and united in Fang Yuan's killer move. Fang Yuan had been trying to solve this issue since long ago. But he made no progress and was even ridiculed and persuaded against by Mo Yao's will. However, he had never given up on his attempts to resolve this. He would never abandon something because of other people's denial, ridicule and persuasion. The most crucial breakthrough came during the process of GU Immortal advancement. He used this extremely precious opportunity to advance his strength path realm. Obtaining inspiration from heaven and earth, he abandoned everything else to wholeheartedly seek the answer for the merging of enslavement and strength path. Heaven and earth were completely open to him, he was imparted supreme mysteries. But finally, he also had wisdom GU to thank. Fang Yuan stayed under the light of wisdom for a long time, wasting away his lifespan and turning into one of the living dead. He paid a heavy price, but his rewards were also enormous. Finally, he was able to use his available GU worms to coordinate together and form the killer move. Without investment, how could there be any gains? Of course, he also had to thank He Lu Lan, thanks to his vital GU, which was one of the most crucial components of the killer move. Besides it, there were immortal GU, as well as many GU worms which were required to form 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, and in addition Fang Yuan's second vital GU, All-Out Effort GU, which played an important role. This was also one of the reasons Fang Yuan intentionally transformed with 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. He needed the GU worms forming 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King to make this new killer move. Even if the black coffin luck on him intensified, even if powerful enemies surrounded him and the wind veil of assimilation isolated everything from the world, heaven would never seal all of one's paths. There was no absolutely desperate situation in this world, there were only people who despair. The answer to resolving problems will always be in our own hands. When we inspect our inner hearts, we will find that the miraculous heavenly power was in ourselves all along. To discover oneself, to recognize oneself, and to rely on oneself. The convergence of enslavement and strength path is an age-old question which has baffled countless heroes and geniuses through the ages. I had never expected it to be perfectly resolved in your hands. Lad, you have ventured on a new road indeed. As you continue to develop this path, you might even be able to truly unite enslavement and strength path, and develop a whole new path. This path will definitely have unprecedented strength. Mo Yao's will sighed with deep emotions, her refinement path Grand Master spirit made her not stint on praising Fang Yuan. He. Fang Yuan was just about to reply when suddenly Giant Sun's will appeared right in front of him. It was a sneak attack. During this critical moment of life and death, Fang Yuan moved his head, his vital area, and used his shoulder to bear the brunt of Giant Sun's will's attack. Boom, a huge sound erupted, Fang Yuan was sent rolling to the ground, plowing a gorge meters in length. Looks like there is still quite a bit of your will remaining in my mind, you influenced my thoughts again. Fang Yuan was furious as he saw through Mo Yao's scheme. Mo Yao shed all consideration for face and screamed, "Kid, I asked you to obediently activate Spring-Autumn Cicada, but you didn't give in. Destiny sent you in front of me to give me a chance at rebirth. I will definitely grasp this opportunity. HMPH. Most of your will and GU worms have been locked in my immortal aperture. Your red date immortal essence is also under my control, you have no way to replenish your will anymore. To influence my thoughts, your thoughts will have to collide, let me see how long this portion of your will that is hiding in my mind can last." Fang Yuan attacked Mo Yao's will while tightly fixing his gaze on Giant Sun's will. Strength path phantoms soon gathered around him and filled the gap, once more tightly protecting Fang Yuan. Giant Sun's will felt quite troubled. It was okay when Fang Yuan was alone previously, but now he had so many helpers. Giant Sun's will excelled in speed and transforming, but was afraid of expending his thoughts. Fang Yuan's killer move that combined enslavement and strength path was a direct counter to him. No matter how fast your speed is, I will form a tighter defense. You have your countless transformations, I have my self-detonating phantoms. There were way too many strength path phantoms. They surrounded Fang Yuan in layers after layers, not only in all directions, there were strength path phantoms even floating in the sky. There was simply no gap to attack. This killer move actually combined the essence of both enslavement and strength path. These strength path phantoms can not only condense back from the remnant fist chi, they can even self-detonate. This kid definitely already had some foundation in this aspect and had made preparations, otherwise just relying on the time within the light of wisdom, he absolutely would not be able to create it out of nothing. Right, he succeeded in his GU Immortal ascension, it is extremely likely that he received the guidance of heaven and earth during the process of advancement. Damn it. Giant Sun's will pondered intensely before hurriedly stopping his thoughts. There were hardly any left, if he thought for too long, a large portion of him would vanish. A chance. Suddenly, he transformed into a golden rainbow, traveling nimbly between the army of strength path phantoms and ruthlessly striking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan grinned. Old geezer, why are you in such a rush? He had intentionally revealed this flaw in the strength path phantoms formation. Giant Sun's will fell for Fang Yuan's scheme. 3 strength path phantoms instantly appeared in front of him. Giant Sun's will thought rapidly and like a snake, he coiled around too. However, he could not avoid the last strength path phantom, and directly smashed into it. Boom! A huge sound erupted, the strength path phantom was crushed into smithereens. Old bastard, do you really think I am easy prey? HMPH, I have already waited for too long. Fang Yuan was already fully prepared. He raised his fist and pounded down with all his strength at Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will was caught unprepared and shattered. Chapter 648 Fierce and Ambitious. Chapter 648, Fierce and Ambitious. Fang Yuan finally displayed his true strength. His punch was extremely fast, Giant Sun's will was caught unprepared and received the full brunt of the attack. Bang! The condensed golden will was smashed into smithereens, splitting into countless parts. But in the next moment, the will condensed again, though its volume had fully decreased by 1/5. Having suffered such a great loss, Giant Sun's will was about to furiously counterattack. However, Fang Yuan had already retreated to safety behind the layers upon layers of strength path phantoms. Giant Sun's will was so angry at this that he almost collapsed again. He could not think about too many things, otherwise he would have already seen this was a trap. Thus, he fell for Fang Yuan's scheme. Hey Lu Lan, what are you still hesitating for? Giant Sun's will bellowed. How can he send out strength path phantoms that look exactly the same as him? Hey Lu Lan's thoughts were tangled and confused, and when he heard Giant Sun's will's roar, he quivered before coming back to his senses. Fang Yuan's killer move was powerful and had the number advantage, suppressing everyone into such disadvantage that they were not even able to raise their heads. Even Giant Sun's will could not make any progress. This was the moment of life and death. Hey Lu Lan's great strength true martial physique was the crucial battle strength that could change the situation. As he thought of this, Hey Lu Lan opened his eyes wide in anger and stood up straight. Boom! One ordinary punch produced a terrifying result. The piercingly cold fist chi almost penetrated the heavy layers of strength path phantoms. Human figures flew all around as the phantoms were smashed to pieces. This was the true strength of great strength true martial physique. At this moment, Hey Lu Lan displayed all his strength without any reservations. The Immortal GU Dark Limit's remaining power on him was a thin layer of black membrane. When Hey Lu Lan tore apart this layer of black membrane, his figure suddenly changed. The surging aura of one of the 10 extreme physiques soared to the skies, a formless aura shook the air and formed a shockwave that engulfed the surroundings. What's going on? Lord Hey Lu Lan actually turned into a woman. The rumor was actually true. In Su Xian's night elopement, Su Xian had given birth to a daughter with He tribe's supreme elder, He Chang. It was no wonder that back then, Giant Sun's will had chosen Hey Lu Lan and Ma Hong Yun to be Frost Jade Peacock's masters. Giant Sun's will had already seen through Hey Lu Lan's true gender. Hey Lu Lan turned a deaf ear to everyone's shocked remarks, and fixed her gaze at Fang Yuan. Killing intent surged in a wild, noble aura manifested like a proud tigress starting her hunt, bold and fearless, and hungry to devour humans. Fang Yuan gave a cold snort, fist chi surged beside him non-stop, condensing into strength path phantoms that had the formation of an army. He had full confidence in his killer move and was not afraid of Hey Lu Lan. The self-detonation of one of the 10 extreme physiques can indeed slaughter immortals. But my killer move can also do so. Strength path phantoms shouted one after another. Their rallying cries poured like a river towards He Lulan. He Lulan, who had exposed her true appearance, was simply unstoppable. She was like a female warrior goddess who possessed the strength of 1,000 troops. The Strength Path Phantom army charged at her, but she was stable and unmoved. "Save me." At another side, Yi Lui sang and the others cried out for help. Fang Yuan was concentrating on 3 tasks, facing He Lulan, taking care of other GU masters and also guarding against Giant Sun's will. He displayed his master-level attainment in Enslavement Path for all to see. The Strength Path Phantom army were highly coordinated and they seemed to move like one entity. With no regard for sacrifices, they attacked with a crazy offense. Yi Lui sang and the others were already in danger, but now could hold on no longer. Their final defensive line was broken. He Lulan wanted to return and assist them, but was firmly stalled by the Strength Path Phantoms. These Strength Path Phantoms actually have an ordinary person's intelligence. How was he able to accomplish this? He definitely seized my vital GU, but how could he create Strength Path Phantoms that have the exact same appearance as him? He Lulan was extremely astonished. The more she battled with the Strength Path Phantom army, the more she realized their power. An individual Strength Path Phantom was of no concern. But 3 Strength Path Phantoms, tacit cooperation could slightly resist He Lulan. 6 Strength Path Phantoms could form a small battle formation and stall her. 9 Strength Path Phantoms attacking in succession could pressure her. The greater the number of Strength Path Phantoms, the higher their battle strength. This was all because of the exquisite coordination between them. Even beast groups could not accomplish this, but Fang Yuan's Enslavement Path army was actually made of his own Strength Path Phantoms. They came from the same source and thus were of one mind. He Lulan was not able to reinforce them in time. Yi Lui sang and the others were killed one after the other by the Strength Path Phantoms. And facing the cries for help from his bloodline descendants, Giant Sun's will made the opposite choice of He Lulan. He turned into several arrows and tried to take advantage of the chaos to kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan mobilized the guards beside him to engage in an intense battle with Giant Sun's will. The duration of the battle was extremely short, but it was exceptionally fierce. Seeing that he could not succeed, Giant Sun's will left after probing and did not continue fighting zealously. There were hardly any thoughts left in this will. The intense battle would demand quick thinking and he would slowly be unable to bear such intensive consumption. And Fang Yuan also was in trouble. Mo Yao's will continued to bother him from time to time, creating distracting thoughts and causing him to repeatedly make mistakes when mobilizing the Strength Path Phantoms, making him unable to display his master-level Enslavement Path attainment to the fullest. However, as time passed, Fang Yuan gradually attained the upper hand. His Strength Path Phantom army continued to increase in numbers. The narrow remaining space was filled with these Strength Path Phantoms, their number already surpassing 10,000. At the same time, Mo Yao's will's influence on him was weakening. Giant Sun's will sneak attacked many times but did not succeed. His remaining volume was less than that of an adult. The only one who was still fighting like an addict, He Lulan, was a monster with unlimited stamina. Great strength, true martial physique's battle strength could make one speechless. If not for the layers of Strength Path Phantoms which consisted of an absurd number already, they might not have been able to restrain her. "Child, you have to be careful. I researched this Strength Path killer move for you. Although it is strong, it has a flaw. The Strength Path Phantom you create is actually your subconscious image." Her mother, Su Xian, said in an extremely weak tone at the moment of her death, advising her repeatedly with a worried expression. He Lulan sat at the side of the bed, grabbing her hand, nodding her head as she wept without letting out a noise. Less than the legends of Ren Zhu greater than has already told us that every person has a self in their hearts. Child, your Strength Path Phantom is the self in your heart. What I can see from it is that you thirst for tyrannical strength, you long to escape from a woman's status and have it become that of a man's. Use this killer move as few times as possible. Be careful as the killer move might imperceptibly influence you to become as savage as your Strength Path Phantom in the end. Su Xian continued to mumble, almost exhausting all of her energy. Mother, I understand, you can be at ease. Bean-sized tears trickled down He Lulan's cheeks. When one day, you can create Strength Path Phantoms that resemble your appearance completely, Mother will be at ease. Remember, find your self. Also be careful of your Fa father. Su Xian finished her last words, using up her final breath as she left this world. Mother, He Lulan's heartbroken scream echoed in the room. He Lulan, what are you doing? You are actually letting your thoughts wander at this moment. Giant Sun's will's furious shout broke He Lulan's recollection. He Lulan was startled to awareness. She then stared at Fang Yuan, her heart filled with extremely complicated emotions. This guy actually had already found his self. How did he accomplish it? The final moment is arriving, the wind veil of assimilation is already close to us. Hey Lu Lan, self-detonate, I swear upon the honor of Giant Sun that I will save you. Giant Sun's will commanded. Fang Yuan's gaze became sharp. He might have the Phantom Army's protection and was sure they could create enough time for him to open a Stargate, but he was not willing to take the risk. He quickly provoked. Hey Lu Lan, you are a hero of a generation. Giant Sun's will might have immortal GU, but his immortal essence is still with me, how could he save you? How about you surrender to me, I have a way to escape this wind veil of assimilation. Fang Yuan was only probing and did not hold high hopes for it. But Hey Lu Lan's movement slowed down and her battle intent clearly lowered when she heard his words. Giant Sun's will saw the situation taking a turn for the worse and quickly shouted, don't listen to this demon's nonsense, he cannot be trusted. Hey Lu Lan, don't hesitate, this is our final chance to turn around the situation. Could it be that you don't believe me, your ancestor? Don't forget that I am only lending you the strength path immortal GU, it still has my will and it will self-detonate with just a thought from me. Hey Lu Lan roared as her battle intent soared again. Demon, you have a glib tongue, crafty as a fox. Damn it, what GU did you use on me? I will make you pay the most terrible price, hand over your life. Hey Lu Lan erupted and like a wild dragon entering the sea, she carved out a path through the layers of the strength path Phantom Army. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Good, let me personally experience the power of great strength true martial physique. He then faced Hey Lu Lan head-on, and engaged in close combat. Six-arm Heavenly Zombie King was strong but it was not the match of the 10 extreme physiques. This was still the case under the circumstances in which Fang Yuan possessed unlimited primeval essence and was activating large numbers of mortal GU. Hey Lu Lan's feelings were much different. Fang Yuan's power and ferociousness along with the surrounding strength path phantoms, tacit coordination made her feel extremely pressured, and she was suffering injuries after injuries. But great strength true martial physique's recovery ability was much stronger than six-arm Heavenly Zombie King, the pain instead caused Hey Lu Lan to become even more fierce. For a moment, both sides exchanged moves after moves and were evenly matched. Giant Sun's will only had to wait for a short while before it saw a flaw from Fang Yuan and sneak attacked at lightning speed. Fang Yuan retreated a step and turned around, counter-attacking with clear hatred at Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will gnashed his teeth as he fiercely clashed with Fang Yuan, creating an even bigger flaw. He bellowed, Hey Lu Lan. As long as this exposed flaw was used, Hey Lu Lan could definitely inflict heavy injuries upon Fang Yuan and might even be able to take his life. Giant Sun's will finally saw hope at this moment. Coming, Hey Lu Lan charged over and activated her GU worms, striking with an unprecedented power. A dozen strength path phantoms suddenly jumped beside Fang Yuan to protect him. Giant Sun's will roared in shock. Hey Lu Lan's attack did not strike Fang Yuan, but smashed upon him. Giant Sun's will crumbled, revealing 3 immortal GU. Hey Lu Lan opened her mouth, actually swallowing the 3 immortal GU. With a gulp, the 3 immortal GU entered her stomach. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. The dozen strength path phantoms that had come to reinforce him changed their formation and surrounded Giant Sun's will, before brazenly self-detonating. Fist Chi surged, almost completely exterminating all of Giant Sun's will. Only 4 to 5 traces of golden thoughts managed to escape. Chapter 649 Twin Demons. Chapter 649, Twin Demons. Why? The golden thoughts were furious and puzzled by the betrayal. HMPH. Old bastard, I followed your commands earlier because I needed something. Now that the strength path immortal GU is already in my possession, why would I still listen to your commands? Hey Lu Lan sneered, her beautiful appearance filled with pride and coldness. You thankless wretch, unfilial descendant, you actually betrayed your ancestor. The golden thoughts shouted in hatred. Shut up, stop screaming. Is it because your thoughts are too few now that you are unable to think and have become so demented? Hey Lu Lan crossed her arms and squinted her eyes. You want me to self-detonate, but after making that kind of promise, what can you actually use to save me? Relying on your slavery GU, divert disaster GU or fixed immortal travel. These are the only 3 remaining immortal GU on you. Now tell me, where is the immortal GU that can resurrect me? HMPH, you want to deceive me with such a childish trick? If you were strong and powerful, I would obey you according to the rule of complying to the strong. But look at you now, what reason do you have to order me around? Just because you are the remaining will left behind by a dead man. Even if it is Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, he is already dead, he is a thing of the past. This is a new era, why is a dead man like you still jumping around like a clown? Her words were filled with ambitious and ruthless grandeur. He Lu Lan was still that He Lu Lan. Even if I only have a single thought remaining, I can still cause the immortal Gu to perish. The golden thoughts cried out. However, He Lu Lan was calm. You can try as much as you want. What's going on? You are actually suppressing 4 immortal Gu. You might have great strength, true martial physique, but you don't have the will of an immortal. How can you suppress 4 immortal Gu? The golden thoughts flashed with radiance before screaming out in an incredulous tone. Clearly, it was unable to destroy the immortal Gu. There are still many things you do not know. He Lu Lan seemed to be shrouded in profound mystery at this moment. He Lu Lan, as a descendant of Huang Jin bloodline and a tribe leader of a super tribe, you colluded with an outsider to scheme against your ancestor. You 2 shameless bastards, when did you team up? Why didn't I discover it? The golden thoughts asked in a furious tone. Sure enough, you are much easier to deal with when you can't think. Sigh, your pathetic performance really brings shame to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's reputation. Fang Yuan sighed, but there was a grin on his face filled with disdain. The 2 had actually allied just before now. Earlier, He Lu Lan had shouted, "Demon, you have a glib tongue, crafty as a fox. Damn it, what Gu did you use on me? I will make you pay the most terrible price, hand over your life." Fang Yuan had not used any Gu, but He Lu Lan said Fang Yuan used a Gu. This was a code word. Whether it was Fang Yuan or He Lu Lan, both were meticulous and suspicious, merciless and formidable characters. They had cooperated together throughout the imperial court contest and had great understanding of each other. Both knew how ambitious the other was and would not resign to being under someone else. Just because of this, Fang Yuan was willing to take a gamble. Anyway, with the strength path phantoms, protection, the risk was not high. The 2 swindlers cooperated together. He Lu Lan made use of an opportunity in battle and succeeded in attacking Giant Sun's will and seizing away all the immortal Gu. I am unresigned, I am unresigned. I am the strongest, yet I was plotted against till I reached this stage. None of you will have a good end. My main body left behind many arrangements which are set to activate when 88 Truyong building collapses. Truyong building will be rebuilt, and you guys will be hunted down to the ends of the world. I didn't lose to you. If I didn't make moves against Ma Hongyun and ruin my luck, how could I lose? In the end, I lost to luck. The golden thoughts roared hysterically. Boom boom boom. In the next moment, it self-detonated, destroying itself. It was after all something left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Even if there were only a few thoughts left, it was decisive. It was worried the secrets on it would be searched and extracted. The situation was hopeless, so it directly chose to self-detonate. The self-detonation of thoughts was extremely fast. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to stop it, he did not have corresponding methods. Unlike Blood Path, Strength Path and Enslavement Path, his Wisdom Path attainment was still very shallow. Only by deceiving Giant Sun's will to enter his immortal aperture, like Mo Yao's will, would Fang Yuan be able to easily suppress it. Like this, the strongest existence and ruler of Imperial Court blessed land finally dispersed in smoke, not leaving even a trace of it behind. He Lu Lan let out a breath of turbid air before looking at Fang Yuan with a tranquil gaze, speaking in a serious tone. Now, let's have a good discussion. I believe we have the foundation for cooperation. Fang Yuan nodded, sneering. Before speaking of anything else, the immortal Gu fixed immortal travel you seized is mine. That formless fist which seized fixed immortal travel had been broken by Giant Sun's will. After Giant Sun's will seized the immortal Gu, he forcibly suppressed Fang Yuan's will within the Gu but did not have time to refine it, or it may be that he did not have the strength to forcibly refine it. Thus, Fang Yuan was not able to sense the connection with fixed immortal travel. He had lost track of the target earlier and thought the formless fist had already torn through space and left. I know, this is precisely one of my conditions. Right now, I am suppressing your immortal Gu, but there is no time for me to forcibly refine it. I need you to lend me this fixed immortal travel. He Lu Lan made an astonishing demand. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. Why should I lend it to you? HMPH, the Gu is on me, and without fixed immortal travel, how can you escape from here? Only if we sincerely cooperate, can we have the chance to escape. He Lu Lan said. Fang Yuan chuckled. Who told you I don't have other methods to leave this place? He Lu Lan's pupils shrunk as she looked at Fang Yuan deeply. The wind veil of assimilation isolates the outside world from the inside. Gu like whole earth Gu and connecting heaven Gu cannot be used. You actually have another method but you didn't use it even until now. Hey, it seems this method has its flaws. She was a formidable character, regaining her cool quickly and even carrying a probing counterattack. She sounded extremely certain, but she was not that sure inwardly and was only probing. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. His strength path phantom army was beside him and he did not fear the self-detonation of great strength true martial physique. However, his opponent was not any ordinary person of the great strength true martial physique, but He Lu Lan. This fellow could not be underestimated. They had contested repeatedly in 88 Truyong building but they were evenly matched. In fact, she even caused much trouble to Fang Yuan. Now, she was clearly still immortal but was able to suppress 4 immortal GU, causing even Giant Sun's will to be surprised. If Fang Yuan did not lend her fixed immortal travel, she was sure to die. But he still had some fear if she counterattacked at the risk of her life. Without the intervention of Mo Yao's will, Fang Yuan had returned to his original nature. He calculated his profits. Shortly after, he asked the most crucial question, then, what can I obtain? Immortal GU Dark Limit. He Lu Lan calmly replied, but inwardly she let out a breath of relief. Oh, I would like to hear the details. I will help you obtain this GU. This GU is in the hands of GU Immortal Zhang Yu. It can conceal aura, hide heavenly secrets and protect you from deductions. My great strength true martial physique was sealed with the help of Immortal GU Dark Limit. You have caused such a huge incident. Northern Plains GU Immortals will definitely track you down and cause troubles for you. Not only them, there are also the arrangements left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. But with Immortal GU Dark Limit, your location will not be discovered. Interesting, what else? Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. He Lu Lan smiled. We are both smart people, I will speak frankly. I shoulder a huge hatred and grudge so I cannot self-detonate to kill you with me. But you also probably don't want to force me until I drag you along with me, right? HMPH, you are unlikely to kill me, but it is true that it will be really troublesome. Fang Yuan gave a cold snort. He Lu Lan's pupils shrunk. From your words, it seems you still haven't fully displayed the power of your killer move. But I also have another trump card. Fang Yuan nodded. He Lu Lan had already displayed it just before. She could suppress Immortal GU which was not possible by just relying on great strength true martial physique. As long as there were enough profits, there was no need for bloodfest. Fang Yuan was not afraid of He Lu Lan's self-detonation, but there would be no benefits to both of them if he pushed her too far. He Lu Lan continued. I will help you obtain Immortal GU Dark Limit and will also return fixed immortal travel once I finish using it. I will also give you my Strength Path killer move. I believe it will provide some help to your new killer move. Moreover, I haven't killed your senior brother Tai Bai Yunsheng. Fang Yuan glanced at Tai Bai Yunsheng who was lying on the ground in unconsciousness, with his body covered by a defensive barrier. This was clearly He Lu Lan's work. His evaluation of He Lu Lan could not help but rise by a level. He Lu Lan was truly not simple. She actually protected Tai Bai Yunsheng until now. Clearly, she was dissatisfied with Giant Sun's will and had been scheming against it. More importantly, she gave many benefits. Immortal GU Dark Limit was an important benefit, fixed immortal travel was second, then the Strength Path killer move and finally Tai Bai Yunsheng. Such an arrangement showed how much she understood Fang Yuan. Then your condition is? Fang Yuan asked. Protect me during my GU Immortal Ascension and also help me when I kill my father personally. He Lu Lan's eyes revealed extreme hatred when she said this. Fang Yuan's brows involuntarily rose up. He did not ask why, and he did not need a reason. Ha ha ha, Fang Yuan laughed brightly. He looked at the surrounding wind veil of assimilation then turned towards He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan who had torn off the seal of Dark Limit and revealed her true appearance was no longer an obese and fierce bear. Instead she had a stimulating, charming body with sharp brows and bright eyes. She was a remarkably beautiful woman filled with a tyrannical aura. Interesting. Well, there is no harm in cooperating for the moment. Fang Yuan praised as he agreed. The benefits of this cooperation were truly shocking. In any case, fixed immortal travel was in He Lu Lan's hands. Fang Yuan was also helpless about that and so he might as well cooperate. Next, Fang Yuan mentioned his own conditions and reached a basic consensus with He Lu Lan. The shrinking of the wind veil of assimilation had almost reached the extreme. Large numbers of GU accumulated in the narrow space, crowding together. Many GU worms were already devoured by the wind veil of assimilation, becoming a part of it. But the tribulation, formless hands, were also completely gone. There is no time today, we will talk more in the future. After a rough agreement, He Lu Lan activated fixed immortal travel, dark green light covered her body. She was not a GU immortal, but astonishingly, she could activate immortal GU. Before leaving, she gave a deep glance at Fang Yuan and asked, seemingly without much thought, "Your killer move, what is its name?" "Myriad Self," Fang Yuan replied. He Lu Lan nodded, engraving this name to the depths of her heart. She knew that sooner or later, this killer move's name would rise to fame and spread throughout the 5 regions. The next moment, fixed immortal travel activated and He Lu Lan disappeared. The moment she left, Fang Yuan immediately destroyed the surroundings to prevent her from using fixed immortal travel to return. Wind Veil of Assimilation was already pressing in very closely, there was only a cabin-sized space left for Fang Yuan to move. Large numbers of GU worms were already devoured by the Wind Veil of Assimilation, while there were still a few that were flying around. Fang Yuan released Starlight Firefly GU and opened the Stargate. But he did not leave immediately, instead deeply gazing at these flying GU worms. He did not have any certainty, but still wanted to give it a try. A few breaths later, a GU worm flew towards him of its own accord. Rank 9 Wisdom GU. Ha ha ha, in the narrow space, Fang Yuan's laughter was echoing endlessly. One could say, open attacks and secret ambushes interweave, schemes and conspiracies conjure countless arrangements. Misfortune descends and one loses their rationality, struggling in peril for that sliver of hope. The immortal zombie is dead and has no lifespan, yet with myriad self one has no worries. Crumbling bones pile into a meeting of 2 demons, thus creating endless mysteries henceforth. Chibi General, and that brings us to the end of Book 3. There was no use of Spring-Autumn Cicada, the so-called convenient plot device. With our now zombie MC, more problems are waiting for him, but first, it is time to see our little fox Loli once again. Chapter 650 Return to Who Immortal Blessed Land. Chapter 650, Return to Who Immortal Blessed Land. Book 4, The Demon Lord rampages unhindered. Slowly opening his eyes, Fang Yuan woke up. Seeing crystal walls sparkling with a bright pink-colored light, Fang Yuan was dazed. Before reacting, he had used the Stargate to return to Who Immortal Blessed Land from Northern Plains. Except that in this trip to Northern Plains, he had exhausted his mind and spirit. It was such a dangerous trip, it was a near-fatal experience. Even though Fang Yuan's body was that of 6-armed Heavenly Zombie King, his mind was still filled with fatigue. After returning to Who Immortal Blessed Land, he made some arrangements and fell into deep sleep. He slowly woke up now, after sleeping for an unknown amount of time. He was very exhausted. Even now, Fang Yuan only wanted to lie down and not get up. My body is filled with death energy, I have completely turned into a zombie, my body knows no fatigue, but my soul is still my original soul, it has its limits and will suffer injuries too. A thought flashed in his mind, as Fang Yuan gradually got up. His mind was in tranquility, it was a comfortable feeling. Sleeping had the effect of soothing one's soul. Fang Yuan breathed out some turbid air, stretching his limbs, but he only felt like his body was rusty, he felt very inflexible and heavy. He was not surprised, he knew that this was the backlash of using his killer move, Myriad Self, his soul was greatly depleted. Thus, when he tried to move this extremely strong zombie body, he felt difficulty and resistance. "Where is the land spirit?" Fang Yuan spoke. His voice was coarse and irritating, like the sound of sand grinding on ice shards, it would give a dry and icy feeling to people. "Master." At the next moment, the land spirit Little Who Immortal's voice resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. The voice was still cute and sweet, but there was a hint of worry and sadness in it. Fang Yuan turned around, only to see Little Who Immortal appearing before his left hand with reddened eyes. "How long have I been asleep?" Fang Yuan nodded, asking. "Master, you have been asleep for 2 days and 3 nights. Little Who Immortal replied. Fang Yuan recalled, 2 days and 3 nights was in terms of Who Immortal Blessed Land time. 5 days in Who Immortal Blessed Land was 1 day in the outside world of the 5 regions. That means that since Fang Yuan left the Wind Veil of Assimilation, less than a day had passed in Northern Plains. Fang Yuan's inner thoughts settled. Before he slept, he had made an agreement with He Lu Lan, they were temporarily cooperating, thus, he would have to return to Northern Plains soon. Little Who Immortal saw that Fang Yuan was silent, and thought he was upset. She opened her tiny mouth and consoled, Master, don't be too upset. Your current appearance, although it is quite ugly, I'm sure there's a way to change it back. I believe that one day, Master will go back to his original form. Master, you have to cheer up. Fang Yuan laughed speechlessly, stretching out one arm and touching Little Who Immortal's tiny head. Little Who Immortal dodged for a bit, But eventually, Feng Yuan's terrifying giant zombie hand landed on her head. She lowered her head, not making a sound. Feng Yuan started stroking her hair and little Immortal could not take it anymore. She cried, "Master, although your palm is icy cold, I still like it." Saying this, she hugged Feng Yuan's huge legs and began sobbing. Little Immortal was still so cute. She was like a 5 to 6-year-old child, pure and innocent, cute and tiny. She wore a rainbow dress and her snow-white foxtail was drooping towards the ground, showing her current sad mood. The land spirit was formed from the fusion of obsession and heavenly power. It was different from wills and would never lie. Little Immortal spoke the honest truth. Feng Yuan's expression was calm, he did not speak. But the fangs that were outside his mouth retracted a little, and the movement of his hand stroking little Immortal's head became more gentle. He split a portion of his consciousness and looked inside his body. In the first aperture, there was dead silence. There was not a bit of primeval essence inside, only Feng Yuan's first vital Gu. The originally clear crystal purple walls had turned into a rock-like material. The rock wall was filled with small cracks. The culprit behind this wound was the spring-autumn cicada in the middle of his aperture. Spring-autumn cicada's body was glowing with green and yellow light. The aura of a rank 6 immortal Gu was permeating the entire aperture. If it was his rank 5 peak stage aperture, it might have burst already. But now that the aperture was dead, it could handle more of the immortal Gu's pressure. Even though there was a limit, he was far from reaching it yet. At the same time, Feng Yuan also noticed that the aperture was completely dry and could not produce any more primeval essence. This is the price for turning into a zombie. The aperture is dead and cannot produce any primeval essence. Feng Yuan assessed in his mind. He could not help but think of first gen Guu. He had turned into a blood white and his aperture could not produce primeval essence, thus he had great desire for Gu worms like heavenly essence treasure lotus. My current situation is way better than first gen Guu. I have already ascended into an immortal. I have 19 green grape immortal essence and limitless primeval essence. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan moved his consciousness from the first aperture to the second aperture. The newly born strength path immortal aperture had also turned gray. The blessed land was now a dead land. The sky was gray and the white stone mountains had collapsed. The ground was rotten and dark, emitting a foul odor. The ground was full of cracks, like the aftermath of an earthquake. This was the result of forcefully containing wisdom Gu. Inside this immortal aperture were almost all of Feng Yuan's Gu worms. The most attention-grabbing ones were naturally the immortal Gu. There were 7 immortal Gu in here. This amount was bound to shock others if revealed publicly. Immortal Gu were unique. They were extremely hard to get. Most ordinary Gu immortals would not even have 1 immortal Gu. If he included fixed immortal travel that he had lent to Heilu Lan, as well as spring-autumn cicada, Feng Yuan had a total of 9 immortal Gu. This number could put most rank 7 Gu immortals to shame. There were 3 immortal Gu that were related to Water Pavilion. They were Worldly Wave Trace Gu, Delight in Mountain and Water Gu and Calamity Beckoning Gu. The other 4 immortal Gu were obtained when Feng Yuan painstakingly smashed the formless fists. Other than the immortal Gu, there were mortal Gu. The most valuable mortal Gu were also obtained when Feng Yuan smashed the formless fists. All these Gu worms originated from the true inheritance secluded domain's many inheritances. Each of them were high-quality Gu worms and had profound differences from common Gu. But of greater importance was the second aperture's vital Gu, rank 4 all-out effort Gu, as well as bitter strength Gu, borrow strength Gu, self-reliance Gu, refine essence spirit Gu, earth strength Gu, water strength Gu, wind strength Gu, lightning strength Gu, fire strength Gu, lurking beast coat Gu, aura concealment Gu and so on. It was these Gu worms that formed the foundation of the killer move Myriad Self, allowing Feng Yuan to ultimately clinch victory within the wind veil of assimilation. Other than these, there were the other random Gu worms, like the Eagle Rise Gu which Feng Yuan had used and expended the most in this journey within Northern Plains. The Wind Flower Gu which could allow changes in direction easily, the Soul Blade Gu obtained from Soul Blade General Pan Ping. There was also the Battle Bone Wheel Gu, Stargate Gu, and the Gu that made up the foundation of a Gu Immortal, Whole Earth Gu, Connecting Heaven Gu, Divine Sense Gu and others. The highest quantity that he had among them were of beggar moths, almost 1,000 of them. They had the effect of storing primeval essence. They were a huge help to Feng Yuan during the final moments of his Northern Plains trip. After inspecting his mortal and immortal aperture, Feng Yuan directed his attention to his body. Without using a mirror, he knew that he had turned into a monster completely. 6 meters tall, a green face and sharp fangs, blood-red eyes, bulging muscles that were tough as rocks. Most importantly, he had 8 arms. Other than his 2 human arms, his other 6 arms were terrifying in appearance. They originated from the other rank 5 flying zombie GU, Asura zombie GU, Heavenly Demon zombie GU, Blood White GU, Nightmare zombie GU, Plague zombie GU, and Earth Chief zombie GU. Fang Yuan did not care whether his appearance was handsome or ugly. Little Hu Immortal was concerned about it because she was formed from the obsession of the female GU Immortal, Fairy Bai Hu. What Fang Yuan cared about was that the zombie body caused his cultivation to stagnate. He was unable to advance his cultivation in the slightest. This was a huge obstacle in his pursuit of the demonic path in his dream. He had grand ambitions. He wanted to obtain eternal life. Eternal life was in reference to being the strongest, an indestructible being that cannot be taken down by tribulations or disasters, a person that cannot be harmed by anyone, as well as having infinite lifespan. Although a zombie body had no lifespan, his soul could still suffer damage, and his body could still be destroyed if he was attacked by someone stronger than him. There were still many flaws and weaknesses. Thus, many GU masters and GU immortals would turn into zombies only after they were left with no other choice. This method was truly a last resort for survival. It was like longing towards heaven while being in hell. How can I get rid of the zombie body, returning to life from death, and obtain a live human body again? Fang Yuan asked in his heart. Evidently, this was a problem that needed to be solved. Although he had no answers, he had some rough ideas. Interrogating Mo Yao's will who was in his immortal aperture was one method. Using wisdom GU was the second. Little Hu Immortal's crying slowly stopped. As Fang Yuan retracted his hand, his emotions calmed down as he asked, "During the days when I was asleep, did anything happen?" Little Hu Immortal heard her master's inquiry and immediately stood up straight. She wiped her tears and answered him maturely, reporting to master, "There were 2 things. First, your senior brother, Tai Bai Yun Shang, had already woken up. He has been wanting to meet you over these last few days. He was so anxious he even cried several times. But master had given me the orders, thus I refused to let him in. The second matter is regarding Immortal Crane sect. They have stopped engaging in our Rockmen transactions." Fang Yuan heard this and frowned lightly. Fang Yuan was well aware of the reason why Immortal Crane sect stopped the Rockmen transactions. Hu Immortal Blessed Land had Danghun Mountain. This was something known by everyone in Central Continent. Immortal Crane sect's target was Danghun Mountain, but they could not attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land directly. Thus over a year ago, they had sent Fang Zheng to negotiate, eventually settling on the transactions of Rockmen. But their primary objective was Danghun Mountain and the Guts GU. After that, Immortal Crane sect had repeatedly urged and emphasized while requesting Fang Yuan to sell the Guts GU, but he refused them every time. After a year, seeing that Hu Immortal Blessed Land was refusing to give in, Immortal Crane sect had lost their patience, thus stopping the Rockmen trade. As to whether they would express anger and want to force Fang Yuan to renegotiate, or whether they have other objectives, that would depend on how the situation progresses. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is not a utopia. It is located at TNT Mountain, and the outside situation is also perilous. If Fang Yuan had a blessed land as an immortal aperture, his reliance towards Hu Immortal Blessed Land would greatly reduce. He could even swallow Hu Immortal Blessed Land directly, making his escape and leaving this place. Unfortunately, he was now a zombie. His immortal aperture was a dead aperture. There was no way to consider this. Fang Yuan thought about it, but for now could not come up with any ideas. Damn it, after becoming a zombie, my cognitive abilities have weakened, my thoughts are moving slower and slower, it is too inefficient. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He started to feel the drawback of the zombie body. Chapter 651 Guilt-Ridden Tai Bai Yun Shang. Chapter 651 Guilt-Ridden Tai Bai Yun Shang. The stagnation of his cultivation was only the main drawback. Other than that, there were many other smaller drawbacks. One of them was the fact that he had no sense of pain. His cognition slowing down was another problem. In this world, Wisdom Path had already deciphered the mysteries behind how a person thinks. When a person thinks, many thoughts would be created in their minds. Intelligent people would generate a large number of thoughts more quickly, while stupid people would generate fewer thoughts, and at a slower pace. When these individual thoughts collide into one another, they would fuse or possibly be destroyed. Eventually, one or more new thoughts would be created. These new thoughts would be the result of their thinking. The brain is the place which gives birth to thoughts. It is an important domain for all life forms when they think. But this domain is decided on 2 aspects. One was the body, while the other was the soul. If a person's soul resided in a wild beast's body, then this wild beast would become very intelligent. This level of intelligence would far surpass an ordinary wild beast, but would be lower than a normal human being. Gu is the essence of heaven and earth, man is the spirit of all beings. Among all living beings, humans were the most intelligent. To achieve this, one needed a human's physical body and a human soul. Now that Fang Yuan's body was completely dead, only his soul was intact. Thus, in his mind, the number of thoughts generated would be much fewer, and the speed of his cognition would reduce greatly. Intensive thinking would lead to a sharp fall in the number of thoughts. Because the zombie's mind produces fewer thoughts, and at a slower pace, the thoughts generated cannot keep up with the expenditure of thoughts. If Fang Yuan was a brute, so be it. But he was very skilled at scheming. He was an ambitious person who was used to plotting in order to succeed in situations. After becoming a zombie, he felt very uncomfortable. He was not used to this new change at all. No wonder most zombies like first gen GUU choose to enter deep sleep. When one is sleeping, they would think less, and the consumption of their thoughts would fall sharply, thus they would be able to accumulate more thoughts in their mind. When they battle, they would think intensely and use up these thoughts. Fang Yuan had a new understanding in his mind. This was the same reason as that of Giant Sun's will, who chose to enter deep sleep. The less I think, the more dull and slow I would become. To think that one day, I, Gu Fang Yuan, would turn into an idiot. Hee. Fang Yuan mocked himself in his mind, collecting his scattered thoughts. Next, he turned to Little Hu Immortal. Bring my senior brother, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, in here, I want to meet him. Little Hu Immortal replied to him obediently, immediately vanishing from the spot. She was the land spirit, she could freely teleport anywhere within Hu Immortal blessed land. After 10 breaths of time, Little Hu Immortal reappeared, this time bringing Tai Bai Yun Sheng with her. Junior brother, Yu Sai. What shall we do now? Taking a look at Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yun Sheng was stunned, his eyes turned red as he spoke in a choking voice. He already was aware of the fact regarding Fang Yuan turning into a 6-armed heavenly zombie king completely. This was something Fang Yuan had specified to Little Hu Immortal earlier, as something that could be exposed to Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Originally, I had advanced into a strength path Gu Immortal, what a pity that I have ended up in this state, there is no choice, I will have to continue calling you senior brother. Come, senior brother, this is a crude place, please find a block of stone and take a seat. The cave that Fang Yuan was in now was dug out from the center of Dang Hun Mountain back in the day by Fairy Bai Hu, it was the place where she had built Dang Hun Palace. After Dang Hun Mountain was destroyed by the Gruel Mud Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had returned it to normal with Tai Bai Yun Sheng. The restored Dang Hun Mountain retained this mountain cave. But the golden bricks, the silver tiles, the pink curtains, the large round bed, the golden silk blankets, and the fragrant wind chimes that were in Dang Hun Palace were nowhere to be found. Rank 6 Immortal Gu landscape as before, it could restore any mountain or body of water back to a state in the past. The furniture inside Dang Hun Palace did not count as being part of a mountain or body of water. Of course, Fang Yuan did not want to restore the former Dang Hun Palace, either. After all, Fairy Bai Hu's bedroom was way too pink, it was filled with a feminine aura and did not suit Fang Yuan. There was no furniture in the mountain cave, it was really crude and simple. Tai Bai Yun Sheng chose the boulder closest to Fang Yuan and sat down. Right now, his inner thoughts were filled with concern, gratitude, and unconditional trust towards Fang Yuan. After all, the two of them had braved dangers and near-death experiences together, they had gone through a lot in Northern Plains, and had witnessed the sincerity and feelings in each other's hearts. Not to mention the 2 times Fang Yuan had helped Tai Bai Yun Sheng in the True Inheritance secluded domain, he did not hesitate at all, not even batting an eyelid. The first time, it was to retrieve landscape as before Immortal Gu, while the second time, he gave up on man as before Immortal Gu in order to save Tai Bai Yun Sheng's life. During that moment, Tai Bai Yun Sheng was so touched his tears nearly flowed down his cheeks. He had a Gu Immortal inheritance, he naturally knew the immense attraction an Immortal Gu had towards a Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan gave up on the Immortal Gu in order to save him, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, this completely displayed Fang Yuan's true feelings. After that, Tai Bai Yun Sheng was captured by He Lu Lan. Fang Yuan immediately changed his direction, taking back man as before Gu first. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was in complete agreement with his actions and his heart settled, this was truly a rational decision. When he woke up, he found that he was inside Hu Immortal blessed land, and was out of danger. Tai Bai Yunsheng was jubilant, being able to luckily maintain his life was naturally a very joyous matter. But what made him even happier was that afterwards, seeing that he had woken up, little Hu Immortal returned landscape as before and man as before, these two immortal Gu back to him. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a soft and kind nature, he had deep attachment towards these two immortal Gu. Regaining his important treasures after losing them, he was truly overjoyed. But when he heard about Fang Yuan's situation from little Hu Immortal, his heart shuddered, all of his joy was swept away, his inner thoughts was filled with sadness, guilt, regret, and pity. Thus, he had repeatedly tried to meet Fang Yuan, attempting to give it his all to save this junior brother. At this moment, he sat on the stone boulder, he had an expression of grief as he sighed deeply. I am ashamed, not only did junior brother save this life of mine, I even have to bear your consolation and kind words after meeting you. Fang Yuan stretched out one arm, patting Tai Bai Yunsheng's shoulders, using his hoarse voice as he laughed. Destiny is unpredictable, most things in life do not go your way. As a person, we should be more open-minded. Although I became a zombie, it is still halfway between life and death, compared to those dead people in Giant Sun's will, we are much better. Especially when at the final moment, I even obtained wisdom GU. This is a huge profit, senior brother does not need to blame yourself, you should be happy. When Fang Yuan was leaving, he opened the Stargate. Wisdom GU knew that this was a tunnel to the outside world, its survival instincts urged it to fly towards Fang Yuan on its own initiative. This was something Fang Yuan had expected. Stargate GU was a mortal GU, it could not contain the aura of an immortal GU. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth as he forcefully placed Wisdom GU in his immortal aperture. Even though Wisdom GU restrained its own aura and Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was a dead land, having much greater capability to support it, Fang Yuan was barely able to handle it during the short period of time needed to pass through the Stargate. The moment he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he quickly let Wisdom GU out. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was a rank 6 immortal aperture, but it was situated on TNT Mountain, it took in the Earth Chi of Central Continent and was very stable. It was not comparable with an immortal aperture that was still in a GU immortal's body. Regarding Wisdom GU, Tai Bai Yunsheng was aware of the matter. An outstanding person will do outstanding things, junior brother's abilities have truly made me feel nothing but deep admiration. But even the legendary rank 9 immortal GU would not be able to treat junior brother's zombie body. Why don't you let me try and use man as before GU? Tai Bai Yunsheng was very emotional, at this point, he had already stood up, ready to give it a try. But Fang Yuan stopped him. Senior brother, you know clearly deep within your mind that this man as before immortal GU can only return a person to a prior state within one moment in the past. Although it can revive a person, such a long time has already gone by, I do not know what countless number of moments have passed since then. How can it possible heal me? It will be in vain even if you try, why should you waste your precious green grape immortal essence? Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression was ashen, his emotions were unstable. When Fang Yuan had finished his words, he suddenly stretched out his palms, slapping harshly on his own face. Crack crack crack, 5 to 6 sharp sounds were heard, Tai Bai Yunsheng was actually slapping himself. Senior brother, stop it. What are you doing this for? Fang Yuan acted like he was caught off guard, he hurriedly stood up, stretching out 2 arms and grabbing Tai Bai Yunsheng's hands. Tai Bai Yunsheng could not compete with Fang Yuan's strength at all, after being immobilized, he cried profusely, Junior brother, I have let you down, I am really very sorry. As he cried, his knees bent as he actually attempted to kneel down. Fang Yuan quickly grabbed him, asking in shock, Senior brother, what are you doing? Junior brother, if back then, I had lent man as before immortal GU to you, you would have been able to use it at the crucial moment and would not have turned into this current form. Tai Bai Yunsheng said with a tear-stricken face. He was a very kind person, although he had indirectly caused the death of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai in the past, that was just a person's instincts to survive. To him, Fang Yuan was the savior of his life, a benefactor. He was also his junior brother, they had the same master, but this person who was his benefactor and junior brother, was harmed because of his own negligence. If back then, Tai Bai Yunsheng had taken the initiative to lend his GU worm to Fang Yuan would not have ended up in such an awkward state. After Tai Bai Yunsheng woke up, this thought had been lurking in his mind, it caused him to feel great grief and regret, he was in deep agony. At this moment, Tai Bai Yunsheng was weakly falling towards the ground, he was in agony and regret, he was only supported by Fang Yuan's 2 arms. Fang Yuan was 6 meters tall, he looked down at the crying Tai Bai Yunsheng from above as a trace of eeriness flashed across his eyes. I am very glad that you have such thoughts. He laughed in his mind, but with his mouth he sounded very sincere as he said, Senior brother, you do not need to be like this. Although a zombie's body is very hard to revert, there exist many ways and methods that are available for me. And don't forget that we have wisdom Gu here. Tai Bai Yunsheng slowly shook his head, he spoke weakly. Wisdom Gu is as high as rank 9, it came here with you all because of its survival instincts. Junior brother, even if you are a rank 6 Gu immortal, you are unable to refine it, and there is no way you can control it. Of course I understand this. But even like this, just a bit of the light of wisdom is able to give me great rewards. In fact, my current zombie body has no lifespan, it is even more suitable for getting close to wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan stretched out his third arm, patting Tai Bai Yunsheng's back lightly as he explained amicably. And what's more, I still have Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao, Tai Bai Yunsheng was confused. This was an additional gain of mine in 88 Truyong building. Mo Yao was once a refinement path Grand Master, a certain generation's fairy of Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a born and bred man of Northern Plains, he had never heard of Mo Yao's name, but his Spirit Affinity House was one of the famous top 10 sects of Central Continent, he had heard of it before. A certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House, as well as a refinement path Grand Master. It seems that this Mo Yao is not simple. Tai Bai Yunsheng's gloomy expression eased. Fang Yuan laughed again, saying, and most importantly, senior brother, don't forget that we still have Master. I am sure that Master has a solution for this. I will not hide this from you. After Master handed me the mission for 88 Truyong building, he only left me a single consumable Gu, with the specific use of reporting the details to him. I had already used this Gu 2 days ago, when I first returned to Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had searched Tai Bai Yunsheng's soul earlier in 88 Truyong building, and learned about his life experiences as well as secrets. Tai Bai Yunsheng had once met a mysterious beggar, and obtained a time path Gu immortal inheritance from him. Thus, Fang Yuan lied and swindled, using his eloquent tongue and world-class acting skills to convince Tai Bai Yunsheng in 88 Truyong building, making him believe that both of them have the same master, which is that old beggar. Fang Yuan even gave that old beggar a random title of Purple Mountain True Monarch. Tai Bai Yunsheng believed this lie from Fang Yuan completely. Now that Fang Yuan mentioned this, Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes were shining, so junior brother has a method to contact Master. This is truly fantastic, others might not have a way, but Master is such a knowledgeable person, I am sure he has a method. The fires of hope were burning in his heart. From his tone, one could tell that the old beggar held a very important position within his inner thoughts. Tai Bai Yunsheng was filled with confidence towards this old beggar. If at this moment, he knew the truth, who knows what expression he would show. Fang Yuan showed no flaws, replying calmly, Senior brother, don't be hasty, I believe that Master's letter is going to come in a few days, we should wait patiently. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded. After Fang Yuan used the name of Purple Mountain True Monarch, his mood had finally calmed down. He stood up straight, as Fang Yuan let go of his arms. Tai Bai Yunsheng took a step back, his gaze was locked with Fang Yuan's bright red eyes, he raised his palm and placed it by his chest, saying with a very solemn expression, Junior brother, I will engrave your kindness deep into my heart, I will never forget it. I swear to longevity heaven, even if Master has no way to cure you, I, Tai Bai Yunsheng, will spend my entire life looking for a way to revive you, junior brother. Ha ha ha, longevity heaven is Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's grotto heaven, we have just wrecked this old fellow's Truyong building, now you are swearing in its name, this is simply too ironic. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed, Senior brother, I will be frank with you. We are all Master's pupils, and I have saved your life before. A droplet received in need will be repaid with an entire spring, next, I will need you to repay me fully. Tell me, Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately responded without hesitation. He had long since decided to repay this debt, even if Fang Yuan wanted him to do the impossible, he would have no objections. During these days after he woke up, he had felt extremely guilty, his conscience was taking a beating and only by making a sacrifice for Fang Yuan would his heart feel slightly better. Thus, Fang Yuan also became solemn. This matter, I have been thinking about it for a long time. That is our seniority issue. I am Master's legacy disciple, but because you became an immortal, you caught up to me. I am unsatisfied with this. I was originally a strength path Gu immortal, even though I turned into a zombie, but sooner or later, there will be a day when I revert back. Thus, according to seniority, I am the senior brother, you are the junior brother. What? Tai Bai Yunsheng stared with his eyes wide open. He had never expected that the great debt Fang Yuan was requesting him to pay back was for such a tiny matter. A touched feeling welled up in his heart. Fang Yuan was someone who did not want to take advantage of his favor, but was he, Tai Bai Yunsheng, someone who did not know how to repay favors? Tai Bai Yunsheng thought in his mind. He sighed and stretched out his palm, patting Fang Yuan's leg, which was tough like a mountain rock. His sharp and rough leg hair even caused pain to Tai Bai Yunsheng's palm. Fang Yuan was like a giant, about 6 meters tall. Tai Bai Yunsheng could only pat his leg with that height. He was solemn. Before raising his head, looking at Fang Yuan's face, he laughed teasingly. "Oh junior brother, that is wishful thinking. How can a thing like seniority be so easily changed? Unless master personally rearranges our positions, I will definitely still be your senior brother, ha ha ha." Tai Bai Yunsheng was a man not lacking in pride. How could he repay this huge favor so easily? "Hey!" Fang Yuan shouted, venting his unhappiness. "Old Bai, why are you such a petty person? Could it be that you forgot what I said earlier? I will definitely not call you senior brother." "Ha ha ha, junior brother, I can completely understand you. This senior brother does not mind." Tai Bai Yunsheng laughed and laughed. He was so touched his tears were overflowing. How many years had passed in which he had not laughed so joyfully? He had finally found his organization. Although he had not known Fang Yuan for long, he felt very close to him. It was as if they were family. His laughter was echoing in the mountain cave, with the pink crystal mountain walls also looking very heartwarming at this moment. Chapter 652 Seeing Wisdom Gu Again. Chapter 652 Seeing Wisdom Gu Again. There was only Fang Yuan left in the cave. Tai Bai Yunsheng had already left. He sat on the stone bench. His 8 monstrous arms were hanging down, some were behind his back, some were crossed, together with his huge body. Just by sitting, he gave off a mountainous aura. It gave people fear. As for the way to deal with Tai Bai Yunsheng, Fang Yuan had considered it deeply. Fang Yuan only trusted himself. He would never truly trust others. If he killed Tai Bai Yunsheng, he would obtain man as before Gu and landscape as before Gu, as well as his rank 6-time path Immortal aperture. But this was not maximizing his benefits. He could not deny the fact that Tai Bai Yunsheng was a very useful chess piece. This, useful, was in 2 aspects. Firstly, he was worth using. Before he became an immortal, he was a famous healing Gu master in Northern Plains. Now that he was a rank 6-time path Gu immortal with a high-grade blessed land, and don't forget, he was even a flying master, he had great value if exploited. The second aspect was that he was easy to control. Fang Yuan had once searched his soul, thus he knew about Tai Bai Yunsheng's life experience clearly. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a kind-hearted man. He was conscientious and knew how to repay favors. He was indebted to Fang Yuan, because he had been helped several times in Truyong building, especially during the final moment when he was rescued from the wind veil of assimilation, and even had his 2 immortal Gu returned to him. Tai Bai Yunsheng had placed his complete trust in Fang Yuan now. This point could be seen when Tai Bai Yunsheng chose his seat earlier. There were many boulders in the cave. Fang Yuan had such an ugly appearance and was so huge, normal people who got close to Fang Yuan would feel great pressure and would subconsciously keep a distance from him. But Tai Bai Yunsheng purposely chose a seat that was closest to Fang Yuan. This meant that in his heart, Fang Yuan was one of the closest people to him. He was not afraid that Fang Yuan would cause any harm to him. Tai Bai Yunsheng had once harmed Gao Yong and Zhu Zai. This was the most important point. His survival instincts took over his reasoning. This was something very natural. After that incident, Tai Bai Yunsheng was filled with guilt and could not forget it. His appearance was haggard and he was mentally tortured. After Fang Yuan's entrapment, he had almost gone crazy and rushed his immortal ascension. His original intention was to die. Attempting suicide because of his guilt, one could see how powerful his conscience was. By coincidence, Tai Bai Yunsheng received the help of Giant Sun's will and successfully became a Gu immortal before falling unconscious. Fang Yuan used the glass owner token. Entering the round of 88 Truyong building he was placed in and woke him up. At this crucial moment, he told Tai Bai Yunsheng about the secret of their master. This precisely hit a weak point within Tai Bai Yunsheng's mental state. Tai Bai Yunsheng denied his own self, thus he was in great agony and was very lost. But at this moment, Fang Yuan appeared, giving him a group of apprentices and an organization to provide him a sense of belonging. It gave him a feeling of protection and warmth. Next, Fang Yuan entered and exited his time path Immortal aperture, casually asking him to take care of his immortal Gu. This gave him the initial confidence. In addition, during their encounters and difficulties in Truyong building, all that had happened gave Tai Bai Yunsheng a good reason to fully trust Fang Yuan. In a way, he had to thank Mo Yao for interfering with his own mind, otherwise, how could he have obtained Tai Bai Yunsheng's unconditional trust? Tai Bai Yunsheng caused the death of Gao Yong and Zhu Zai. This greatly violated his values and beliefs. He harbored extreme guilt. He felt that he was not such a person, yet he committed such an act. Now that I am his benefactor, he is indebted to me, he will definitely repay me 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. This is not only because he knows to repay favors, but also because this is a chance for him to prove that he is a good person. Fang Yuan calmly analyzed. Bad people would not repay favors, in fact, they would even return the favor with ill intentions. In the future, the more Tai Bai Yunsheng sacrifices for Fang Yuan, the more it would prove that he is a good person. That way, this can cancel out the guilt he felt towards Gao Yong and Zhu Zai. This touched upon the psychological studies from Earth, including the balance theory and compensation mentality. In a way, Fang Yuan gave Tai Bai Yunsheng a chance to prove himself once more, and a reason for him to continue living. Fang Yuan knew this clearly, thus when he saved Tai Bai Yunsheng, he even returned man as before and landscape as before, these two immortal GU. I have way too many immortal GU, it is very costly to feed them. At this point, leaving man as before and landscape as before to Tai Bai Yunsheng is undoubtedly better. At the same time, my immortal aperture is dead, it cannot produce immortal essence. I only have 19 beads of green grape immortal essence, the more I use them, the fewer I have left. Although I can use some of Baihu's immortal essence, isn't it best if I can make use of Tai Bai Yunsheng's green grape immortal essence instead? Thinking of the cost of feeding immortal GU, Fang Yuan felt a headache. Raising a GU worm was like supporting a mistress. GU masters are often unable to afford it or maintain their upkeep. Ever since Fang Yuan had Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had no problems feeding mortal GU. But now that he had so many immortal GU, not even Hu Immortal Blessed Land could afford such high costs. This was a blissful worry. Many GU immortals did not have a single immortal GU, they were still looking for one. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he also struggled to refine one, Spring-Autumn Cicada. After he finally succeeded after numerous difficulties, he was forced to self-detonate. Right now, Fang Yuan was racking his brain, trying to think of how to feed so many immortal GU. Fang Yuan sat silently, attempting to find some inspiration from his previous life's memories. After trying for a while, he gave up. Sigh, after becoming a zombie, my cognition has truly slowed down. Earlier when speaking to Tai Bai Yunsheng, I could feel my thoughts moving slowly. Right now, my thinking speed cannot keep up with my original pace. He summoned the land spirit. Little Hu Immortal, how is wisdom GU? Where is it now? Little Hu Immortal was the blessed land's land spirit, she could understand everything that was happening in the blessed land. Master, wisdom GU had gone deep underground since it was brought here by you. It found a rockman cave and is currently slumbering inside. Little Hu Immortal closed her eyes. After sensing for a while, she opened her giant watery eyes and said this. Fang Yuan nodded, ordering, bring me there. The cave that wisdom GU was in was rather big. After Fang Yuan was brought over by Little Hu Immortal, he could still move about freely. Sensing that Fang Yuan had arrived, wisdom GU shone with a 5-colored light. Little Hu Immortal sat on Fang Yuan's shoulder, staring at wisdom GU curiously. This was the rank 9 wisdom GU. Although Little Hu Immortal could sense everything in the blessed land, but such a close-range encounter was still very rare. Oh wisdom GU, I helped you to escape and saved your life. According to our earlier agreement, it is time for you to hold your end of the deal. In the dark and grey cave, Fang Yuan's voice echoed. Wisdom GU was silent. After a few breaths' time, it floated up into the air. At the same time, it summoned the light of wisdom. So beautiful. Little Hu Immortal stared with shining eyes, laughing joyfully. The sphere-shaped light of wisdom was shining in many colors. It engulfed Fang Yuan and Little Hu Immortal. Fang Yuan could instantly feel many of his thoughts colliding. He could think at lightning speed. This was the result of an accelerated cognition speed. This is so comforting. Little Hu Immortal slowly opened her eyes wide and stared dazedly. She was immersed in the wonderful feeling of being in the light of wisdom. But after a few breaths' time, her body started fading. Little Hu Immortal, you were formed from obsession. Although fused with the heavenly power, you are still restricted by the wisdom GU. You cannot stay here for long, quickly go back. Fang Yuan stretched out a finger, pointing at Little Hu Immortal's head, waking her up. Little Hu Immortal hugged her head, her white cheeks turned red with excitement. Master, I can't believe I could become so smart. Wisdom Gu is amazing. She shouted, like a child who had found new toys, she was overjoyed. Master is most amazing, you could even get Wisdom Gu. Just let me stay here a bit longer, is that okay? She started bootlicking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. It seems that Wisdom Gu had made you think more, quickly get out. Saying so, his 2 fingers pressed on Little Hu Immortal's head. Little Hu Immortal's cute, tiny head was squeezed by Fang Yuan's finger, as he pressed again and again. Little Hu Immortal pouted slightly as she shook her head. Master, I am going to leave. She did not dare to disobey Fang Yuan's words, she vanished with a flash. The cave was quiet again. Fang Yuan did not sit down. Since the zombie's body was extremely hard and tough, there was no difference in feeling between sitting or standing. He stood in the halo. The first thing he did was to inspect Mo Yao's will, which was suppressed in his immortal aperture. Mo Yao's will was unaffected by the light of wisdom. Even though he had confirmed this earlier in the wind veil of assimilation, Fang Yuan's heart was finally at ease after confirming it once again. Once the immortal aperture is formed, it is a small world. The walls of the immortal aperture are the walls of heaven and earth. It isolates the inside and outside. There is almost no outside force that can influence the small world inside. Fang Yuan shut his bright red eyes as he started to think and ponder. He had become a zombie, the production of thoughts in his mind had become much slower, and his cognition had also slowed. But the light of wisdom could cause his thoughts to collide at an increased speed. As they collided, he would expend a lot of thoughts in a short period of time. If he was another ordinary zombie basking in this light, although he would turn smarter for a moment, he would become an idiot immediately afterwards. But there were wills in Fang Yuan's mind. These wills were all formed from wisdom path Gu worms, they could think. Earlier, in order to deal with Mo Yao, Fang Yuan had delved into wisdom path and bought many different Gu worms like special will Gu, deliberate will Gu, sharp intent Gu and so on. These wills all helped him at the last moments of his journey in northern plains. Right now, Fang Yuan's brain could no longer keep up, he had to use these wills as replacements. His primeval essence was limitless, thus his wills were also near infinite. Under the light of wisdom, the originally stable wills all melted like snow in sunlight, they were shrinking. What followed after was the appearance of flashes of inspiration, and his old memories were becoming clearer. As long as Fang Yuan concentrated and recalled his memories, these huge amounts of memories would vividly play out again in his mind. At this moment, the world seemed brighter. Even before he had truly thought of the result, Fang Yuan already had many different ideas to resolve the problem. As long as he followed these methods, Fang Yuan was sure that he would be able to find the most suitable method to solve this problem. Chapter 653 Bankruptcy and Zombie Alliance. Chapter 653 Bankruptcy and Zombie Alliance. In the underground cave, Fang Yuan bathed in the light of wisdom and pondered deeply. Although I am reborn and have 500 years of experience from my past life, but in contrast to old monsters like Mo Yao and Giant Sun, I pale in comparison. My previous dominance in this aspect has already vanished. Throughout the flow of history, there were as many grand heroes as there were stars in the sky. In the history of humans, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was an unrivaled expert that could seldom be produced even in a million years. Fairy Mo Yao was a refinement path Grand Master, and back then was the Fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She was a famous and influential person with shocking talent. In those days, she would be listed among the top 10 renowned Gu immortals in the large central continent. Fang Yuan had firm willpower and had gone through unique experiences, but he was also a single unremarkable star in this vast starry sky. With just his current strength and foundation, it was hard for him to be on par with the great experts that appeared in history. This trip to Northern Plains has far surpassed my original expectations. If not for the meddling of Mo Yao's will, I could have stayed in Truyong Building and explored gradually using a different identity every 10 years. But at this point, the die is cast and Northern Plains is bound to be in a great uproar. Countless experts and powerful forces will seek to find trouble with me. Fang Yuan summed up his experiences and sensed that the losses he suffered were due to his weakness in the aspect of wisdom path. His strong points were in calculating and scheming. And building upon his experience preserved from rebirth, his advantages were further amplified. However, Mo Yao's will was able to disturb his thoughts, which caused him to not be able to think properly. 88 Truyong Building is a spiritual symbol of Northern Plains and I am the main culprit in causing it to be toppled. If I am captured now, the consequences will be unimaginable. Although I am able to hide in Hu Immortal Blessed Land right now, it is not actually safe. Not speaking of Immortal Crane sect which has been eyeing Danghun Mountain since the beginning, perhaps Northern Plains GU Immortals could discover my origins and track me down through wisdom path deductions. Fang Yuan knew clearly that holing up within Hu Immortal Blessed Land seemed extremely safe but was actually akin to waiting for death. Only by going on the offensive before these enemies ascertained the truth could he remedy this perilous situation. Dark Limit Immortal GU, I have heard of it even in my previous life, it can indeed conceal aura and obstruct calculations. If I can get this GU, I believe I can avert the dangerous situation. Fang Yuan thought of He Lu Lan. This woman was not of minor importance and was an outstanding, ruthless person. She was pragmatic and could flexibly take advantage of situations. She betrayed her ancestor for her own interests and wanted to kill her own father. These evidently displayed a demonic nature. She possessed great strength, true martial physique, and also obtained a strength path Immortal GU. Once she advanced into a GU Immortal, her path would be one of rapid progress. One could say that she was similar to Fang Yuan, but precisely because of this, in cooperating with her, it demanded exceptional caution. Whether it was Immortal GU Dark Limit or fixed Immortal Travel, they were both things he desired. Fang Yuan's thoughts started to slow down as he thought till this point. The wills in his mind were nearly expended. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment, before retreating from the light of wisdom to activate GU worms and create new wills. His mind was soon filled with many types of wills. It is a pity that mortal GU cannot create too many wills and they are easily consumed in the light of wisdom. If I can use an immortal GU to create wills, their number would be enormous and could also be sustained for a long period of time, allowing me to think as much as I like. Fang Yuan felt some regret. He had a rank 6 wisdom path immortal GU, delight in water and mountain, which could create joyful will. However, Fang Yuan did not use it after slight consideration. Immortal GU required immortal essence. He only had 19 beads of green grape immortal essence left, and because his immortal aperture had become a dead land, using one immortal essence bead would mean one fewer bead left without replenishment. He needed to save his immortal essence as much as possible to be prepared for the times when they are necessary. Thus, he opted to use mortal GU for now. After accumulating a fixed amount of mortal wills, Fang Yuan stepped into the light of wisdom again. This time, he did not think about external situations, instead concentrating on himself. I have transformed into a zombie, my cultivation cannot progress an inch. How to resurrect and restore my human body is the first issue. It would be great if I could use yin-yang rotation GU, but I am an immortal zombie while yin-yang rotation GU only is at rank 4. The second issue is that I am already bankrupt. Fang Yuan had invested almost all of his savings in his trip to Northern Plains. His required expenses were now already greater than his earnings and he was now facing bankruptcy. He did not even have one immortal essence stone in his possession now, even Hu Immortal Blessed Land had become extremely barren. Before the decisive battle in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan had already used up the remaining immortal essence stones. At the final juncture, he even had to exchange his goods to make purchases. He had already sold almost all the fox groups and wolf groups in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the large grassland in the Blessed Land, foxes and wolves could only be seen occasionally. Most of the nearly 10,000 hairy men Fang Yuan had bought in the past were also sold for emergency support. Now there were only around 2,000 old hairy men that were experienced in refining GU left, which Fang Yuan was reluctant to sell off. The Rockmen slave transactions had been a strong economic pillar for Fang Yuan. But after Immortal Crane sect stopped the transactions, this pillar crumbled down. The Rockmen trading market in Treasure Yellow Heaven had already been divided up completely and it would be hard for Fang Yuan to squeeze in. This caused the already bad situation to turn worse. There was no use in merely having powerful battle strength. There must be enough resources to support one's cultivation. The way of GU involved nurturing, using and refining. GU masters could not just use GU, they had to raise and also refine GU. Fang Yuan was now a zombie, his cultivation had stagnated, which further increased the resources he required. Only by doing so could he have a higher chance of restoring his life. 3 days later, within Danghun Palace, Fang Yuan made simple arrangements once again, building a rough hall where stone chairs were arranged in 2 rows. The main chair was as spacious as a bed with its back as high as a monument, however when Fang Yuan sat on it, it fit him just right. Tai Bai Yunsheng was sitting on the first seat to Fang Yuan's left, his brows were furrowed as he held a small and exquisite white dove. This white dove was flickering with faint radiance, it was the rank 5 messenger dove GU. Tai Bai Yunsheng's consciousness left the messenger dove GU after few moments. He heaved a deep sigh and worriedly said, "Master does not plan on helping and is making this a test for junior brother." Fang Yuan nodded. Right. Master criticized me in the letter, saying I was greedy for small gains, not listening to his advice before I left and rashly opening Di Chu inheritance, which caused me to encounter Mo Yao's will and created a series of ill consequences. So this time, he wants me to resolve this issue by myself. Sigh, Master's style has always been like this, it seems I have no other option but to work hard. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded, approving of Fang Yuan's last sentence. Back then, the old beggar disappeared right after giving him the GU Immortal inheritance, not concerned with anything else. This style was the same as Fang Yuan's test, thus Tai Bai Yunsheng did not sense anything weird. Tai Bai Yunsheng asked in a quiet voice, Junior brother, you said Master had already taken in 6 legacy disciples. You are ranked 5th, grasping strength and enslavement path, with 2 GU Immortal inheritances. That means you have 5 other fellow disciples, how about we ask them for help? Fang Yuan shook his head. What a joke, of course it was not possible. This messenger dove goose contents were fabricated by Fang Yuan. Purple Mountain True Monarch's name was also casually made up by him. The 6 great legacy disciples were even more fictitious, how could one ask for help from those that did not exist? This is not possible. Fang Yuan gave a bitter smile, his gaze revealing extreme sincerity. First of all, I only have heard Master mentioning these fellow disciples once in a while. I have not personally seen them and also don't know what their identities are or where they are located. More importantly, this is a task assigned by Master. He has already approved of your status in the letter and has ranked you as the 5th disciple, and has said you have to help me for this period of time to solve this issue. At the same time, he allowed me to retain and use all the spoils of battle from Northern Plains. This is the help Master is giving me. If I still ask for help from the other disciples, it would not be what Master wishes for. After all, this is his test for me. Tai Bai Yunsheng worriedly and anxiously said, even if Master did not say it, I would still remain by Junior brother's side and use all my strength to help you. What are your plans now? Old Bai, you also read the contents in the letter. Master mentioned for me to join Zombie Alliance. What kind of organization is this Zombie Alliance? Tai Bai Yunsheng asked. He had just recently advanced into a GU Immortal, as such there were many things regarding GU Immortals he did not know about. Zombie Alliance is just like what its name implies, it is an alliance of zombies. This alliance has existed since long ago, and reportedly it appeared in the medieval antiquity era, 300,000 years ago. Now, it is a super force which is spread throughout the 5 regions, its main headquarters is in Eastern Sea, with a branch in each of the other 4 regions. Fang Yuan introduced. It actually extends throughout the 5 regions, could they be even more powerful than Northern Plains Huangjin family? Tai Bai Yunsheng was moved. Fang Yuan shook his head, that isn't the case. Almost all of Zombie Alliance's members compose of zombies, and their higher-ups are immortal zombies like me. For the most part, these immortal zombies are GU immortals who reached the end of their lifespan and had no choice but to turn into zombies to prolong their life. These GU immortals' immortal apertures are dead, they cannot produce immortal essence nor can they absorb heaven and earth chi, and after some time, their blessed land would start shrinking and parts of it would crumble. Thus, their battle strengths often can't compare to normal GU immortals. Naturally, certain immortal zombies are exceptions. Zombie Alliance's branches were weaker than the respective region's super forces. But the headquarters at Eastern Sea was a level stronger than the native super forces. So it is like that. Tai Bai Yunsheng had grown in knowledge, he then asked with some doubt, then why does Master want Junior brother to join Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan thought for a moment before saying, if a GU immortal reached the end of their lifespan and transformed into an immortal zombie with no other choice left, then later on, if they obtain lifespan GU, they are sure to want to resurrect. Originally, one of the purposes for Zombie Alliance's establishment was to help each other to research the method to regain a live physical body. So much time has gone by, they definitely have obtained some results. I think Master's purpose lies in this point. Tai Bai Yunsheng was happy and also worried, this suggestion is really good. But how will you join Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan laughed. Old Bai, you don't need to worry. Joining Zombie Alliance is extremely simple, I only need to show my status as an immortal zombie. It's that simple, of course. Zombie Alliance is suppressed by all the super forces, thus they operate with much difficulty, as such they are very eager to have more members in the alliance. At the same time, an immortal zombie's identity is not easy to disguise. Zombie Alliance has researched very deeply and has many methods to distinguish between immortal zombies. I intend to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, but before this, we have to wait for someone. Hey Lu Lan, Tai Bai Yunsheng blurted out. Fang Yuan nodded. He did not hide his plans to go to Northern Plains from Tai Bai Yunsheng and had revealed almost everything, as he still needed to borrow the latter's strength in the future. Chapter 654 Asking Mo Yao's Will. Chapter 654. Asking Mo Yao's Will. Sigh, it has been so many years since I last saw a mirror willow. Mo Yao's will sighed. She touched the one and only mirror willow tree, speaking with deep emotions as she recalled the memories of her past. Fang Yuan's will was by her side. He silently watched and did not say a word to disrupt her. This world was rotting and dark. It was Fang Yuan's dead immortal aperture. Fang Yuan had tricked Mo Yao's will into entering his immortal aperture, suppressing her afterwards. Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster. She was once a legendary GU immortal. In the history of Central Continent, she had left behind her markings. Her will naturally had great value. Although Fang Yuan was harmed by Mo Yao's will and had gone through a near-death experience in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan did not hate Mo Yao's will. On the contrary, there was appreciation, even as much as admiration. If he was the one scheming, he might not have done any better than Mo Yao's will. He was prepared to interrogate Mo Yao's will, but it turned out that she was extremely cooperative. Towards the questions that Fang Yuan asked regarding refinement path, not only did she answer all of them, she even elaborated on the points and Fang Yuan gained huge insights from her words. But when Fang Yuan asked about the information of Spirit Affinity House, Mo Yao's will suddenly had a request. I have been away from Central Continent for so many years. Over these years, I have been missing the people and things over there more and more. Please find for me a tree of the mirror willow, it will alleviate my longingness for my homeland. Mirror willows were ordinary plants. They were about the size of ordinary willow trees, but their leaves were like pieces of mirrors. The leaves of these willows were the food of beggar moths. In the past, during the Rockmen transactions, Fang Yuan had purchased a batch of mirror willows from Immortal Crane sect and had planted them in Hu Immortal blessed land. Thus, he casually picked one of them and placed it into his immortal aperture. Back in the day, my main body and brother Bo Qing had first met each other under this mirror willow. The world moves on after a genius perishes, Mo Yao's will sighed. Immediately after, she turned around, looking at Fang Yuan's will. Thank you for acceding to my request. Since you want to know about Spirit Affinity House's matters, I will tell you about them. However, my information is extremely dated, you need to take note of this. Fang Yuan's will nodded. Mo Yao's will stood below the mirror willow, telling him much of Spirit Affinity House's inside information. Fang Yuan listened to her as he made comparisons to his 500 years of experience. His understanding of Spirit Affinity House greatly increased. Your immortal aperture is already dead. The mirror willow will be corroded by the death energy and turn into a dead tree in less than 3 days. What a pity. After giving him Spirit Affinity House's details, Mo Yao sighed again. But it unclear whether her pity was directed towards the mirror willow or Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. The next time you come here, can you bring a cup of Qingpu tea? This is Spirit Affinity House's specialty tea. It is not rare. Although I cannot taste it, I would like to see it. Mo Yao said. Fang Yuan's will snorted. It seems you have no awareness of your captive status. You are asking for this and that. Are you scheming something again? Mo Yao's will laughed charmingly. Oh Fang Yuan, you are too vigilant. Ever since my plan was exposed by you and was lured into the immortal aperture to be suppressed, I was already meat on the chopping block, subjected to your supervision at all times. You can do anything you want to me. How can I create any schemes and how would I be able to execute them? However, let's speak openly. Even though I failed completely and have no way of turning this around, if you try and be forceful, you will get a very incomplete result. After all, soul searching is easy, but will searching is tough. If you were a wisdom path grandmaster, that would be possible, but sadly you have nearly no foundation in wisdom path. All your GU worms were bought randomly in the market. Wisdom path is different from other paths. It is mysterious and complex. You have not even reached the entry level yet. Mo Yao's will started criticizing Fang Yuan. She was not holding back at all. After all, she knew that Fang Yuan was very broad-minded. He was a rare and extraordinary demon. Indeed, at the next moment, Fang Yuan's will laughed. You are right, my wisdom path attainment is low, but thanks for your cooperation. From now on, you can live in my immortal aperture. I will bring the Qingpu tea next time. Saying so, his will flew into the sky. The immortal aperture opened a tiny slit, and this will flew all the way up into Fang Yuan's mind. In an instant, Fang Yuan learned of all the information that this will had gotten from Mo Yao. Indeed, he lacked methods to proper search wills. Soul searching was easy, will searching was hard, this was normal. If that was not the case, when Wisdom Path GU masters fight their enemies using wills, these will would reveal their own secrets to their enemies when they are captured and taken. Precisely because will searching was hard, Wisdom Path GU masters used them to fight enemies. As for Mo Yao, she is indeed quite a formidable person, no wonder she could leave her name in history. Fang Yuan praised her and sighed secretly. Mo Yao's will's plan was exposed, she had utterly failed. She could not even self-detonate, she was sealed in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture and was fully suppressed. But even in such a desperate situation, she did not give up. She cooperated with Fang Yuan, answering his questions for him, that was to display her value, and to fight for more time for herself. If one day, Fang Yuan encounters any danger and his immortal aperture shatters, or if he was captured by anyone, or died in the battlefield, Mo Yao's will would have a chance to escape for freedom. Mo Yao's will did not give up. Her persistent and unyielding attitude made Fang Yuan inwardly feel admiration towards her. Of course, if Fang Yuan had the proper methods and could search wills, he would strike at the first moment. But currently, Mo Yao's will was cooperating with him, this was better for his benefits. If I could really find a Wisdom Path inheritance, it would all be easier. Unfortunately, Wisdom Path is mysterious and deep, there are very few Wisdom Path GU masters and GU immortals in number. There are no Wisdom Path inheritances that I know of in my memories. Back then, Fang Yuan had collected some scattered Wisdom Path GU worms in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He had mild progress in terms of Wisdom Path. But now that he was bankrupt, he had almost no purchasing power, he could not even continue this mild progress. As for the details of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, he did not ask. Because Mo Yao's will knew, Fang Yuan did not have any methods to deal with her yet. The two of them were smart people, they knew that asking forcefully was not possible. Master, Immortal Crane Sect's reply is here. At this time, Little Hu Immortal appeared beside him, holding a rank 5-letter GU. Immortal Crane Sect suddenly stopped the purchase of rockmen. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had sent them a letter to probe about this. Immortal Crane Sect's reply came very quickly. Fang Yuan took the letter GU and his consciousness went into it. The content of the letter was written in a tough stance. They requested for Fang Yuan to initiate the trade of Guts GU, otherwise, Immortal Crane Sect would announce that Fang Yuan was a traitor of the sect, and would mobilize the GU Immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A year ago, Fang Yuan had used fixed immortal travel and snatched Hu Immortal Blessed Land from under everyone's nose, it was like he was taking food from a tiger. Immortal Crane Sect immediately reacted, using the similar appearance of Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng to announce that Fang Yuan was actually a disciple that Immortal Crane Sect had nurtured in secret. The other 9 sects thus recognized Immortal Crane Sect's victory. Immortal Crane Sect's plan was to remove the other 9 competitors, then deal with Fang Yuan single-handedly, attempting to take Hu Immortal Blessed Land for themselves. Fang Yuan was happy to see this. After all, the difficulty of dealing with solely Immortal Crane Sect was completely different from dealing with the 10 great sects at the same time. But this way, Fang Yuan silently agreed with Immortal Crane Sect's lie, he was Immortal Crane Sect's disciple. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is situated on TNT Mountain, even the 10 great sects cannot attack it casually, as it would provoke public anger within Central Continent. But if they announced that I was a traitor of the sect, they would have the perfect reason to attack. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn, thinking about the situation. He was not afraid, this was something that he had expected over a year ago. He only did not expect that Immortal Crane Sect's patience had worn thin so quickly. Fang Yuan laughed, saying to Little Hu Immortal, "Bring Tai Bai Yunsheng here." Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this news and his face turned gloomy, "What shall we do now?" Immortal Crane Sect is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, it is a powerful force that surpasses Northern Plains super tribes. If they really attack, just the 2 of us cannot stop them. Fang Yuan laughed. Old Bai, oh old Bai, I asked you here to inquire about your opinion regarding this difficult question. But the moment you met me, you asked me a question instead. Tai Bai Yunsheng gasped, he showed some embarrassment and shame as he frowned, thinking about it. Eventually, he had an idea, didn't we ally with Heilu Lan? We can ask her to help us. Evidently, Heilu Lan's great battle strength was ingrained into Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart. Although Heilu Lan has the great strength true martial physique, even if she advance into a GU Immortal successfully, with just the 3 of us, we cannot stop Immortal Crane Sect. Fang Yuan sighed and shook his head. Then what shall we do? What shall we do? Tai Bai Yunsheng paced back and forth, thinking hard. Fang Yuan looked at him, laughing but not saying a word. Suddenly, Tai Bai Yun Sheng stopped in his tracks. He patted his head. I've got it. Didn't Master ask you to join Zombie Alliance? We can totally join Zombie Alliance, and use Zombie Alliance's force to threaten Immortal Crane Sect. But Fang Yuan shook his head, saying, Zombie Alliance's structure is loose with little binding force, and Central Continent's Zombie Alliance branch is far inferior to Immortal Crane Sect. It is not threatening in the least. Furthermore, if I try to make use of Zombie Alliance, I will have to give up some benefits. I'm afraid that instead of Immortal Crane Sect, Zombie Alliance would be the first to benefit from this. That won't work too. Then what are we going to do? Tai Bai Yun Sheng raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan with a bitter, frowning expression. But when he saw Fang Yuan smile at the corner of his lips, he was stunned, before reacting, pointing at Fang Yuan as he scolded laughingly, what a junior brother you are, actually lying to this senior brother, watching my desperation. You look so confident, it is obvious you already have a plan. Ha ha ha, old Bai, you have amazing vision, I could not lie to you. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, admitting it. What method do you have, aren't you going to tell me? Fang Yuan replied. I had already told you the background of this matter. Immortal Crane Sect said I was their disciple because they were afraid of the other 9 great sects' interference. This is their weakness, and is something I am going to use to make a breakthrough. What are you going to do? Fang Yuan did not keep it from him. I already have a plan to send a letter to Spirit Affinity House, establishing our first contact. Earlier, Fang Yuan had asked about Spirit Affinity House's information from Mo Yao for this purpose. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was worried again. Establishing a relationship now and only sending a letter, isn't that too late? The 10 great sects compete with each other, but they also cooperate. Is it possible that Spirit Affinity House would reject your letter and give it to Immortal Crane Sect to express goodwill? Of course not, because this letter is very special. Fang Yuan was extremely confident. Chapter 655 Deducing a GU Recipe. Chapter 655 Deducing a GU Recipe. Many flashes of inspiration appeared in his mind. Countless ingredients and GU worms formed into many different ideas. The thoughts in his mind were also being consumed at a rapid rate. Such intense expenditure had far exceeded Fang Yuan's own limit in thinking speed. The power of a rank 9 GU is truly terrifying. In fact, I have not even refined wisdom GU, I am only using a bit of its light of wisdom. Fang Yuan sighed in shock as he went out of the wisdom light halo. He was deducing and perfecting the refinement recipe of Gruel Mud Immortal GU. Unlike beforehand when he reflected on the current situation or the changes in his body, perfecting an Immortal GU recipe needed many more fields of consideration. A set of GU refinement materials contained up to tens of hundreds of different materials. Not to mention the grouping and coordination of different GU worms. Precisely because of this, the wills in Fang Yuan's mind were depleting at a shocking rate. After a few days of accumulating wills, they were all expended in a dozen breaths' time. The result of this was an advancement of less than 0.1% in the deduction of Gruel Mud Gu's recipe. But to get such progress, if I did this alone without the help of the light of wisdom, I would need at least half a year. Fang Yuan estimated. A dozen breaths' time in exchange for half a year's time, this showed the great power of wisdom GU. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied. Deducing GU recipes required too many areas of consideration, too many of his wills were being consumed, and too quickly. The wills that he accumulated in a few days were quickly used up in such a short time. The result was, he could not deduce more than 0.1% of the GU recipe. Fang Yuan's original plan was to use Wisdom GU to deduce Immortal GU recipes, before selling them in Treasure Yellow Heaven for profit. But now he encountered a problem. Deducing a Mortal GU recipe requires a great amount of will. But Mortal GU produce too little will each time. Even though I have been using these Mortal GU to create wills at full capacity these days, I have almost pushed them to their limits. If I exceed this, the Mortal GU will be damaged, unless I use the rank 6 Delight in Water and Mountain GU. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while before deciding to give it a go. He consumed 1 bead of green grape Immortal Essence, activating Delight in Water and Mountain GU. Swoosh! The Immortal GU floated above his head, bursting out with a brilliant and dazzling light. The light poured down, like a heavenly river, injecting into Fang Yuan's mind. This joyful will was produced at such a grand scale. Compared to rank 5 Mortal Wisdom Path GU, the will they produced was like a puddle of water. Meanwhile, this joyful will was produced like a great river. As expected of an Immortal GU, Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Joyful will continued to pour and inject into him, only after a long while did it stop. In Fang Yuan's spacious mind, a third of it was filled with joyful will. Special will was a golden color, appearing like sand. Joyful will was bright yellow. That is to say, as long as I activate delight in water and mountain Gu 3 times, my mind would be filled completely. No wonder the market in Treasure Yellow Heaven would have those wisdom path Gu that can make the mind more spacious. Fang Yuan gained some enlightenment from his experiment. Strength path Gu worms modified the Gu master's body. In contrast, wisdom path Gu worms modified the person's mind. Fang Yuan entered the wisdom light halo once again, falling into deep thoughts. Euphoria. This felt way too good. Like there were no limits binding him, everything was clear. For any difficult problem, a breakthrough could be attained in a flash. The only difference was, the harder the problem, the more will would be expended. A vast amount of refinement materials were chosen one by one, countless Gu worms were combined into groups and tested at lightning speed, before splitting them apart again. Fang Yuan showed off his great skills. He felt that there was no problems in this world that could trouble him. This feeling was splendid. Only until all of the joyful will was expended, did Fang Yuan leave the light of wisdom reluctantly. He felt that only a dozen breaths' time had passed by since then. But in reality, 7 minutes had gone by already. Puff! Fang Yuan let out a sigh of turbid air. He shook his head. After leaving the light of wisdom, he immediately went back to his former self. He was still that zombie with slow cognitive abilities. The great difference felt like falling from heaven into hell. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, adjusting his emotions as he inspected the fruits of his labor. The progress of the deduction of gruel mud immortal goo's recipe advanced by 1%. Compared to before, this was huge progress. Fang Yuan nodded, but he soon shook his head again. He silently left the underground cave, going to Dang Hun Mountain's palace. Junior brother, how is the situation? Tai Bai Yunsheng had been waiting inside the palace for some time. He quickly asked Fang Yuan in concern. He was covered in dust and sand. He had just returned after inspecting the western area of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Take a seat. Fang Yuan waved to him, taking a few big steps to the main seat and sitting down. Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at Fang Yuan with a curious gaze after choosing the seat closest to him. He knew that Fang Yuan was using wisdom Gu to deduce an immortal Gu recipe. Not long ago, he had followed Fang Yuan into the underground cave, and had looked at wisdom Gu from far away. He had finally obtained a lifespan Gu from Fang Yuan some time ago. He had limited lifespan and did not dare to get close to this legendary Gu worm. Fang Yuan leaned on the stone block like it was a chair. His legs were spread open and a pair of his arms were placed on his leg. One pair was crossed over his abdomen, while another pair was at the handle of the seat. The final pair was crossed over his chest. He sat with a grand posture, like an unmoving mountain. He was still and silent, like a giant statue. He sighed, saying, "Mortal Gu were not efficient to use. I tried using the wisdom path immortal Gu delight in water and mountain. The river of joyful will that it produced, under the light of wisdom, allowed my Gu recipe deduction to progress by 1%. Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this and stood up from his seat in excitement. He showed evident joy on his face. 1%. As expected of the rank 9 wisdom Gu. That means, if we use it 100 times, we will be able to deduce an immortal Gu recipe. With these immortal Gu recipes, we can sell them in Treasure Yellow Heaven. This is a huge treasure chest that can yield us endless profits. By then, we will have an unceasing flow of immortal essence stones. To think that after becoming a zombie, junior brother can actually receive such benefits." These days, Tai Bai Yunsheng had been worrying over cultivation resources. He found out that after becoming a Gu immortal, he needed much more cultivation resources. When Gu master cultivate, they nurture their apertures. When Gu immortal cultivate, they nurture their immortal aperture. There are many different ways one can nurture an immortal aperture. But the ultimate goal was the same, that is to make the immortal aperture's small world more vibrant and diverse. Planting more varieties of plants in the immortal aperture, bringing in more animals, improving the cycle of life and establishing a proper food chain, nurturing and feeding more varieties of Gu worm groups. The more prosperous the immortal aperture, the greater life force it would have, and the faster immortal essence would be produced in the immortal aperture. This was the cultivation path of Gu immortals. This was their way of improving. Thus, in Treasure Yellow Heaven, not only were Gu worms and Gu recipes sold, there were also the sale of beast groups, vegetation, mysterious stones, precious water, and so on. Looking at Tai Bai Yunsheng's excited look, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. It seems that my method of asking you to inspect to Immortal blessed land and becoming familiar with the cultivation path of GU Immortals is very effective. You have finally realized the importance of cultivation resources. But unfortunately, although selling Immortal GU recipes is a very profitable trade, we temporarily cannot engage in that. Ah, why is that? Tai Bai Yunsheng was confused. Because the investment is too great. Fang Yuan sighed. To get something from nothing, to deduce a rank 6 Immortal GU recipe, the amount of green grape Immortal essence we would need to expend is at least over 100. Junior brother, didn't you deduce 1% of this Immortal GU recipe? That is because what I was deducing was the Gruel Mud Immortal GU remnant recipe. I told you before, earlier I had engaged in the trade of Gruel Mud, thus I obtained many Gruel Mud Immortal GU remnant recipes. But after I collated these remnant recipes, I only obtained this 60% remnant recipe. Fang Yuan answered. Tai Bai Yunsheng was not stupid, he immediately understood Fang Yuan's words. With the light of wisdom, no problem could trouble Fang Yuan. Under normal circumstances, if he encountered difficulty when deducing GU recipes, they would be hard to resolve. If he was lucky and had a burst of inspiration, he would be able to think of a solution. But if he was unlucky and could not resolve this problem, he would be stuck there for years, or even decades without making any progress. But with wisdom GU, Fang Yuan faced no difficulty when deducing GU recipes. Even if Fang Yuan encountered a problem that he could not solve due to his foundations, he just needed to think more. Using the light of wisdom to think, he only needed to consume more wills in order to resolve this problem. In this way, Immortal GU recipes were easier to deduce towards the later parts. A 60% remnant recipe means it already has a general direction. This could allow Fang Yuan to rule out a large number of GU refinement elements. On this basis, he progressed by 1% of the deduction. That is to say, if he started from zero, from scratch, and deduced the recipe from nothing, it would be extremely difficult, he would not even reach 1%. Fang Yuan continued. I only have 18 green grape Immortal essence beads, while you have 26. Hu Immortal blessed land only has 64 beads of Bai Hu's Immortal essence. But you and Hu Immortal land spirit cannot be under the wisdom light halo. Even if I lend delight in water and mountain Immortal GU to you, the joyful will that you create cannot be used by me. At this point, the Gruel Mud remnant recipe is the most promising of them, but it also requires about 40 beads of Immortal essence from us. Don't forget that we are not safe now. Northern Plains GU Immortals and Immortal Crane sect are going to find trouble with us. Especially if Wisdom GU is exposed, I'm afraid every GU Immortal in the 5 regions would charge towards us with killing intent. Yes, the investment is too big, and we also need to preserve some green grape Immortal essence as a preemptive measure to guard against enemies and accidents. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded, he sighed deeply and looked at the ground, he accepted this fact in disappointment. But immediately after, he raised his head, his eyes shining with light. I have an idea. Junior brother, I remember you told me about the matter with Langya land spirit. Master told you about the secrets of 88 Truyong building, thus when you requested help from Langya land spirit, you said you deduced it yourself. That caused Langya land spirit to assume you were a wisdom path GU master, and it wanted to work with you to perfect GU recipes. Oh, Fang Yuan pretended to jolt into realization, he showed an appropriately excited expression on his face. There is such a thing, after becoming a zombie, my brain is so useless, I did not think of this. Old Bai, you are completely right, the best remnant recipe that I have right now is the 60% Gruel Mud Immortal GU recipe. There must be many remnant recipes in Langya land spirit's hands. He probably has remnant recipes with a much higher completion rate. Junior brother, you are familiar with Langya land spirit, and you also know the method to enter Langya blessed land, we can totally cooperate with Langya land spirit. Tai Bai Yunsheng thought about this amazing plan and laughed loudly and heartily. Chapter 656 I will take down my brother in the name of justice. Chapter 656 I will take down my brother in the name of justice. Old Bai, your reminder is very true, but I have no way to directly contact Langya land spirit. I used 2 opportunities in the past to obtain 2 Immortal GU from that old man, Langya land spirit, and I was nearly chased out by him. I don't think I'll be able to contact him. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Is that so? Tai Bai Yunsheng's joy on his face froze. Linking between 2 blessed lands could be done through Whole Earth GU, directly connecting both of their territories. Earlier, when Fang Yuan traded with Immortal Crane sect, he used this method. But Fang Yuan and Lang Ya land spirit's relationship was naturally not close to that extent. Most critically, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in Central Continent, while Lang Ya Blessed Land was in Northern Plains. Even the whole Earth GU was not easy to use. To directly connect to there, he needed to use Stargate GU. Stargate GU came in pairs, but Fang Yuan only had one Stargate GU left now. The other one was destroyed in the Wind Veil of Assimilation. It seems we can only return to Northern Plains and meet Lang Ya land spirit personally, before asking for cooperation. Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed. No, there is another method that relies on luck. Fang Yuan hummed. That old land spirit loves refining GU, but he cannot go out to search for GU refinement materials. Lang Ya Blessed Land's terrain is very plain, it can produce very limited varieties of materials, he will have to go to Treasure Yellow Heaven often. We can wait for him patiently, staring at Treasure Yellow Heaven until his divine sense appears. Right, there is still this method. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes shone. So from now on, I will be relying on you, old Bai. Fang Yuan said as a matter of fact. No problem, count on me. I will go back now and open Connecting Heaven GU, linking to Treasure Yellow Heaven. Tai Bai Yunsheng patted his chest, he could not wait any longer, he was brought back to his residential area by the land spirit. He chose to build a temporary house at the western area of the Blessed Land. That was his temporary home. The terrain of Hu Immortal Blessed Land was similar to Northern Plains. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not feel any discomfort living here, he felt a serene feeling like being at home. Having roamed Northern Plains for about half his life, he had finally found an organization and had settled down, therefore he especially treasured this home. After sending Tai Bai Yunsheng away, Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. He had already thought of cooperating with Lang Ya land spirit long ago. In truth, a few days ago, he had asked little Hu Immortal to keep an eye on Treasure Yellow Heaven, waiting for old Immortal Lang Ya's divine sense. But there was no progress at all. What he was thinking about now was not the matter about Lang Ya land spirit, but about Tai Bai Yunsheng. His journey in Northern Plains was very chaotic. Now during these days when he was in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he observed Tai Bai Yunsheng heavily and gained a lot of insight on this person. Tai Bai Yunsheng is indeed a good person. He has ability but no ambition. His intelligence is only that of an average person, what he really has is the wisdom accumulated from his entire life's experiences. He does not have a grasp of the big picture. It is no wonder that even though he was a former young tribe leader, and having roamed for so many years, with sufficient reputation and strength, he did not manage to create a force of his own. Fang Yuan evaluated in his mind. Such a person is best as a follower that closely sticks to him, he should not be left alone due to his lack of leadership capability. Because of his nature and beliefs, if he is far away, not only would he be unable to cooperate, he might even ruin plans. Over these days, Fang Yuan had been in constant contact with Tai Bai Yunsheng, their relationship had been improving. During several of their late-night talks, Fang Yuan talked of his experiences since rebirth, only with the addition of the non-existent, Purple Mountain True Monarch. Meanwhile, Tai Bai Yunsheng talked about basically all of his life's experiences. Many times, even though Fang Yuan already had some plan in his heart, he still asked Tai Bai Yunsheng to come over and discuss it. It might seem like a waste of time, but this was Fang Yuan's elaborate plan. Firstly, it was to test Tai Bai Yunsheng's ability and true self, to see if his emotions really came from the bottom of his heart. Secondly, telling him about the current situation without concealing anything increased his sense of belonging, and his feelings of responsibility. Thirdly, it was a type of formless suppression towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. The result of all their discussions usually ended up with Fang Yuan's method being used, and Tai Bai Yunsheng's method being denied. As this happened more frequently, subconsciously, Tai Bai Yunsheng would rely more and more on Fang Yuan, paying greater attention to his plans and denying his own ideas. At crucial moments, Fang Yuan would be able to make decisions without any opposition. They would not quarrel over their own ideas and lead to conflict which could botch a situation. Fang Yuan was not He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan had the rank 6 slavery GU and could enslave a GU immortal. Fang Yuan did not have it, but Tai Bai Yunsheng was neither Bai Ningbing nor He Lu Lan. Most importantly, Fang Yuan had his own methods, and he believed, even without slavery immortal GU, he could still subdue Tai Bai Yunsheng, to squeeze out his greatest potential and become his tool. This was the confidence of a demonic path overlord. Central Continent, Fei He Mountain. The clouds were abundant in the sky, thousands of cranes were flying. Winds blew on the verdant green mountain. Fang Zheng sat on a cliff, focusing his gaze on thousands of iron beak flying cranes, as they created different formations according to his will. At times they charged, at times they split into two to pincer attack, and at times they formed a circular defensive formation. The wind blew his long hair, his bright eyes were shining with determination. Tough times make men grow. To Fang Zheng, the Who Immortal Blessed Lands competition a year ago was a major setback for him. After some consolation, he walked out of his despair, and put in even more effort. He had almost risked his life to cultivate daily. At this time, a voice came from Fang Zheng's aperture. Good, your command of the iron beak flying cranes have reached a stage where you can manipulate them with ease, they move with a thought from you. Now, you can already go back to the sect to take the flying crane manipulation test, and attempt to get B-grade evaluation. You have a 60% chance of succeeding. If you do, you will get the test reward, a rank 5, 5-hole jade flute GU. Once you have this GU, your manipulation of the crane group would reach quasi-enslavement master level. The voice originated from a spirit incubating flea in Fang Zheng's aperture. Fang Zheng's master, Lord Sky Crane's soul was residing in this GU worm. Rank 5, 5-hole jade flute GU. His eyes shone, excitement was all over his face. Yes, master, I will go now. Fang Zheng stood up, he willed and a large iron beak flying crane king arrived before him. He jumped and easily got on the crane king's back. The crane king cried out in a proud tone. Fang Zheng sat on the crane king's back, the crane group flying around him. It was a scene of white as he flew towards Immortal Crane Sect amidst the wind and clouds. Not long after, he arrived at White Jade Square D. The iron beak flying crane landed in the square. Fang Zheng had just landed, when one of Immortal Crane Sect's disciples ran over quickly, greeting him, Senior Brother Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng nodded. Junior Brother, I am here to take the flying crane manipulation test. Senior Brother Fang Zheng, please follow me. Immortal Crane Sect's disciple led the way. Quickly look, guys, that is Senior Brother Fang Zheng. He is the #1 elite disciple of our batch. Did you hear? Senior Brother Fang Zheng is actually attending the flying crane manipulation test. Senior Brother Fang Zheng is an enslavement path genius. To think that he has already reached the stage of quasi-enslavement path master, he is truly amazing. Along the way, everyone's whispered discussions entered Fang Zheng's ears. Fang Zheng heard them and smiled lightly. He was now fully grown, his body was tall and he had long black hair that resembled a cape, his eyes were crystal clear. Although he looked ordinary, he had quite the disposition and was full of life. Wearing a green and white robe, he looked like a gentleman. It was very comfortable to look at him. Although Senior Brother Fang Zheng is strong, his brother is even more amazing. He is a superb character who managed to obtain Who Immortal Blessed Land. That's right, according to a reliable source, his brother, Fang Yuan, is secretly a legacy disciple of a certain Supreme Elder. When Spirit Affinity House were on the verge of taking Who Immortal Blessed Land, the Supreme Elder had no choice but to send Senior Brother Fang Yuan out. As expected, he shocked everyone and sealed the deal, obtaining Who Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Zheng has a good brother. The Guts GU on Dang Hun Mountain can strengthen the soul. I can bet that Fang Zheng used the Guts GU. Otherwise, with just his own hard work, how can he raise his cultivation to rank 5 in 1 year? Furthermore, his enslavement path attainment improved at lightning speed. He is actually going to take the flying crane manipulation test. The tone of these people was sour and bitter. Fang Zheng heard them as his smile slowly vanished, his fists which were hidden in his sleeves were tightly clenched. Brother. Fang Zheng's eyes shone with a trace of darkness. Ever since Fang Yuan used some unthinkable method to snatch Who Immortal Blessed Land, Immortal Crane Sect had declared publicly that Fang Yuan was Immortal Crane Sect's disciple. During this year, Fang Zheng felt like life had returned to the past, when he was suppressed by Fang Yuan. No matter what great results he obtained or how many improvements he made, others would only praise him briefly before mentioning the even more impressive Fang Yuan. Calm your spirit, my disciple. Lord Sky Crane's voice came from the spirit incubating flea. Lord Sky Crane's experiences were much richer than Fang Zheng. After these years of staying together, he had grasped a firm understanding of Fang Zheng. He consoled Fang Zheng. These years, I have seen all of your hard work. You are in no way inferior to your brother. Don't forget, you are now a rank 5 GU master, a quasi-enslavement master. I bet your brother is not your match right now. In any case, Fang Yuan is going to face extermination soon. The sect has mobilized 3 Supreme Elders in this plan. They are tasked to take back Who Immortal Blessed Land. Your brother has no way to survive. 3 Supreme Elders, that is the battle strength of 3 GU Immortals. Fang Zheng heard this and licked his lips, before his gaze turned a bit dimmer. Lord Sky Crane knew what he was thinking. He laughed and said, Fang Zheng, don't feel any guilt towards this. Your brother had ventured into the wrong path, he is walking on the demonic path now. He actually slaughtered his entire clan, this makes him a beast worse than pigs or dogs. Fang Yuan is a true and blue demonic head, you cannot feel any sympathy towards him. Killing him is equivalent to benefiting the people of the world. Think about it, if he is alive, how many innocent people would be harmed? That's right, brother's hands are full of blood, he is a murderer. A killer. I will take revenge for my clan, for my uncle and aunt, for Shen Kui'er. Fang Zheng inwardly shouted, urging himself. Good, that's it. Lord Sky Crane was evidently very happy with Fang Zheng's attitude. Think about these years, you were training in Fuhu Blessed Land, how dangerous and terrifying was it? 1 year outside was 8 years inside Fuhu Blessed Land. You became a rank 5 GU master, suffering so much and enduring so much, wasn't it for the greater plan of taking back Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Don't screw up at the last moment, you cannot disappoint everyone at this most crucial juncture. Don't worry, Master, I understand, I will do my best and contribute to the sect, I will exterminate all evil, and take down my brother in the name of justice. I will not disappoint you. Fang Zheng assured resolutely and unhesitantly. Chapter 657 Dong Fang Chong Fan, Minuscule Mountain. Chapter 657, Dong Fang Chong Fan, Minuscule Mountain. The light of wisdom dyed the cave walls with beautiful lights. Fang Yuan quietly stood in it for a good while before opening his eyes, slowly stepping out of the wisdom light halo. The wills in his mind were almost fully consumed. Mortal GU could only produce limited wills and could not compare to wisdom path immortal GU. My deduction of Immortal Crane sect's plan has failed, not because I don't have enough wills, but because I don't have enough clues. Fang Yuan reflected inwardly. After being in the wisdom light halo many times over these days, he had summed up his experiences. Wisdom GU was different from natural inspiration. Wisdom GU emitted the light of wisdom which could provide unending insights to GU Master. But the result of the thoughts and deductions were based on the GU Master's foundation as well as the clues they had accumulated. Fang Yuan's attempt at deducing Immortal Crane sect's conspiracy against Hu Immortal Blessed Land failed because he did not have enough evidence. In summary, the deeper the GU Master's foundations and the more evidence they gathered, the more accurate the outcome of the deduction would be. Naturally, when there was more evidence, there would be more factors to consider, and the amount of thoughts and will consumed would also become larger. Especially when deducing Immortal GU recipes, the factors to consider were too many, thus the wills consumed were enormous. As for natural inspiration, it was a precious experience when a GU Master advances to a GU Immortal. During this process, the GU Master questions heaven and earth would directly provide the solutions with no need for the GU Master to think. Let's take a difficult mathematical problem from Earth, for example, solving a multivariate equation. If the GU Master used Wisdom GU, his thoughts would quickly consume while he would obtain numerous insights, causing there to be many paths to the solution. Some of these paths might be dead ends while some might give wrong results. Only a few would be correct paths which could deduce the solution. While natural inspiration would be akin to directly giving the correct answers. The GU Master would obtain the correct answer, but they had to know how to use it. Thus, during natural inspiration, the GU Master should not ask overly profound questions. Fang Yuan did not directly ask about eternal life, maybe heaven and earth would give him an answer but he would absolutely not be able to comprehend it. It was like a child who had not learned mathematics seeing a linear equation, they naturally would not be able to comprehend the answer. To comprehend this answer, the child would have to learn numbers, unknown variables, positive and negative numbers, and so on. But this would only be the foundation of the foundation. To GU Masters, even if they obtained answers to excessively profound questions, they would not be able to comprehend it or be able to use it. Even if they asked about all aspects of this difficult problem during natural inspiration and comprehended the basics, the time consumed would be too high, the amount of information would also be so large that the mind would not be able to bear it. As such, the best way to make use of natural inspiration was to ask according to the state of one's current foundation, then stabilize the foundation and progress step by step. But within Wisdom Path, there is an Immortal GU that can allow a GU Immortal to directly obtain answers. That is Heavenly Secret GU. GU Masters do not need to have their thoughts collide nor make deductions, as long as they grabbed onto that strand of Heavenly Secret, they would directly obtain the answer. In the records of history, this GU was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He possessed a rank 8 Heavenly Secret Immortal GU, but after his death, this Heavenly Secret Immortal GU disappeared without a trace and there has been no news regarding it since then. Fang Yuan suddenly recalled Heavenly Secret Immortal GU. GU worms had one ability, and even the rank 9 Wisdom GU was no exception. The higher the ranks of the GU, the more powerful their ability was. If Wisdom GU was truly activated, its effect would definitely be terrifying. But even if it was stronger, it could not replicate the effect of Heavenly Secret Immortal GU. It was rumored that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the rank 9 GU master who could detect and react to the heavenly fate most closely. He created Heavenly Secret Immortal GU to interact with heaven and earth, and also to experience natural inspiration again. If I have Heavenly Secret Immortal GU, it would combine exquisitely with Wisdom GU. Meanwhile, if anyone else used Heavenly Secret Immortal GU to investigate me, all of my secrets would likely be exposed. Heavenly Secret Immortal GU could let GU masters directly question heaven and earth. There were no events in the world that heaven and earth did not know of. It was as the saying goes, except you and me, only heaven and earth know. As for other Wisdom Path GU worms, Fang Yuan did not need to worry for the moment. The wind veil of assimilation had swallowed everything, cleaning up all the traces of crimes Fang Yuan had committed in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Without Heavenly Secret Immortal GU, Wisdom Path GU masters would have to make deductions according to normal methods, and that was to gather as much evidence and clues as possible. They were unable to plunder any crucial clues from Imperial Court Blessed Land and could only begin investigating from the Imperial Court contest. It was not impossible to deduce Fang Yuan's true identity with this, it was only that the probability was low and the time required would be longer. Northern Plains, Jade Pool Blessed Land. From a bird's eye view, the Blessed Land was covered with innumerable large and small deep pools with the color of a mixture of blue and green. Led by Chanyu Tribe's GU Immortal, Tong Zhu, around 10 GU Immortals of Northern Plains righteous path slowly descended from the air. The noble Jade Pool Blessed Land is truly unique and fresh. These innumerable jade pools are like the stars in the sky, their beauty unmatched. A female GU Immortal strolled through the sky, expressing her admiration. Her hair that was 20 to 30 feet long draped behind her and was extremely eye-catching. All of these jade pools have different types of water, raising countless aquatic species. Dongfang tribe's fish groups and water vegetation have been famous for a long time in Treasure Yellow Heaven. A male GU Immortal opened the third vertical eye on his forehead and gazed at the jade pools with a shining gaze. Lord Murong Qingxi and Lord Guan Shenjiao are exaggerating. My tribe's Jade Pool Blessed Land has only been in operation for just over 6,000 years. The landscape cannot compare to Murong tribe's Yinyang Blessed Land, while in terms of productivity, it still falls short of Guan tribe's Shihuang Blessed Land. GU Immortal Dongfang Yikong, who was attending to them, welcomed them with a smile, modestly talking of Dongfang tribe's specialities. Jade Pool Blessed Land was the headquarters of the Huang Jin family's Dongfang tribe, a super force. A group of GU Immortals slowly descended. This, among the myriad jade pools, did not appear to be a remarkable location. Beside a jade pool was a small hut. An elderly man was sitting beside the pool in front of the house, in the midst of fishing. These are underworld eels. Guan Shenjiao's vertical eye on his forehead gazed at the pool before blurting out in shock at the scene inside the clear pool. When the other GU Immortals heard it, some of them also showed slightly moved expressions. Sir Dongfang, we have already not seen each other for over 10 years. Thinking of back then when we charged into Snowy Mountain and fought side by side. Sigh, time really flies by. Everyone stood still, as GU Immortal Tong Zhu, who had the highest cultivation, made a greeting. Lord Tong Zhu, you are still as graceful as ever while this old man has one foot in the grave. I don't dare to compare with you. The elderly man who was fishing stood up slowly. He was Dongfang Chongfan, Northern Plains #1 Wisdom Path GU Immortal. Dongfang Yikong walked to Chongfan's side. As Chongfan continued, Dongfang tribe is honored with the presence of all of you. Being able to welcome everyone to my humble abode is an extreme honor. Everyone, please come in. Dongfang Chongfan led everyone inside the hut. The inside of the hut was spacious, there was a plaza and also halls. There were 16 stone statues at the plaza, seemingly arranged in order as well as randomly, as they were separated by varied distances. The expressions on them were subtle, as if containing some kind of mystical pattern. This is Dongfang tribe's rank 6 Immortal GU house, modest thatched hut. It truly is brilliant, one GU Immortal praised directly. Dongfang Chongfan led everyone to the administration hall and seated them. Northern Plains Righteous Path GU Immortals, representing all the different forces, had gathered under one roof. Dongfang Chongfan sat at the main seat and smiled as he observed everyone. This time, I have invited everyone here personally in order to make a transaction with you. Guan Shenjiao and the others glanced at each other with no one taking the initiative to speak. It was still Tongzu who responded. Sir Dongfang already decided to not make deductions for others tens of years ago. But in the letter, you said you were making an exception for us, and will deduce the true culprit of the destruction of Truyong building or perhaps other aspects. But I wonder how we can pay for this transaction. Dongfang Chongfan coughed several times before sighing. This old man's lifespan is at its end and I know there is no hope in prolonging my life. But before I depart, I have some concerns lingering in my heart. One is the tribe's growth and the other is my tribe's descendants. I hope I can make this transaction with everyone. This old man shall make deductions for each of your tribes once, and after I die, I hope everyone can ally with my Dongfang tribe. Alliance. Yes, this old man has already roughly prepared the alliance contracts, everyone can examine them and if you have any objections, we can modify it right here. Dongfang Chongfan took out 2 East Window GU which he then handed to the GU Immortals. The GU Immortals skimmed over the contract one after another. The alliance conditions were extremely lax. Dongfang Chongfan did not even request for mutual help and protection among the allies, he only requested that after he died, they had to protect Dongfang tribe's peace for 50 years. In this time period, the parties in the contract could not target, suppress or attack Dongfang tribe. The GU Immortals involuntarily felt a rush of excitement. Dongfang Chongfan was currently the #1 Wisdom Path GU Immortal of Northern Plains. Besides him, there was no one else suitable to deduce the true culprit of Truyong building's destruction. In the cultivation of GU Immortals, who would not encounter some difficult problems relating to their cultivation? Or perhaps, they might obtain immortal GU remnant recipes that require deductions. With Dongfang Chongfan, these issues were very likely to be resolved. Even more importantly, after Imperial Court-blessed land perished and 88 Truyong building collapsed, large numbers of GU worms were brought over by the formless fists to all regions of Northern Plains. The aura of immortal GU manifested in many places, causing the GU Immortals to contest over them. At this crucial time, if Dongfang Chongfan deduced the location of an immortal GU, then they were very likely to get that immortal GU. Everyone was more than moved and they couldn't help but praise Dongfang Chongfan's shrewdness. If it were during normal times, Dongfang Chongfan's bargaining chip might be somewhat less important. But now, when one deduction was very likely to represent one immortal GU, all the GU Immortals were moved. Great, Sir Dongfang, our Chanyu tribe accepts your conditions. Tongzu spoke first, then He tribe, Murong tribe, every tribe's representatives also accepted. This situation was within Dongfang Chongfan's expectations. His smile became even brighter. Since this is the case, Fairy Li Shan, please take action. Fairy Li Shan. While everyone was surprised, a rank 6 female GU Immortal walked from behind the hall and appeared in front of everyone. Fairy Li Shan, I trust you have been well. A GU Immortal greeted. Another GU Immortal laughed. Sir Dongfang sure has made ample preparations, even inviting over Fairy Li Shan. It is just that this Jade Pool blessed land does not have any mountains or rivers, how will we make the oath? Dongfang Yikong, who had been silent all this time, stood from beside Dongfang Chongfan, and spoke, everyone, please wait and see. He then opened his palm, lights in vibrant colors floated in the center of his palm, revealing a miniature mountain peak. Could this be, minuscule mountain? Murong Qingxi opened her graceful eyes wide as she reacted first, saying in a disbelieving tone. Exactly. Dongfang Yikong gave a modest smile, but the pride within him could not be concealed. A commotion erupted among the GU Immortals. Chapter 658 Difficulty in resolving the issues, He Lulan appears. Chapter 658 Difficulty in resolving the issues, He Lulan appears. In the underground cave, the light of wisdom flickered back and forth from bright to dim. Fang Yuan quietly stood inside it. Only when the wills inside his mind were fully consumed did he open his eyes and step out of the wisdom light halo. The deduction he made had succeeded, but Fang Yuan was gloomy because of it. To seal Spring-Autumn Cicada, as much as over 6,000 mortal GU are required, among them, almost half are rank 5, with rare GU worms reaching 2,000, and there are also about 800 ancient GU worms. These ancient GU worms are either extinct or on the brink of extinction. My initial estimate is that I require about 23 immortal essence stones to use this method. Fang Yuan was in a poverty-stricken state, 23 immortal essence stones were a hopeless number for him currently. But Fang Yuan had to brace himself to accomplish this task. Because Spring-Autumn Cicada's recovery was becoming faster and faster, making the situation of the first aperture more critical. Fortunately, with Fang Yuan having turned into a zombie, his first aperture turned into a dead aperture, thus it was able to hold on till now. If the aperture was like before, it might have already burst. According to the current situation, I estimate I still have over 2 months to plan and prepare. If this time limit is crossed, the first aperture will not be able to endure even if it is already dead. Fang Yuan was feeling a heavy pressure. He was now a member of the living dead, even if his first aperture was destroyed, he would not die. But losing the first aperture would no doubt greatly reduce his future cultivation potential, and that would be an immeasurable loss. Fang Yuan was in a difficult situation, and there was only one feasible method to earn 23 Immortal Essence Stones within a short period of time: selling Immortal GU recipes. Returning to Danghun Palace, Fang Yuan called in Tai Bai Yunsheng. I have been paying close attention to Treasure Yellow Heaven over these days, taking almost no rest. But Langya Land Spirit's divine sense has not appeared since the beginning. Tai Bai Yunsheng's answer made Fang Yuan feel disappointment. Langya Land Spirit's divine sense called itself Langya Old Immortal in Treasure Yellow Heaven, and it was very active at that. But now, it had not appeared at all, almost like it was missing. Fang Yuan keenly sensed Langya Land Spirit was likely to be facing some problems. He recalled his previous life where Langya Blessed Land had suffered a total of 7 waves of attacks. Previously when I was in Northern Plains, the second wave of experts had already attacked Langya Blessed Land. Could it be, the third wave of attacks has already occurred and Langya Land Spirit is busy dealing with it, thus having no time to refine GU? Memories of Fang Yuan's previous life were not able to help him in this aspect. He only remembered about the 7 waves of attacks, and did not remember the detailed timings of these attacks. Even if he remembered the exact timing, this world was already influenced by him and had experienced huge changes, who is to say that the changes upon changes might not have shifted the attacks to an earlier time. My horizons have been continually broadened these days. A piece of 10,000-year profound ice costs half an Immortal Essence Stone. Half a kilogram of Hurricane Mountain Pepper has the selling price of an Immortal Essence Stone. What are Divine Jade Pearls? 10 of them actually cost half an Immortal Essence Stone. There is also, what's that white spiral silk? Its price is even more ridiculous. A pinky-sized amount costs 3 Immortal Essence Stones. Heavens, right now, I realized how poor I am. Tai Bai Yunsheng chattered on about his harvest over this time, speaking in an excited tone. During these days, as Fang Yuan interacted with Tai Bai Yunsheng all the time, he gradually discovered Tai Bai Yunsheng had a shortcoming, that was his prattling mouth. He was talkative. Fang Yuan handed a letter GU and interrupted his chattering. This is the letter sent by Immortal Crane Sect, please read. Tai Bai Yunsheng sent his consciousness and sighed, his brows soon frowned into a knot. In this second letter from Immortal Crane Sect, their tone was even more harsh and fierce, already making their intention to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land exceptionally clear. Immortal Crane Sect even used the tone of the victor, demanding Fang Yuan to surrender. These guys have gone crazy for Danghun Mountain. If it were me, I would at least first stabilize you, then carry out hidden attacks. Aren't they afraid their actions will make us take preventive measures? Tai Bai Yunsheng said in a displeased tone. This is the power and confidence of Immortal Crane Sect. They are one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent and have an incomparably deep foundation, having stood tall and straight at Feihe Mountain for hundreds of thousands of years. Besides this, I think they are trying to pressure me and also probe the intention of my backers. Fang Yuan analyzed. Yes, Immortal Crane Sect is stronger than any single super force of Northern Plains by some degree. We are too weak, while they are a colossus becoming more and more overbearing. It will be very difficult for us to protect Hu Immortal Blessed Land from them. Tai Bai Yunsheng spoke carefully, glancing at Fang Yuan several times. He already had thoughts of retreating, giving up Hu Immortal Blessed Land and moving far away, he just did not openly express it. Fang Yuan knew his thoughts. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a healing GU master. He was benevolent and could be said to be feeble, seriously lacking the spirit to make a stand. Fang Yuan did not rebuke Tai Bai Yunsheng's intentions. In fact, Fang Yuan had also thought of giving up and abandoning Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Danghun Mountain represented extremely huge benefits and Immortal Crane Sect and other super forces would definitely want to possess it. However, that was, of course, only as a last resort. As long as there existed hope along with benefits, it could be said that Fang Yuan would absolutely not speak of giving up easily. Fang Yuan thus consoled Tai Bai Yunsheng. Immortal Crane Sect is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, a super force, a behemoth, but they also have their worries. How many methods can they use to deal with us specifically? I dare to guarantee, it is not as exaggerated as you imagine, especially when they are greatly underestimating our true battle strength. Life was not easy. Immortal Crane sect also had its own problems. New sects were emerging endlessly in Central Continent, continually bringing huge impacts to the 10 great ancient sects. The 10 great ancient sects occupied the most important positions in Central Continent with the best cultivation resources. They naturally would be subjected to competition from all sides. In history, Immortal Crane sect had experienced golden ages several times, but at present, there was a clear disparity compared to their most prosperous periods. Immortal Crane sect had not expanded for many years already. This meant they were under some restraints. Since junior brother wants to battle Immortal Crane sect, I shall risk my life to accompany you. Don't worry, no matter how dangerous the situation gets, I will support you till the last moment. Tai Bai Yunsheng patted his chest and swore. Fang Yuan nodded. I also ask Old Bai to not worry. I, Gu Fang Yuan, am not a stubborn man. If there was nothing to be done and the situation was truly unfavorable, I would definitely take the initiative to retreat. Forcing back Immortal Crane sect's first wave of attacks perhaps won't be difficult, but the main problem does not lie here. Immortal Crane sect is a very big sect. If we repel them, they will at once arrive with another wave. After this continues for few times, Immortal Crane sect's offense will become stronger and they will start treating us more seriously. We need to rely on another great force to resolve this issue, making an alliance with another ancient sect. Tai Bai Yunsheng repeatedly nodded in complete agreement. But junior brother, you have already sent a letter to Spirit Affinity House, but until now they have yet to reply. Was our letter GU intercepted by Immortal Crane sect? How about we send some more letters? Fang Yuan shook his head. The letter GU he contacted Spirit Affinity House with was not his, but the rank 5 letter sending green bird GU created by Feng Juzhe. Back then, Fang Yuan defeated Feng Jinhuang and obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Jinhuang was indignant and sent a challenge letter using this letter sending green bird GU. But Fang Yuan did not respond to the challenge and instead had been detaining this letter GU. He had already speculated this letter Gu's owner was very likely to be Feng Juzhe. The reason being that Feng Jinhuang had yet to reach rank 5 back then. Besides Feng Jujiu, it was also likely to be his wife, Feng Jinhuang's mother, Fairy Bai Qing. Regardless of who the owner was, this letter GU had already been lent to Fang Yuan, its original purpose being to allow Fang Yuan to respond to the challenge letter. And Fang Yuan used this letter GU to contact Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan had been very confident regarding this letter, but Spirit Affinity House still had yet to reply after so long, so he was somewhat unsure now. According to the common sense conjecture, letter sending green bird GU was created by Feng Juzhe, which represented this expert's will and prestige to some degree. To intercept this green bird GU and risk offending his impressive and dignified presence, this was not at all likely. However, this possibility could not be completely excluded as well. Thus Fang Yuan nodded and accepted Tai Bai Yunsheng's suggestion. Okay, let's wait 7 days. If we still don't receive a reply by then, we will send another letter. Time passed day by day. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in a predicament. A strong enemy was approaching from the outside, while on the inside, cultivation resources were lacking. Even if Fang Yuan used his zombie body and wisdom GU to deduce and sell immortal GU recipes of the highest grade, the regretful part was that he did not have the capital to kickstart this plan and could only put it aside for the time being. Langya Land Spirit and Spirit Affinity House were the keys to break through these predicaments. But it was a pity that these two keys stayed in the dark with no messages from them. Who knew when Fang Yuan would receive news from them? Perhaps he wouldn't for his whole life. Destiny created obstacles. The road ahead of Fang Yuan was once again shrouded in obscurity. It seems my luck is still not too good. Fang Yuan scoffed at himself. There was nothing he could do. Since he possessed Spring-Autumn Cicada, his luck was likely to only get worse. He tried asking Mo Yao about improved Immortal GU remnant recipes, but Mo Yao claimed that she did not know them. She was residing in Fang Yuan's body and had gone through the final battle in Northern Plains with him. She knew Fang Yuan possessed wisdom GU and thus it was not hard for her to speculate Fang Yuan's intentions. Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster. She very likely knew Immortal GU remnant recipes which matched Fang Yuan's criteria. But she did not reply, and since Fang Yuan lacked wisdom path methods, he could do nothing to her. Under this kind of situation, Heilu Lan suddenly arrived at Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan lost a Stargate GU and was already not able to return to Northern Plains alone. Heilu Lan being able to come to Danghun Mountain was naturally because of fixed immortal travel. As for how she knew the scenery here, that was because Fang Yuan had sent a will to her of his own accord. This was the agreed-upon plan, but Fang Yuan was still somewhat surprised. If I am not wrong, there is still half a month left before the limit of our agreed-upon time, right? The situation has changed, my friend. He Lulan's tones was grave, revealing a trace of worry. Making this formidable and ambitious person anxious, the situation in Northern Plains indeed did not seem to be optimistic. However, He Lulan soon realized her flaw and concealed all her emotions, speaking with a cold smile. Naturally, I have another goal, that is to make sure you are not on guard. After all, this is your headquarters. In case you arranged traps against me, I would be messing up your plans by arriving earlier. Fang Yuan laughed, appearing unperturbed, as if there were no issues that could perplex him. After the Battle of Northern Plains, you and I are already tied together for better or for worse. But for complete cooperation, your previous conditions are still insufficient. Chapter 659 The Dirtiness of Humans. Chapter 659, The Dirtiness of Humans. Hearing Fang Yuan say, insufficient, He Lulan snorted in displeasure. Fang Yuan, you are not very clear about Northern Plains' situation, I will tell you right now. Not long ago, Northern Plains' #1 Wisdom Path GU Immortal, Dongfang Chongfan, invited all of the super tribes and personally made deductions for them. His condition was that they had to ally with Dongfang tribe, and within the 50 years of his death, they are not allowed to target or suppress Dongfang tribe. Oh, Fang Yuan's gaze focused. There's such a thing. Then, what did he deduce? Reportedly, Dongfang Chongfan made one deduction for each tribe, regarding GU recipes, appearance of immortal GU, or some tips for killing desolate beasts. He has already deduced much of your information, though I do not know the deeper details. But now, everyone knows that you are not a Northern Plains GU master, but there is also a Northern Plains GU master colluding with you. Tai Bai Yunsheng's pupils shrunk, he said with some fear, he actually deduced so many things. As expected of Dongfang Chongfan. He Lulan snickered, continuing, Fang Yuan, our lives are tied together now. If I die, who is to say that I will not expose you and Tai Bai Yunsheng? Other than that, is wisdom GU in your hands? Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression changed, he firmly wanted to deny it, but he stopped himself from acting rashly. Fang Yuan calmly laughed, how is that possible? Wisdom GU was already destroyed in the wind veil of assimilation, how could I have brought it here? Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately praised him in his mind. Fang Yuan's skills in lying were simply spectacular. His tone and expression were flawless, it was filled with pity, regret and other sad emotions, it was as if he really had narrowly missed out in obtaining wisdom GU. He Lulan could not see any flaws in his performance, but next, she squinted, saying in a thuggish tone, I don't care if you really lost wisdom GU, I only know that wisdom GU could have taken the initiative to follow you under the pressure of survival. Hee, you don't have to deny it now. I'm sure you understand my idea, it is not safe for you to hide in Central Continent. It doesn't matter if wisdom GU is really in your hands, as long as I spread information that wisdom GU is with you, there will be nowhere for you to hide. The entire world's GU immortals will chase you down like lunatics, until they get to the truth. Are you threatening me? Fang Yuan's expression turned cold, he slowly stood up. He Lulan, you have some guts. Do you not know that you are now on Danghun Mountain? As long as we instruct it, the land spirit will use Danghun Mountain and kill you right here. Tai Bai Yunsheng shouted. He Lulan laughed with her head high, she said fearlessly, ha ha ha, even if this is a dragon's nest or a tiger's den, what can you do to me? I made some arrangements before I came, as long as I do not return in 3 days, the entirety of Northern Plains will know that you apprentice brothers are the culprits behind the collapse of Truyong Building, furthermore, the entire world will know that wisdom GU is with you. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression froze, He Lulan indeed came prepared, this was targeting his weakness. But at this time, Fang Yuan's eerie words made He Lulan's laughter stop. He Lulan, I know you are not afraid of death, but have you forgotten your hatred? He Lulan's expression changed, her aura diminished as her eyes were like lightning, looking at Fang Yuan, state your conditions. You have to agree with my first condition, that is, you have to return fixed immortal travel to its owner, me. Next, Fang Yuan raised 4 fingers. Secondly, after we cooperate, during the process of your revenge, the loot will be split 4 to 6, for you and us respectively. After all, Tai Bai Yunsheng and I make up 2 GU immortals. He Lulan snorted. Do you think you have a helper while I don't? But never mind, I accept these conditions. She hesitated for a bit, but she still chose to give in, even though she had a tough personality. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, he could see her sincerity from this. He continued, lastly, I need to know the entire story of this, as well as the reason why you need to kill your father personally. He Lulan was silent for a while, but she soon agreed. You are indeed overly suspicious, I can satisfy all three of your conditions, this is nothing I can't speak of anyway. Next, in their conversation, Fang Yuan finally understood the secret behind He Lulan's thirst for revenge. The root of all this was actually 88 Truyong Building. In Truyong Building, there was a true inheritance called Yin-Yang Life Extension Method. It had been taken by He Cheng long ago. Fang Yuan had actually seen the empty light lump of the Yin-Yang Life Extension Method by coincidence in the past. This true inheritance was created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable when he researched about Renzu for life extension methods. To use this method, a male and female GU Immortal have to cooperate, using copulation to extend the lifespan of one of them. But there was a flaw in this. If one gains lifespan, the other must lose lifespan. In other words, it was to transfer the lifespan of one person to the other. The story of Su Xian's night elopement had long since been widely spread in Northern Plains. It had given many young women in Northern Plains the courage to find their true love, to take the first step. 200 years ago, Su Xian was the daughter of a concubine in Su tribe. Her status was not high and she was often serving wine to guests in banquets, like a servant. Once, when Su tribe leader was attending to He Cheng, Su Xian poured wine for him and fell in love with him at first sight. However, Su tribe leader harmed He Cheng in secret, using a poison GU on him, causing his strength to fall to rock bottom, and he was chased down by enemies. Su Xian learned of this and ran out of her tribe's campsite in the middle of the night, to save He Cheng who had only met her once. Back then, she only had rank 1 cultivation, but during the night there were wild wolf groups roaming, it was extremely dangerous and she was simply courting death. But due to coincidence, she found the unconscious He Cheng. He Cheng was thus saved, and their following conversation became a classic that was passed down in Northern Plains. He had asked Su Xian, I was plotted against by your tribe leader and you are a Su tribesman, why would you save an enemy of your tribe? Su Xian then answered, Lord has a noble spirit, this humble girl fell in love at first sight. Su tribe leader is short-sighted and plotted against Lord under the persuasion of some petty people, but he never considered the result of offending He tribe. If he was allowed to have his way, Su tribe is destined to become a sacrificial pawn between two super tribes. People say Lord repays a favor received by 100 times. This humble girl saved Lord today and only hopes Lord can give me a place to stay. It is just and proper for Lord to take revenge against Su tribe, but I hope Lord can be merciful and leave behind a trace of bloodline for Su tribe. He Cheng was overwhelmed at this sight. He tightly held Su Xian's hand and swore, your love is as deep as the sea. I, He Cheng, am not a cruel person, how could I not repay you? From today onwards, you will be my only wife. I will not care for any other beauties, no matter how beautiful they are. In this life, I will never betray you. From then on, the two of them became a loving couple that respected each other equally. 100 years later, they both became GU Immortals, and the story was a legend of Northern Plains. But most people did not know that Su tribe faced extermination soon after. He Cheng had many wives and children. Su Xian was neither the first, nor the last. He Cheng and Su Xian had a daughter. She followed her father's surname, while getting the name Lulan. Years later, Su Xian died, and He Cheng was extremely aggrieved. He announced to the public, his wife's body had deteriorated after giving birth to He Lulan. She fell heavily ill and her strength fell drastically, thus she died a few years later in her blessed land's earthly calamity. He had obtained the Yin-Yang life extension method in the true inheritance secluded domain. He kept it very secretive. For his own selfish desires, he lied to my mother with ill intentions. My mother did not know the details, and because she trusted and cooperated with him, almost all of her lifespan was taken by him mercilessly. After my mother died, he concealed the truth, thus he could still openly be a righteous path GU Immortal. He absorbed my mother's aperture and took all the GU worms that she accumulated in her life. He is a coward, a dirty and despicable scoundrel. In order to live longer, he actually plotted against the person who loved him the most. Before mother died, she saw his true colors and told me to be careful of him. As expected, mother was right. There was a problem with his cultivation. The lifespan that he took away was consumed very quickly. He is now facing another crisis of dwindling lifespan. This time, his target is me. I have the great strength true martial physique. Once I advance to a GU Immortal, my foundations will be extremely firm. If he uses the yin-yang life extension method on me, less lifespan would be wasted in the process, and he would gain much more lifespan. He Lulan spilled all of the secrets hidden in the dark. In her calm tone, one could nonetheless sense her utter hatred. Tai Bai Yunsheng shook his head as he listened. To think that Lord He Cheng is such a person, this is really disappointing. He was a prospective GU Immortal candidate in the past, with high hopes to become one. He had interacted with He tribe's GU Immortal, He Bai, in secret, and he was even recruited. Thus, Tai Bai Yunsheng's impression of He tribe had always been good. He Lulan's words destroyed this good impression. HMPH, this is the so-called righteous path. Who knows how many dirty and disgusting things are going on underneath this glorious surface. In contrast, the demonic path consists of countless characters that are more straightforward. He Lulan scoffed. No wonder you didn't respond to He Cheng when he called you at the point when the wind veil of assimilation was cut open. Fang Yuan nodded. He looked at He Lulan again, feeling a different emotion. He Lulan was born with a golden spoon, yet this actually was a tragedy. Her own father harmed her mother, and was now targeting her, attempting to take her lifespan. Lacking the warmth of a family, under threats and dangers for many years, she had no option but to disguise herself while secretly putting in immense effort, swearing to take revenge for her mother. This was likely the reason why she obtained such a formidable personality. Where there is a cause, there will be consequences. There is a saying called, heroes often meet their end. The hero here could also be replaced with formidable characters. But in fact, it is not that heroes and conquerors often meet desperate situations, it is the desperate situations that create them. In this way, they are people with very pitiful lives. They often encounter and feel much greater pain than normal people. But because of this pain, they learn and become who they are. Those who live in happiness, living like an upright person, being open and honest without any rough rides in life, while attaining numerous achievements and gaining reputation and praise. Are there truly such people in real life? Fang Yuan thought about Earth, about the 500 years of his previous life, and scoffed. Where there are high achievers, there are sacrifices. Those who are higher ups often need to sacrifice their morals. Of course, there are outliers, lucky people, and those who rely on their family, but how long can they last? How many will be left in the end? Legend says, when Ren Zhu started walking on the road of life, his vision changed, it was pure darkness. He took the first step. P.I.O.P. At the next moment, he stepped into the mud. He raised his foot, wiping it with his hand. It was full of mushy mud and extremely smelly. He was hesitant to move forward. At this moment, Self-Gu said, "O human, do not hesitate. If you want to walk on your own road, you will need to rely on your own legs. When your leg steps on the road, do not be afraid of dirtiness." Chapter 660 Snowy Mountain Alliance. Chapter 660 Snowy Mountain Alliance. Outside the window of a room, snow was silently falling down. The fragrance of tea pervaded inside the quiet room. A woman was sitting beside the vermilion-red window frame. She was wearing an embroidered leather skirt, characteristic of Northern Plains women. The leather skirt was embroidered with purplish-red flower buds, while the edges were glittering with silvery light. She bound her hair with a sapphire blue ribbon which had a pure white pearl inlaid in the middle. Her eyes were drooping, emphasizing her thick eyelashes. Her breathing was soft and her hands that were as white as the snow moved slowly, concentrating completely on brewing tea. The quiet room was not large and she was the only person inside. But on the table there were 4 teacups. A rich jade green light suddenly appeared in the quiet room. The light dissipated to reveal an elderly figure. The elderly man was tall with an eccentric appearance. His hair was gray and his face was filled with wrinkles. His eyes displayed one who had gone through the vicissitudes of life, warm and tenacious, containing wisdom accumulated in all of his lifetime. The woman who was brewing the tea stood up at the sight of the elderly man and smiled with interest. "You are Tai Bai Yunsheng." The elderly man was Tai Bai Yunsheng. He quickly looked around him before greeting the woman. "Junior greets Senior Fairy Li Shan." The woman nodded with a smile. She was an influential figure in the limelight among Northern Plains GU Immortals, a rank 7 GU Immortal, Fairy Li Shan. She looked youthful and beautiful, but her true age was much greater than Tai Bai Yunsheng's. Tai Bai Yunsheng confirmed the safety of the surroundings before opening his immortal aperture, from which 2 human shadows leapt out. One turned into He Lulan while the other was an 8-armed immortal zombie as tall as 6 meters with a fierce appearance. It was none other than Gu Fang Yuan. "Little aunt, I am back." He Lulan walked towards Fairy Li Shan. Her expression was still cold but her gaze revealed a trace of affection. Fairy Li Shan glanced at He Lulan warmly and sighed. then turned her gaze towards Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. The relationship between me and Little Lan has always been a secret, to the extent that outsiders aren't even aware we know each other. Today, she exposed this secret of her own accord. It can clearly be seen that she sincerely wishes to cooperate with you two guests. Especially you, Fang Yuan. Little Lan had mentioned you to me many times over these days. You accomplished such a huge matter, bringing even 88 Truyong building down. Fang Yuan laughed heartily and said with the hoarse voice specific to zombies, Fairy is exaggerating, all this commotion is not what I wished for. To speak the truth, I had been doubting He Lu Lan's proposal for cooperation since the beginning, but who could have thought, He Lu Lan had such a close relationship with you. This is the best situation, Fairy, with the oath to your immortal Gu, mountain pledge, our alliance can be firm and solid. Not long ago, at Hu Immortal Blessed Land, He Lu Lan exposed the reason for her hatred. Then she revealed her relationship with Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan was surprised and yet also not surprised. He Lu Lan was under the strict supervision of Gu Immortal He Chang. It would be difficult for her to obtain her current achievements just by relying on her own strength. Besides her own efforts, there definitely was outside help. Please take a seat, this snow oil tea has just been steeped. Fairy Li Shan extended her hand to indicate Fang and Tai to be seated. Fang Yuan waved his hand in refusal. Let's make an oath and establish the alliance first, it won't be too late to drink tea then. Virtuous Junior Fang is quite decisive. Fairy Li Shan lightly praised before calling out an immortal Gu. This immortal Gu resembled a beetle. It was thick and solid, even bigger than an adult's palm. Its body was ash gray with a stony texture, a pair of large pincers grew on its head, its back was not glossy and was instead rugged like mountains, and there were specks of stripes, like moss, on the joints of its legs. Fairy Li Shan aptly explained, this is a rank 6 information path immortal Gu, as famous as Sea Oath Gu. As long as you choose a mountain to pledge to and as long as this mountain still exists, the oath cannot be violated. Virtuous Junior Fang, I wonder which mountain you want to choose. Fang Yuan slightly raised his brows, then he pointed outside and laughed hoarsely, what other place can be better than this mountain? Tai Bai Yunsheng asked, not understanding the situation, what mountain is this? This mountain is called Snowy Mountain. Fairy Li Shan smiled and introduced. Snowy Mountain, where have I heard this name? Wait a second, could it be this is that nest of Northern Plains demonic path Gu Immortals, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? Tai Bai Yunsheng cried out in shock. Where else did you think it was? He Lu Lan sneered. Fang Yuan provided an introduction for Tai Bai Yunsheng. There are differences between immortal and mortal. Old Bai, you just recently advanced and you only have heard me mention some information about the Northern Plains Gu Immortal world in passing. This Fairy Li Shan is the owner of the third branch peak of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, you can also call her the third leader. Third leader. Tai Bai Yunsheng stared at Fairy Li Shan with wide open eyes, he had never expected for this gentle and refined woman to be a demonic path Gu Immortal, moreover she was the third leader of the largest demonic path nest of Northern Plains. Cough cough cough. Dong Fang Chong Fan was lying on a sickbed, coughing incessantly. With every cough, his pale white face would wither a bit more. Lord, a handsome young man was standing beside the sickbed with a mournful and grieving expression. He was wearing a white robe, his face was white like jade and his eyes were deep, revealing a calm, mature temperament. It was Dong Fang Yu Liang. No need to grieve, Liang cough cough, to be born, get old, be sick and die is the way of nature. Dong Fang Chong Fan gasped for breath after saying this, and continued after recovering some strength, your talents are better than mine, among the whole tribe I feel most optimistic about you. The responsibility of Dong Fang tribe's growth can only be shouldered by you. I, Dong Fang Chong Fan, would not misjudge this. Lord Supreme Elder, Dong Fang Yu Liang's eyes reddened, sobbing silently. The old man nearing death in front of his eyes was his benefactor. Dong Fang Yu Liang lost his parents at the age of 11, after that he had to maintain his livelihood and also care for his 6-year-old sister, Dong Fang Qing Yu. To preserve their lives, he gave away all the inheritances left by his parents. But it was exactly because of this, that he was noticed by Dong Fang Chong Fan, not only becoming a trusted aide, his sister was also given great care. Later, Dong Fang Yu Liang even received Dong Fang Chong Fan's personal guidance. And despite the obstructions and oppositions from many sides, Dong Fang Chong Fan appointed Dong Fang Yu Liang as the tribe leader. After Dong Fang Yu Liang lost in the imperial court contest and returned to the tribe, he was suppressed and pushed aside by various factions. It was Dong Fang Chong Fan who protected and shielded him again, paying a considerable price. Dongfang Chongfan was becoming weaker and weaker. He opened his mouth several times but no words came out. Finally, he spoke in an extremely weak voice, "Your hand." Dongfang Yuliang extended his hand and grabbed the old man's right hand. The old man was holding a GU on his hand. This GU, take it." Dongfang Chongfan's face turned red from the strain, extracting the last bit of energy from his dying breath. He closely stared at Dongfang Yuliang and reminded him, although Dongfang tribe has signed an alliance agreement with the other righteous path tribes, the affairs of world are changeable and hard to predict. My death will cause Dongfang tribe to fall down from its prosperous period. You are my successor, you must be careful. This GU, once you activate it, it will bring you to a secluded place which contains the cultivation resources I prepared for you, insights about immortal ascension, the tribe's secret history as well as all my comprehensions of wisdom path cultivation. Remember, always prioritize your safety, don't be impatient. The tribe has demonic path spies. Dongfang Chongfan's expression froze, the flesh on his face turned fainter and the final trace of radiance in his eyes faded. Lord, Dongfang Yuliang's face was already covered with tears, and this moment, he could no longer hold them back, crying in sorrow. Northern Plains No. 1 Wisdom Path GU Immortal, Dongfang Chongfan, had passed away. The news spread, Dongfang tribe cried for 3 days and 3 nights. And when the great forces of Northern Plains received the information, both demonic and righteous path GU Immortals let out breaths of relief. Dongfang Chongfan was a legendary character. At the time of his birth, Dongfang tribe was already declining rapidly, with only the name of a super force but with no power. Dongfang Chongfan became a GU Immortal and led the tribe, scheming in all directions, using wisdom path methods to devise strategies, tying bonds to powerful friends, killing the weak, and even plotting for his enemies to fight each other, causing Dongfang tribe to rapidly rise again. Dongfang tribe's growth was almost entirely because of Dongfang Chongfan. But because of this, all the GU Immortals of Northern Plains became aware of Dongfang Chongfan's might. Wisdom Path GU Immortals often did not need to use their own hands to humiliate their enemies. Making schemes that connected like a spider web, one thing would lead to the other, enemies would feel like they were sinking into a swamp but unable to extricate themselves. GU Immortals feared Dongfang Chongfan and secretly reached an agreement. Banning the sale of Lifespan GU to Dongfang Chongfan and even secretly destroying Dongfang tribe's plans of searching for Lifespan GU. Dongfang Chongfan schemed against others, and finally was also schemed by others. The sun was high in the sky, Crescent Lake gleamed in the sunlight with the occasional dragonfish leaping out of the lake. Leftover snow piled up beside the lake, this was the remnant of the once in 10 years blizzard disaster. Fang Yuan destroyed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement. The blizzard disaster poured into Imperial Court Blessed Land, thus the destruction caused by the disaster in Northern Plains was many times lighter than the past. Imperial Court Blessed Land existed no longer while Truyong Building was also destroyed, there would be no more of the once in 10 years blizzard disaster in Northern Plains. The remaining snow slowly melted under the sunlight. Grass was already poking out of the snow. There was a mixture of green and white grasses mixed together. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng moved together, seeing many water wolves and solitary tri-horned rhinos in their path. Water chestnut trees used to fill this place, but now it was a scene of barrenness, the trees already freezing to death or breaking down from the accumulated snow. The intense change in the scenery brought Fang Yuan some trouble. He was searching for the passage to Langya Blessed Land, that purple stone tree left behind by thieving heaven demon Venerable. 3 days had passed since the alliance with Heilu Lan. Little Hu Immortal was at Hu Immortal Blessed Land, paying attention to treasure yellow heaven all the time but still not seeing Langya Old Immortal's divine sense. Fang Yuan took back fixed immortal travel and used this immortal GU to go to Crescent Lake. Fang Yuan did not directly teleport to Langya Blessed Land to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings. He planned to use thieving heaven demon Venerable's arrangement again and enter properly. Because the surroundings had changed, he was unable to directly teleport to the purple stone tree. Being able to directly appear beside Crescent Lake was thanks to Tai Bai Yunsheng. When he was wandering over Northern Plains, he had once dug a cave beside Crescent Lake and made simple arrangements, staying for 2 to 3 months. The cave had not collapsed. Fang Yuan first lent fixed immortal travel to Tai Bai Yunsheng, then entered his immortal aperture, arriving at this place.